Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today. As any other day, hopping on here in the nest is we're going to chop it up, talk some Hawks, and oh, wait, what is that? I got some breaking news. Of course, you guys have already been well informed, so I'm not breaking too much here, as I was going to schedule this to be a stream where we're going to look at trade potential possibilities, but instead the Seahawks got out ahead of me today, as it is announced that they are going to steal away Frank Clark from his workouts out there with the Kansas City Chiefs and bring him back home to the Seattle Seahawks on what I'm guessing will be a one-year deal for very, very little money. So before we get into what Frank brings and what he's going to kind of give the team, let's kind of backtrack this a little bit. And first off, I don't think that this is going to still allow for there to be much of any other door open for a trade. I think the team, if they were going to make a trade, would have done it to address this outside linebacker position. I could be proven completely true and false on this. We've got under a week now before the deadline comes about. I just don't think, looking across the league with how quiet it has been, and then in addition to that, with this move coming on the back end, I just don't see that there's going to be much way that we are going to be doing much of anything else. We'll get to where I think of on this move, but I think that the reason that the Seahawks made this move in particular, rather than just raising up Tariq Smith off of the depth chart, allowing him to come up and serve that fourth role, because you would essentially be a fourth guy in this roster, you just bump everybody up. It really does come down to, I think, some of the deficiencies within Darrell Taylor's game specifically that draws you to have to make this particular signing. Derek Hall is still too young, too green to be expected to have to lean on him for a lot this year as he hopefully continues to come along. Darrell Taylor is a guy you'd like to ideally have already now be coming along, having that he's here for a few years, and it should be about time for him ready to pop. And there are some moments that he flashes and shows some real nice ability, especially as a pass rusher. Let's take this snap right here where he's actually finding an inside move to get to the sack on this. A younger Taylor perhaps would have come here as he's on the right-hand side of your screen, and you'll see him break through. A younger, more immature Darrell Taylor would have just gone maybe to the edge here, after the chip block. But instead he goes with the chip, keeps his forward momentum, gets through the lane fast, gets a sack. Then you got later on in the game here, he's going to be coming from the left-hand side of your screen, creating pressure on Josh Dobbs. Josh throws it up. We get a sack. Of course, you have Boye Mafe. I'll run this a little bit more in slow motion. You got Boye Mafe just really grazing the side of the helmet of Dobbs coming from the other side. But you have Taylor here creating quick, instantaneous pass rush. They try to neutralize him with the tight end. That's not going to work. He causes the pressure that would have helped this interception to be had. And Mafe's penalty doesn't impact what Taylor's doing on this play, of course. He's getting the job done. He's kind of, though, what's making this, along with Mafe's pressure, what is then speeding up the clock of Dobbs. You get interceptions, it's oftentimes done by what you're doing up front. So on the front end of this, you like what he does bring. Darrell Taylor is a pass rusher at this point in his career. He was our most efficient pass rusher by PFF standards last year. I think the tape matched that up. He did the most with kind of the least as far as the number of snaps he got from that realm of things. But there are two parts to the football game for any edge, and it's not just merely a pass rush. It's also the need to be able to handle the run duties. And when it comes to Taylor, unfortunately, he is limited on a lot of different areas that would add up to making you a run defender. Stout at the point of attack, able to set the edge, aware in space, being a good tackler, being unable to be tricked. These are not things that are exactly what you get from Darrell Taylor. And this last game, I think, really did show a great encompassing of what Taylor brings to the table. What he brings good, which there is good, but then what he also brings on the other side of it, which is just lacking as it is. So the first problem here before we get to the stopping the run is, as a pass rusher, though he is good, he's not unstoppable. He doesn't still yet have much of a counter in his bag. This rep will show you that here. Look at the right-hand side of the screen. You see I've got a plan A. I'm going to try to bull rush him. The tackle gets control of his hands. Coming from the right side of your screen, tackle gets control of his hands. He's neutralized. He's got nothing else to do because he just completely comes to a standstill on his pass rush at this point. Boom. So even as a pass rusher, though he's efficient with it, there's still too many of those type of reps, or one like this, where I'm going to just try to get to the edge. So he's going to come from the left-hand side of your screen. As you look at this, he's just trying to get around the edge as fast as he can. Tackle is step for step with him. He doesn't really have much of anything else to do. He just kind of is stopped. Like, oh, you got me. I'm done. And then Mafe comes in and makes the sack from the other side, doing the heavy lifting on this play. But there's a lot of these reps you get with him. And then we get to the run game. Failing to set the edge. He's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. These are going to be two of the bigger runs you're going to see on the day from the Cardinals here. So look again to the right-hand side of your screen. He's got to set that edge. Does that look like he set the edge to you? Does that look like he dropped in there with force and power and violence? Or does that look like he kind of soft played the shoulder and didn't give really the maximum effort there? It kind of looks like the latter to me. Check it out one more time here. Let's run it a little bit slower motion. Taylor on the right-hand side of the screen. That's a wham block. That's tough to catch. It's not an easy block to deal with. But the guy doesn't go low on him. It's not like he's going at his ankles there. There's an ability to get around that block. And this is something you've seen from Taylor throughout his time. Again, here you've got the lack of setting the edge, the lack of the awareness of the ball carrier coming past him. It's kind of on display on that play. Here's another one. You're going to get him on, this is the biggest run of the day. People are knocking Tariq Woolen. I don't know here, man. You're going to knock Tariq on this for not getting in and making this tackle. Look at the angle that Tariq's got to make on this. He's already too far down the lane. And why is he too far down the lane? Well, take a look at the defensive end, the edge. I'll call it the edge. I'm still stuck on my old terminology, but check Taylor out on the left-hand side off the edge. He comes completely crashing down to the running back. Does it look like the Hawks need help on that running back down low there? And then he stumbles, and then it's wide open. Brooks could have maybe played this better. Taylor definitely could have played this better. I have a hard time with Woolen being the guy who's got to come in here and save the day on this one. We're giving out who's the problem guy on this. You're the edge guy here. You can't lose contain. That's on Taylor. Taylor's responsibility is to not lose contain. And he loses it. So I'm not going to get into this being a Taylor look at, but why this move's being made, why you need to make this move is you could not just trust Taylor. You could not just trust a young Derek Hall. Both of those guys do have a role to serve on this team, but you needed to go for more. And that's where we come along to a Frank Clark. Frank Clark, of course, a couple years ago was traded for a first and second round pick by the Seahawks to the Chiefs. The Chiefs at the time made him one of the most highest paid defensive ends in the game at $23.5 million per year. And Frank, I think, came in there and was a little bit of a strange player, I think, in the Chiefs' consideration of him, because he came in and wasn't necessarily wholly bad, but he wasn't necessarily really good either. Here's his PFF grades I'm going to show you in front of you right now. You can look back to his first year with Seattle at 59, starts to crawl up there at 75, 2016, 69, 2017, gets back to 76 in his free agent season. What a coincidence. Best year right before a free agent year. Then we've got 2019 with the Chiefs. First year after that big signing, posts about a league average grade at 63. Next year in 2020, drops down a little bit, repeats that same basic performance then in 2021, comes back up in 2022 and plays actually a little bit above average overall. And then in this year so far with Denver, he's barely played. As you can see, look at the number of snap counts. He's got 36 total. I wouldn't draw a whole hell of a lot off of 36 total snaps, especially playing on this Denver Bronco defense. So what stands out if you look at this PFF chart, and I do think this is a good point in time to look at this data because yes, there you go back to the tape and we can look at that at times and see where he is there. I think it's a little hard because this year's tape isn't going to tell you as much the story of where he is. But I also think you have such a long career here. He is only 30 years old, so you can't say he's dropped off the cliff of physicality or in his abilities. And you can kind of draw a quick measure on, what he does good and what he doesn't do bad. And he's okay in the running game. As you see with the scores, there's some years like 16 where he was really good. He's also had poor years like in 2021. So this is a little bit of a fluctuating spot as it concerns his level of play. It seems like he's a little bit more interested in rushing the passer, I would say. And the tackling numbers are another place where he just has a tendency. You guys remember this from his time when he was here. As you can see, 28, 36, 35, 35 again another year. Sometimes guys just slide off of his arms for whatever reason. He's not always the best of tacklers. But he does bring something to the football field. He is a fairly complete football player. He can do both relatively well. I think he did stop playing the run as well when he went to the Chiefs and really just got locked and loaded on trying to rush the passer. If you look at his stats over the course of his career, they're going beyond the analytic stuff, just kind of maybe the front end, look of things. A guy that's got 59 and a half sacks over his career at 30 years of age. He had that big season in 2018 where he got 14 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries. Hell, even had an interception that season in 16 games for the Seahawks. Never quite coming close to replicating that with the Chiefs. He goes 8, 6, 4.5, and 5 are his sack numbers there through the corresponding years with them. Always kind of giving you something, but I don't think he's ever ascended back into that mark of maybe where he sort of teased in 2018. I think the Chiefs definitely look at that as being a deal where we didn't necessarily get all of our bang for the buck. The one little interesting note that I want to put to the front on this, though, with Frank, is that, he does have a little bit of a nickname of being Playoff Frank. Because when I'm showing you these stats here, these are not regular season stats I'm showing you. These are the Frank Clark playoff numbers. And in 17 games played throughout the course of his career, he has actually gotten himself 40 tackles and 13 and a half sacks. And this even includes back to 2022 when you look at his play there. Even in that year where he wasn't necessarily lining up, I think he had 5 sacks for the season, but he still managed to pull out 2.5 sacks that year in the playoffs during that Chiefs run. So maybe a guy also that when we do start getting to the playoff time, needing some clutch players, needing some guys that are going to step up when the chips are big, when chips are large. He seems like maybe that's a little bit of what he's got in his game. And I don't feel in this move that this is going to blow me away or that this is going to, this is as good a swing as necessarily I would have loved to have made. I don't know how viable the option would have been to Chase Young. We're going to see very soon here over the next week who really was available or who wasn't available to move. And right now it has been very, very quiet throughout the course of the league as far as the trade talks are concerned. There doesn't seem to be an anticipation that there's going to be a lot of players moved. You're hearing about guys like the Titans putting DeAndre Hopkins on the trade market, and nobody's like, yeah, we're good. We're fine. There's a lot of that kind of going on in the league right now. So there may not have been a lot of great options here for your Hawks. And I do think Clark is a better option than calling upon Bruce Irvin again or having Tyreek Smith come off the practice squad. I think this is a better option than that. And if you want to keep that edge group solid and deep, you don't want to have to lean on these guys like Mafe, having them run too many snaps over the course of the year. Then by the end of the season, they're completely worn down. You want to be able to load balance this stuff a little bit. And that's the nice part about Frank coming in here is that he hasn't played a lot this year so far. So maybe he's got some fresh legs that he can supply into this unit, help out the rotations, deepen them out a little bit more. And that'll be fine. Another nice part here is that you're not having to give up any trade capital in order to bring him in. This is just costing you whatever you're spending off the street to get him. Can't imagine it's going to be more than about maybe at the most $2 million, $2.5 million for the rest of the season at most. So not the worst of value. And we also have to, there's one kind of final point on this. There is that chemistry that he does have with Jaron Reed. Those guys playing together here, those guys played together at Kansas City. You think that they'll be able to maybe work some games potentially down there in on the defensive line as one little final addition to this thing that maybe is worth considering on this. So hard to look at this deal and say there's something bad about it or something that's not going to help this team. I just can't come to that spot with it. I do think that this is going to help you, and I'd love to go get the Chase Young move. I would have been willing to be even as aggressive as dumping a third to bring a guy like that in. But I don't know that there isn't going to maybe be a team out there willing to trade for him and even give him a contract. That's what I was hearing on rumors was that there was teams potentially willing to move for either Montez Sweat or Chase Young and also offer them a contract extension in addition. And that would not have ever been on the table for us to potentially be able to do. We would not have been interested in that in the least. So yeah, that's maybe where that is that as you look at across the league, this may be the best of there not being very many good options out there when it's really all said and done. And if we see no player movement happen on the trade deadline day, then we'll be able to say pretty concretely, okay, there was just nobody out there that you were going to go get. There wasn't enough teams in sell mode. That's the key here. You've got to have enough teams in sell mode. There's always going to be teams out there willing to buy. But is there enough teams in sell mode and selling at those positions that are being valued by those teams that are in buy mode? It takes the two to tango here. And that's when I went down and looked through these teams that are in the sell mode. Chicago Bears, Denver, kind of just start going down to them. You go, no. And you end up coming to no really good answers. So I can't blame for the Hawks for going back here. They're aware of this player. They know of this player. They're going to know how to get the most out of him, how to put him in the right positions to succeed. We'll see how it takes. I imagine he's going to be able to get in here and hit the ground running pretty fast. But glad to see that the team didn't just sit back and go, let's just trust the young guys. Let's just go with Levi Bell. Let's see what Tyreek Smith's got. I don't think that would have been good enough. And I'll reckon to guess that there's probably going to be another injury at some point along this edge group. And you're going to need to call back into this depth. So having a guy you can go to, a Frank Clark, instead of having to go to one of those other options is better. It's better than going to the option. And Bruce did some yeoman's work for us last year. I think he wore out as the year went along because he hadn't had any training camp. But you are getting a bit of an improvement on basically that player in the rotation this season now. And you're relieving Darrell Taylor of potentially having too many reps out there in the running game. Because when Taylor's on the football field, those snaps I showed you, I'm a coach sitting out there and I'm prepping for Seattle. I'm Cleveland prepping for Seattle this week. I'm telling whoever's going to be that quarterback, when you see them over here with him out on the field on that side of the football field, I want you to audible to a run to that side, right at him. And the Browns have got themselves some really good offensive linemen that can move people off the ball. It's going to be an interesting part of this matchup to watch this upcoming week to see how the Seahawks deal with that, because I don't think Clark's going to be ready to go by the start of this week. I mean, maybe they try to get him out there because they've got, if they sign him today or something, I think they can technically get him out there, but he's not going to be ready for a lot of snaps. So, it's either a lot of Derek Hall in this game or Darrell Taylor's going to have to put on his big boy pants and hold on out there. But those snaps I showed you in watching Taylor's game from day one and analyzing this kid, that he is who he is on this. It's never going to be a part of his game that develops, unfortunately. It's not if it was a matter of one thing, you could maybe fix it or hope for some fix. But when it's the myriad of things that go together, the lack of awareness, the lack of ability to set the edge, not good at the point of attack, and not particularly the best of tacklers, it all sort of works. I hope you can kind of see as a tandem thing that just makes him to where you as a coach go, okay, I'm only going to put you on the field when we got you for pass rushing situations. That's it. 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8s all day long. And you'll have nice fresh legs out there, but I can't trust you in the run game. Just can't do it. Appreciate you guys watching today. We definitely can discuss about maybe some other possibilities and potentials that you guys might want to turn over as far as this trade deadline in approaching. I do think this does kind of shut things down at this point for them making any other moves. It doesn't mean it's completely off the table, like maybe getting another lineman somewhere, for instance. Maybe outside the realm of possibility. We'll have to see what Schneider's maybe got up his sleeve, and he does have that extra 3rd round pick right now. So if you wanted to make a move, you wanted to do something, want to get wild with it, he could go out there and do that right now. And it'll be interesting to see how he's going to choose to kind of play this situation. But I think that he's showing a little bit of his hand with this Clark move. So we all would have loved to splash, but maybe there just wasn't a splash, to be had. I want to thank really quickly the sponsor of today's show and the sponsor of this channel throughout the course of this season. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. You can click down the description link right now. Click down on that link. It's my code NEST. And if you sign up with them using that code, they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. So $100 on me, the Hawks Nest, on you. All you got to do is use my code. They got some great contests ongoing. The NBA season's just kicked off now. We've got some great contests within that. You can get in as a first-time person, and they'll give you a nice opening on your opening kind of bet where you can get 0.5 points for LeBron in the game, and they'll give you a freebie as part of your building of the parlay kind of thing that you're doing there. But there are limitations here in the state of Washington with it. If you do go into the casino in the state of Washington, there is a little bit more ability to use it on the app, on their network, whatnot. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. And please do use that code if you happen to have the opportunity. I appreciate you guys all watching as well. Do hit that like button if you could for me, please. I'm sure we've got a lot of other things here to talk about. Cleveland coming up. Are we going to see Watson? Does it look like maybe the backup quarterback? Looking likely like the backup quarterback. Where's their running back health going to be at? How are we going to deal with this defensive line? A lot of things to chop up. I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow at 2:30 Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be doing one of our first Behind Enemy Lines. I finally got some responses out there from some of these channels on YouTube. So we've got a Behind Enemy Lines with the Dog Podcast on YouTube. And they're going to be coming over here, and we'll be chopping it up live. So do set your guys' notifications for that, because we'll be back over and looking at this matchup and getting some insider info about where this Browns team is and what's going on with them, and how our Seahawks can beat them. That's pretty much what I'm going to be asking them. That's pretty much how I'm going to lead with that question. How do we beat you guys? I appreciate you guys watching though today. Thank you for checking out the stream. I hope everybody's having a great Wednesday. Good, coming off a win. Seahawks looking good right now overall. Tough to have Uchenna go down. That was a tough part, which is what this has all, of course, been. I should have led with that a little bit, that this has all been precipitated by Uchenna having the injury that he did indeed have, which was the torn pectoral. According to reports, he's going to try to get back by the playoffs. That's always a bit of a dicey one, if guys can really pull that off or not. But the torn pec is one that's not as locked in on the timetable for recovery at times. So guys can sometimes force that timetable up just a little bit. And we are a long way away from the playoffs as it stands right now. So not the worst of maybe potentials of being able to bring him back in later on the year if we happen to sustain some more injuries down there along that edge. But that was a tough injury, as Bobby Wagner was talking about in his press conference today in regards to Uchenna. You just don't replace that guy. You're going to have to fill in. You're going to have to find some multitude of guys to kind of all pick it up, because he's been a very, very good player for the team. It hasn't filled up in the stat column necessarily this year for him yet so far, but he's done his job. He's hustling. He's smart. He's on it on the plays. He's rarely tricked. They talk about his leadership in there, and this is something that is going to be. This is something that is going to hurt a little bit. There's a reason they gave him that big contract, and he's worthy of it. So they're going to have to overcome with this. Darrell Taylor gets a chance to shine right now. He's going to get his shot, but good to have Frank Clark as well for backup purposes. Barry A.K. Van T says, I'd be willing to trade a high pick, possibly a 1 for Burns, Young, or Sweat. Carolina apparently turned down 2 1s last year for Burns. He's only 25, so that juice might be a little too rich. Yeah, I think that with the Frank Clark signing, if you're looking at bringing another edge, you'd be going 5 deep at your edge group. And then what was, if you were going to make a trade, what would be the point of having the Clark signing? Because you're doing this because of the injury. You feel good when you got the 4 out there. That makes everyone, everyone feels solid about that. But if you're down to 3, that's where everybody starts getting a little bit jumpy. But I can't see there being another trade now at this point on top of it. I wouldn't hate it if it happened, but I think that they would be probably reticent to do that. Motive, Frank Clark, boo. Didn't like the man when we had him, though he did try to beat some sense into Jermaine Ifedi. Yeah, Frank Clark's always been a bit of a fan favorite that I've always been, I think, more a little bit of your camp, Motive, where I didn't not like him, but he definitely wasn't a guy that I was mad at with when they made the move to move him, and we got maximum compensation back for him. I mean, a 1st and a 2nd round pick that you got for that guy. I think we got DK Metcalf today as part of that trade, and you had a choice at that time between, I think it was Russell Wilson, Bobby Wagner, Jaron Reed, and Frank Clark, and Clark was going to make a tremendous amount more than Jaron Reed was going to be due to make on his contract, and they made the right decision. As if he'd still be with Kansas City if they were liking totally what they were getting out of him. And he's only 30 years old, but he's still got a little bit to offer, I think. Jared G says, who are they bringing back next? Max Unger? They like to recycle, man. We're big in recycle in the Pacific Northwest. Players, plastic, potato. Jeffrey, rather have Mafe back, but here we are. Mafe back. I think you meant Irvin, right, Jeffrey? William, you ever see that Larry David gif where he's like, good, bad, A, meh? That's my reaction to this signing. I think I do know that one. Yeah. It's kind of the same way I am. I'm not anti it. I get it that it may be the best cut of steak that we have on the table, right? We want a fillet, but all we got's this T-bone, so we just got to take it and fill our bellies. Jeffrey says Frank Clark's a streaky player. Indeed, he won't do S for weeks and then all of a sudden get 6 sacks. Laughing out loud. That's definitely been his MO. He's the Vernon Maxwell of NFL players. Williams says maybe John Schneider is going to trade Clark and Taylor, flip it, and get somebody good. 4D chess. Georgie, they aren't paying Clark much probably could still make another move. They could. I'm not sure they would, but they could. I mean, technically speaking, you could do a Chase Young and flip him for a Darrell Taylor, So there is the potential of doing something else too. Jeffrey says, I guess TJ Watt was busy carrying his defense. Chad, I'm finally here through back jerseys. I'm loving that. Oh, the throwback jerseys. Yeah, we got throwbacks coming this week, folks. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's going to be awesome. You guys are going to want those jerseys full time. I'm just telling you now. I'm warning you. As soon as you see them on the field. I know you guys are already hyped for them, but once you see them on the field, you're going to be like, these need to be out here 24/7. Mike Skinner says, Mafe and Hall have to step up now. Clark and Taylor will be underwhelming, but still make a couple of plays a game for our Hawks. Well said. Well said. Yeah. Kind of similar players in certain realms. Clark's definitely a little bit better against the run, but he's not great against the run. So, yeah, your point definitely is on point. Just going to have to patchwork it together and hope we can get Derek Hall can accelerate the progression. Garth, thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. Hope you're having a great night, brother. It's good to see you in the chat. It says, Brando, thanks for entertaining my drunken DK versus Debo rant on Sunday. Any chance you got a 2-leg parlay recommendation for Thursday night football? Player props or straight up game results would be awesome. I've got to work on I got a couple of on these on for the, let me first give you these ones here. Hold on. Because I got a couple that I pulled here for this week. But I hadn't locked in yet on the Thursday night, but we'll do a Thursday night one. I'll get you some ones for today on that. Let me get over here. Let me show you my other ones that I had for the... Oh, I lost it. I'll have to bring it up in a second. Let me go over here under the... Yes. I got a couple, though, for this week already. Decided to do no Seahawks this week. I had to take my Homer stuff out of it. You know what I mean? There we go. Give you the first one here. And then I'll give you this one, give you this one, Garth, and then I'll look at the Thursday night one, see which ones I like on Thursday night, which juicy ones are on that. Where's the sucker? Okay. Weird. Give me some time on it, Garth. I'll get you hooked up here. There we go. So which is so weird. All right. These are some of my main picks for this week. Are going to be Thielen over 71 yards in the game. Gardner Minshew is going to go higher than 224, I think, against New Orleans. It's a good defense with New Orleans, but I think that they're going to have to throw a lot in that game. Breece Hall for more than 65 against the Giants. We saw that Giants doesn't have much of a run defense right now as it currently stands, in my opinion, so I think that you can get him there. Nico Collins had a really good year here for Houston. Him and CJ Stroud just been on the same page up against Carolina. I think that that's going to be a game where he finds over 59 yards. I like to take the higher than the lower one. I think the lowers are a little harder to predict. George Pickens more than 55 yards against Jacksonville, a game where I think that could easily become a little bit of a, not full-on shootout, but more offensive heavy than we might have expected on that one. But those would be my picks on that, Garth. And do a screenshot real quick if you haven't already on that. And I'll get a Thursday one put together for you before the stream ends here today. But I want to look at it and take some time to consider. So I give you some good picks, not just this one, that one be good. That one too. How about that one? But no, you're all good, man, on Sunday, bro. I love it. I like the DK versus Debo comps that, they come out. time to time. So that's all good. Appreciate you, man, for that $10 donation. And we'll get a Thursday night going one. We'll be still doing, I think we're gonna be doing 3 streams tomorrow. So we'll be doing the Behind Enemy Lines 2:30, members only stream at 5, and then we'll be back at 8 o'clock for the whatchamacallit, the B&B show. B&B. But thank you, Garth. Appreciate it, man. I'll get you another one here soon on that. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, you give the Titans a third for Henry. Red zone help? It would probably depend more upon Zach Charbonnet not being good to go. But no, I probably wouldn't make that move at this point. I think Henry seems to be at that point where he's gotten over the hill of you still have a lot fresh enough legs, even though you've had a lot of carries on your body, to now you've had a lot of carries and you can still pop off or run from time to time. I don't know if those backs, man, they get off their prime really quick. The data is so succinct in what it says. But if there's some problem with Charbonnet and that there's some long-term injury thing here, it's a hamstring, so it's different from the shoulder, which was his earlier problem, Charbonnet in camp. But if there is some worry about injury with Charbonnet, I would do it. That would have to be my prerequisite, though, Snail, is that there would have to be something else, because this is why you got Charbonnet. This is why you put a second-round pick on him, is to be that guy. I'd probably avoid it. Randy Puckett, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Randy. I appreciate you hopping aboard the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard indeed. Somebody else became a member here and it didn't show up on my deal there. So sorry if I missed a member on the deal. Thank you for becoming a member. Add as the gamer, I would rather have Clark than Bruce too. I like Bruce, but Bruce is 36 years old. Yeah. And he's also had no training camp, and at least Frank's had that, and he's been working out like younger legs. I think we got to go more on this. Mr. Dog, why didn't anyone sign him before us? Hard to say, Mr. Dog. I mean, he was working out potentially with Kansas City, and he's been with them for a while there, so it looked like he was going to go back there. Did Schneider call him back and say, hey, we'll give you $500,000 more to come here if you just wait a week, or give us some time before you do it? I mean, these background discussions, you never know exactly how it plays out. But he wasn't bad last year. The PFF ranks here kind of show 2023, it's not been good, but it's Denver. There's a lot of guys that aren't going to look good in Denver. But he played 716 total snaps last year. That's significant. And ended up with a 67 grade. So that's still, based on how he was playing last year, still it's a smidge above league average. Yeah, Nicholas, I just think with Bruce, he's, where Frank could give you maybe a 60 PFF grade right now, he's on the football field. Bruce is going to give you like a 50 grade. There is a little bit of a difference in their performance level. And I think too, Mr. Dog, when you talk about why is he available as well, let's keep in mind Frank. Does Frank just want to go sign anywhere? If Houston says, hey, come here, or if, who's another, a bottom feeder, they call it. New England's like, come out here, Bruce, or Frank, there's probably a lot of teams out there that are calling for him to go there, but he's also won a couple of Super Bowls. He's got a lot of money in the bank. I don't know if he feels as much the need here in this situation to go, I want to just go someplace where I'm going to get, just the first place that calls me. There's probably a little discretion on Frank's part, I would imagine. We'll learn more about it once he does his presser on this. But if I was in Frank's Clark, if you were in his position, put yourself in his shoes. You've won multiple championships. You've got tens of millions of dollars in the account. You're 30 years old, and you can sense that the end is coming soon. And you're going to get an opportunity this season at some point. And what you want the opportunity to be for is to be for a playoff contending team. Well, that's going to remove about half the teams off the league, right? As far as even in your consideration. So the fact that he's been on the market, remained on the market since he got cut by the Broncos, I don't think should be a big harbinger of him not being anything decent anymore as a player. I think it's more of just that's him taking that time to decide where he wants to go carefully a little bit. Michael says, are we paying compensation for him? Was this a trade or a free agent pickup? Great move, though. Complete free agent pickup. No compensation given. None taken. And Power Code in the house. What's up, man? Snail Clark is indeed better against the run than Taylor. Taylor is one of the most miserable edge players against the run in the entire sport and has been for years. As I say, it is what it is. And Taylor's not completely not without some use, because that doesn't make him completely a bad player, because that just is the reality of it. But we can't run away from that being the reality of Taylor's game. Motive says Gino is better than Taylor versus the run. Well, he sets the edge better, Motive. Scott Gunther, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Scott. I do appreciate you for doing that. Alan A., thank you for the $2 donation, Alan. Says, welcome back to Seattle, Frank Clark. Let's effing go, Seahawks. Hey, how about that? Frank back in the building. We got the band back together. Ringo's back in the house. I just want to bang me drums. Thank you, though, Alan. Mr. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, Frank just seems like a low-hanging fruit signing. I don't think that you're wrong. I think indeed it is a low-hanging fruit signing. I think the thing is that there wasn't any there might not be any high fruit signing. There certainly is not a guy on the street that's going to be better than what you're going to get in Frank Clark. Not a guy out there that's an improvement. So that's off the board. In-house, was there a better guy than Frank? No. So then you go, okay, then it has to be by trade. Well, then you go through the trade market and you got to go, who are the teams that are moving players in a trade off the edge? You know, we can go down the line and list right now. Because it's not a very deep list. Like the Vikings win, for instance, this past week, muddied the waters. Cardinals, would they move somebody? Sure. Do we want to move for Dennis Gardeck or go with Frank Clark with no trade? I'll go with Frank. The Rams, would they move somebody? Maybe. But they don't really have anybody that interests me. The Panthers, sure, Burns is out there. I don't think that happens, though, because the Hawks to trade for him would have to commit to paying him, and they've already committed to paying Uchenna Nowsu, and then they've just drafted 2 second-round picks in back-to-back years. You're going to end up with an odd man out in that scenario a little bit. I don't think it's a possibility. Saints are 3-4. They are 1 game out of first place, basically. 2 games out of first place. They're not in sell mode. Tampa's not in sell mode. Atlanta, not in sell mode. Chicago, yeah, sure. Yannick Ngakoue. Frank Clark right now, you can make a good, honest discussion saying Yannick is just about as bad as Taylor is against the run, and they're maybe equivalent as far as pass rushers in the worst case scenario, if not Frank being a little bit better than him at this point in his career, being Yannick. So that's not really a move that's going to get you much from them. Green Bay, though, they're at 2-4. Doesn't typically tend to be a sell mode team when it comes to the trade deadline. Don't think that there's a possibility that they're going to do anything. Vikings are close enough to first place, in second place right now, despite being 3-4, to be able to feel like they can still get it together. They're not going into sell mode. Giants, Thibodeau's not getting moved. Don't really have anybody else off the edge that's going to excite you. Commanders do have Montez Sweat and Chase Young, but are they available? How much are they going to cost? Is there teams out there that are willing to pay that cost and give them a contract extension? I don't know if that's really going to be a viable option out there. Then we got the Broncos. Who they got? They already offloaded all their edges over the past couple of years. Randy Gregory, Chubb. There's nobody there to go and take from them that's going to get you all that excited. Titans. Who we look at with the Titans? Danico Autry would be interesting. I don't know if they'd be willing to move him. I'd love to make a signing for that, but there's nothing really out there. Harold Landry. He's always been a guy to me that's been an underwhelming guy that always was supposed to do more with his rep but never got there. You got the Titans. I don't think the Colts have shown that they're in sell mode. They look at themselves at a couple games back and probably still worthy. Let's keep it going. Nobody in the AFC North is going to be in sell mode, and only the New England Patriots in the AFC East will potentially be in sell mode. And the Patriots lost Matt Judon, who would maybe have been the only target you would have looked at on that team as a potential. So this is where we go to, you're right, it is a low-hanging fruit thing, Sanchez, for sure. I don't disagree with you. But it also is was there a high-hanging fruit? Was there a more quality hanging fruit? I don't know. I don't know that there was. We'll learn. We'll figure out the price and the cost of this stuff, really, really, truly here in another week. I mean, the rubber will meet the road. But I tend to lean in the direction of thinking what I'm hearing as far as trying to dig into this a bit and hearing from circles that are people talking about this, that are what they're hearing from league circles, what the insider stuff is in general terms, is that it's been one of the quieter years around the trade deadline that they have seen. Just kind of where it sort of stands as a brass tacks. But if we do come to find that, Chase Young was gettable for a 3rd round pick, I'm definitely going to be sitting there going, man, that would have been the one I would have made instead of this. That would have been a little bit more of a stronger move. But we'll see on that, Sanchez. Thank you for that donation, brother. Leland Kimball has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 13 months. Thank you for that long-time support on the channel as a member, Leland. Good to see you in the house, brother. Says, guess who's back? Mr. Black Elvis himself, Frank Clark. That's right, the Black Elvis, as he called himself. Mr. Frank Clark in the house. Also me. I took a necessary hiatus. 3 months sober and loving every minute of it. Let's go, Leland. Kicking ass, taking names, brother. I'd love to hear that. And Frank is back in the house. Got the old mojo going. He's back there with Jaron Reed right now. They're in the basement riffing. Frank's on the drums. Jaron's on the bass. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know who's on guitar. I don't know who's on guitar there, Leland. But thank you for your 13 months as a member. But also, man, awesome to hear on the 3 months sober, brother. Keep kicking ass and taking names with that. I'd love to hear it. Nicholas, we do need Frank to step up and produce. We need playoff Frank 24/7. Yeah, Kitty was going hard on the tongue bath. Goodness gracious. She was digging in. Megan in the house, what's up? What are you doing, Meg? Puppet Master, I think signing Clark was a good option. Better than spending too much for someone that could end up being a waste. Well said. I can't hate the signing on it. It's low cost, low risk. It's hard to be down on it. Brett Moeller says Reek just had to trip him. He put a good hit on him, but he needs to wrap up or at least trip me. He could have done a better effort for sure. And it's not to say that he didn't have a part in that play going to hell as it did, but those guys on the front end of me are, and Brooks's angle he takes on the tackle, and then Taylor's outright inability there to set the edge because he takes the cheese inside. Yeah. El Torito B, can the Hawks still get Young? I feel like if we can get him for a 3rd round, it would be a steal. I would do the trade in a heartbeat, El Torito. I don't think at this point with making the signing of Clark, though, that you're going to go get another edge. You don't typically tend to carry 5 edges at any one given time. It would surprise me to see it. Femi says it sucks because Nowsu was eating up most of the double teams. He was, and indeed now you're going to see Mafe start to get a lot more of those. As Nowsu was. So they're going to need to respond. Whoever's on the other side is going to need to get it done with one-on-one opportunities that they're going to be given. And Power Code says, I don't think Clark can stand up in a 3-4 either. Definitely some limitations with him. If he becomes a 5-sack guy and a mediocre run defender, that's a win in my book. If he can give us that would be tremendous in Power Code. I'm certainly on a low expectation mark as far as where I stand on it. Just be a good overall player. Give us a little bit of flashes in the pass, little flash in the run, and find your role within this team, and that'll be fine. Motive, I miss Nowsu already. I miss Nowsu too. That one sucked to hear that. It went from pectoral strain to tear real quick. Like, damn, I just thought it was a strain. We still probably have a little bit of cap space left, EVN. Not a lot, but enough if we really wanted to do something. Not to say we're going to do something, though. No, I meant he won't have to come into a fold. His time will be split. That's right, Puppet. Frank will be able to split the load. Then that'll probably maybe help him to play a little harder, because I think at times, playing with Kansas City, when you look at him playing not as strong against the run, he's got the ability to play against the run. He's one of those guys that was like Jaron Reed, where coming out of Michigan, he was really a run stuffing player first and foremost, and then became more of the pass rusher here. Lightened, lost some weight, and became a little bit into that role. But he does have it in his bag, and we saw Jaron Reed go back to his origins here as a guy in his early 30s now. Maybe Clark does the same here for us. Yeah, it is a go forward move. I think if you were in a more of we just want to sit here and let things continue to develop through the year, you would have done a Tariq Smith or a Levi Bell. Bibi says, I think Frank wants to play and we are contending, so he should be asking for much. Nope. We can supply what he needs. Riverside says, kind of bummed we ain't going to see Bell. Yeah, I think it does tell you about the team and their outlook of Bell right now and not going with him at this moment, though he had a really great preseason. Raising 5 kiddos, Frank Clark is a big game player and a big moment player. You completely want him on your team, especially if you can get in the big games. Well said, raising 5 kiddos. Big game, Frank. It's a real thing. It's a thing. Check out these playoff stats, man. There's some guys who'd feel pretty good about that as a career. I got to play in 17 games in the NFL, 13 and a half sacks. I was a monster. He did that in playoff time. He did that in crunch time. He did that when the chips were down. When you need to play, going up against the best of the best. He delivered. Look at that first year, 5 sacks in the playoffs. Just completely went ham. Brett Mueller says they're going to need 3 safety looks 70% of the time now. That ain't going away anytime soon, that's for sure. Roland, why did the Broncos release him? The Broncos released him because Frank Clark went to Denver and said, I'll be willing to rip up my contract, which players never normally do. And if you'll just let me get out of here, this place sucks. And that's what they did. They went, really? He's like, yeah, this is why people are going, well, why would he have lasted on the market? This is the put 2 and 2 together thing here. Does the guy that goes to Denver who's not making a bad chunk of change for them, considering where he was at with them, go, okay, just rip up the rest of my contract. I'll just not make a couple million more now the rest of this year to let me get on the market so I can go sign what'll be close to a vet minimum deal. He wants to be a place that has a chance to win. And probably got a good sense of, as we're hearing from a lot of players out of the Denver locker room, nobody's feeling like they're going to be winning anything anytime soon. So it kind of shows to him of what matters to him at this point in his career. If you got a question about whether Clark's about the money or about trying to go out there and get another championship, I'd kind of say that that's an indicator he's trying to go out there and get another championship, which I think is a pretty cool thing. Because we got a lot of players that, tend to just lean in that direction of give me every last cent I can get. I don't care where I got to go play. Mark Harbicorn, thank you for reminding that. Please do hit that like button if you guys like what you're listening to. And, if you want to sub up, it's not the worst of options, It's not the worst thing you'll do with your day. Put a big smile on my face, sub up. We're on the precipice of 14,000 subscribers. It does help. If even more Seahawks with an 18-week season, we should have the deadline at week 9 or 10. Yeah, it should have been extended already. And it sucks that it's not given a little more time. I guess the NFL, the reason that they don't do that is because they're trying to avoid tanking. And that they think that if they set it later, they'll get teams that'll be more willing to go that approach of it. But it does suck because you end up having more teams in sort of we don't want to sell mode, which just limits the number of players on the open market to go out there and find. Like it says, Clark signings and nothing burger. Probably better versus the run than Taylor, but meh. It's not moving a move that's going to move the needle a lot, but it may have been the best option out there. And raising 5 kiddos, I'd like to do a second rounder for DeForest Buckner too. I don't think the Colts are in sell mode though. And that's what you need to make that move happen. They got to be willing to let him go. Empower says, purely due to the throwbacks, I feel like we can't or aren't supposed to lose for some reason. It's just too special of an occasion. I don't know if I'm delusional. I'll tell you, man, the players say, look good, play good. That's what they tell us. And they're going to be looking at themselves in the threads in the mirror with those tight colors. And they're going to be like, yeah, hell yeah. And then I can't blame them. I'd be too. I mean, it's got to add an extra 5 bump to all the powers. You're a 93 on your speed for the day. Oh, you just became a 94 for speed for the day. Your quickness grade's an 84. Oh, 86 today. Jersey's going to make you a little faster. Think fast, play fast. But I hope so in Power Code. We really do need to come away with this win, especially if we are going to be facing a Cleveland Brown team that is going to be diminished as they appear they are going to be. It's no Chubb. Potentially even their backup running back position is going to be a little bit dicey. And then you don't know where you're going to be at with Deshaun Watson. I would say this is when you'd love to get this done because the Ravens are looking as strong as we thought they would be. I think the Cowboys is going to be a tough game. No doubt about it with the Niners and the Eagles. Those are going to be some games in there where you're like, man, if we can just split through that whole section, I'd feel good about that. A Logic Extra, we didn't have to trade for Frank Clark. So this is not a trade. He's a street free agent. No cost, except for what we have to pay him. As the Gamers is also Sam Darnold playing on Sunday for the Niners. Indeed, with the Monday night game, there may not be enough time, or there doesn't appear to be enough time there for Purdy to clear the concussion protocol. And so that does mean that we're going to get the Darnold action out there for the Niners. And Darnold goes out there and balls out. Does he start to cause a little bit of question out there in Niner land? Does there start to be a little bit of a quarterback competition? Because certainly when he didn't have all his playmakers out there, Purdy did not exactly look the same. But Mueller says, spoon for president. You put the petition together, I'll sign it, Brett. Simon says, what's up, 12s? Guess I wasn't wrong on Clark after all. You nailed it. Nailed it. Be more Seahawks finally behind enemy lines. Can't wait. I'm stoked. I'm glad I got the response out there. And Megan, you got to text me on a Ravens channel I got to reach out to. Text me on which one I got to reach for next week so I can start setting that up. Get these people on point. Power Code says the Niners could lose 3 in a row. Laugh my ass off. Talk about a fall from grace. It's not slanting in the right direction. There's this thing we talk about too when people worry about where the team is early and not being right on all of their P's and Q's yet looking good overall. Is you want to ideally be building up to your strongest point at the end of the year. We'll see if the Niners can't get back to that spot. I think what it does show a little bit is that, as we've spoken about, I'm not the only one. Many of you in the chat are the same way, and you're feeling on this, which is that it's a top-heavy team. The legs beneath it are like those little thin legs on those chairs that are then having way too much weight on the top side, and they kind of, any kind of weight on them, and they get a little bit like this. Where you're like, is that thing going to hold? And they're the same way. You've got this structure of guys, Kittle and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and Fred Warner and Bosa. And it's like these collection of these guys, you lose 2 of those parts from your realm. You lose 3 of those parts from that top heaviness, and the team is reduced in what it looks like on the field. And that's what we thought. And this is because they can't drive as much depth as they have in the past, because they're in a point of this window, this Super Bowl window, where it's not at the end point, but it's getting down to the end. And as we ourselves started to feel when we were getting to the end of the LOB era, 2016, you start to feel the full weight of those contracts hit the books. And that starts to attack your depth. And especially now with 17 game seasons and long years, you need your depth. But I don't think the Niners are done. And I think it's just them going through a bump in the road so far this year. I think those guys are going to be due to return that they have lost. And they will still be a dangerous team. Dangerous team to deal with. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Garth says, what? How did Frank Clark, Black Elvis nickname escape me? I'm pumped for this signing now. And congrats on 3 months, Leland. I'll be on the wagon soon. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 donation. And indeed, Clark said he was mic'd up in one game, I think, and was calling himself Black Elvis on the sideline throughout the game for some random reason. I don't know if he was like helping guys get sacks in the game or something, and it was during Christmas or whatever. I think it was like the Chiefs game, if I'm not mistaken, the one we played at home. But that's what I think what he called himself. We've had I think Frank was doing it too as a thing on the, because wasn't, yeah, I forget, but yeah, it's a hilarious nickname. Very much fits, Garth, for Mr. Clark. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 dono. Says, Clark the Shark is back, swimming in Seatown waters. The band is getting back together again. The band is back in town. Band is back in town. I wish I could use that audio right now, without getting ripped. Such a cool track, 48 hours, you know. Guess who just got in today? Love that. It's still a good song. Still holds up. I know it's been probably played out, and it's true. But we need that song right now. God, I wish YouTube would let me use that music. Have Frank with doing like the smile thing like to the camera, and then have Jaron smiling back at him at the camera. Yeah. Oh, hell. But thank you, Wu-Tang, for the $5 donation. And indeed, the band's back, man. That old chemistry's back and cooking, hopefully. Get those guys running stunts and twists. And hey, Jaron. Yeah, what's up, Frank? Let's do the old hoobity-woobity-doobity. I like the hoobity-woobity-doobity. Me too. Let's make it work. All right. What did they just do? I don't know. That's like two men that have been working together for years that have compiled this strange new era kind of twist and stunt that we've never quite seen. My God, how do we deal with that? I don't know. Let's hope so. Jesse Moad, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Jesse. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for jumping aboard the nest. Nicholas Newton, appreciate you for the $2 donation. Says, Watson has been ruled out for Sunday. Well, there it is. Thank you for the update, Nicholas. I appreciate you for that, as well as the donation. And we indeed now have an update. We're getting the PJ man. No, I didn't say PB. I didn't say PB and J. This is not peanut butter and jelly. No, PJ. PJ Walker. And don't overlook the Walkman, okay? PJ is the mighty flinger of Hail Marys. This was the man that threw a ball 72 yards in the air. What was it, a year ago? Hail Mary pass, DJ Moore back in the end zone, Atlanta. Hail Mary heard round the world is what they called it. That's what we got to deal with. May almost be tougher at times to deal with MPJ Walker than what it would have been to deal with Watson, though Watson's not exactly light the world on fire. And it's nice, the Hawks having an opportunity to play against a guy in Dobbs this past week that's going to play probably very similarly to PJ Walker. And that a lot of read option stuff and, you know, a lot of quarterback keeper stuff. So you've at least had kind of a week of working on this already prior now to take this in. But that's good. That's good. The Hawks are going to be favored in this game, and I know it's going to be a close game, and that defense is going to be legit, and Myles Garrett's going to give us problems. But you are in better shape coming into this game than where the Browns are, I think, overall, when you weigh everything together on this. And so this should be a win. And, man, you do need this W. 5-2 to then start to go into that row of the Ravens, Eagles, Niners, Cowboys game. You know, get through that, split through that, and then clear out the back end of the schedule. Take care of the Rams, take care of the Cards, take care of the Titans, and you'll be up around that 12-win mark. Which, with the Niners playing the way they're playing, that might just win you the division. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, what do you think about a third or fourth for Derek Brown and hope he can be our nose tackle for the future? I would do the deal in an instant, Thaddeus. I think that they would want more than that for Derek Brown, a guy that they took in the top 10 of the draft a couple of years ago, but a guy that I do believe is probably a top 12 defensive tackle in this sport. And he doesn't give you a lot as far as pass rush goes, but he's a really, really good run defender, immovable. He can legitimately take on double team blocks and hold up relatively well against them, hold his ground. So it certainly, I think, would cost you more than a third, but being where we are at right now with the nose tackle position, there's really not a future there outside of a Cam Young that we look at. So bringing in a Derek Brown would be a big upgrade. It would help the defensive line. If they would be willing to do it, if Carolina's in the mode of doing it, I'd certainly do it. The only way I can think of the third or fourth thing coming into play is if, I'm not sure he's even due to be a free agent yet. I think he's got one more year on his rookie deal. So I don't think you're even doing a rental thing at that point, which is why I think they would want more than that, Thaddeus. He's a really good player. And those defensive tackles, as we've seen with how many gotten paid over the last year and a half, they become valuable and they become expensive when you do want to keep them retained. So, but that also could be something that causes them to move him in a trade because he doesn't provide you some of that pass rush you might get from a LaRon Payne or a Quentin Williams or a Jonathan Allen. So you're going, well, do we want to pay that kind of high money mark for a guy that's really just a run stuffing nose tackle? It's an interesting deal there for Carolina in their situation with him because they obviously would like to probably offload some of those defensive assets over to the offensive side to better help their young quarterback that they're trying to get along. Thank you, though, Thaddeus, for that $5 donation. I love where your head's at, man, and I'm certainly down to make that move. I don't think they will make that move for the record, but I think Carolina probably ends up holding on to him because they're not going to get their value back in return for him. Because indeed, I think the best somebody's going to offer him is a second-round pick, and that's just a tough pill to swallow for a guy that I think was taken 7th overall a couple of years ago, and who has been a good player. It's not like he's been just a disappointment and a bust for them. He's good, really good. But thank you, though, man. Appreciate you for that. You guys are very kind. Brett, have a great night, Brando. You too, Brett. Appreciate you. Sijan says 49ers got Darnold starting. Can we tie for the division? I believe that the division right now, it's kind of one of those weird things. Technically, you're tied, Sijan, but I think technically, even if they lose, they would be a little ahead of us because we have a divisional loss, which they don't have at the moment, which I think is the tiebreaker when you don't have the head-to-head. But yeah, essentially, we would be. Essentially. Mike Skinner says, bold take here. We get 7 sacks this game on PJ and pick him off 2 times as the offense finds its groove in a blowout win as Myles Garrett finds out he can't do it all on his own. Ooh, I love that prediction, Mike, and I hope you are correct, man. It's going to be tough on the sacks because I don't know how many times they're going to have PJ dropping back to throw in this game versus trying to just have their offense be very conservative and just sort of eat clock, control the time of possession. But I love your prediction. Love it. Johnny Utah says Cleveland D played like garbage last week. Don't think they'll overlook us like they did Indy. Yeah, it does seem like, doesn't it, Johnny? A little bit of maybe their performance last week with Indy was a little bit of that human nature thing of you're playing the Colts and you've got Gardner Minshew and you're like, yeah, we got this. We can sleepwalk through this. And that maybe they didn't all kind of bring the A game on the defensive side of the ball because of that last week. I think that's a solid point. And Youngt, yeah, definitely could turn into a defensive battle this weekend. You could see this game being one of those teens, 17-13, 14-10 kind of games. Definitely we're going to get the Browns' best effort after the way they played last week. Vanelli says that run of games, 2 versus San Francisco, 1 versus the Eagles, 1 for the Cowboys, going to be tough. Yeah, I even kind of put the Ravens game in there. I mean, that's that is the row right there. That is the spot where nobody should be having the expectation when we're coming through those collective 5 games, 5-0. If we do, you can all be like totally in the Super Bowl hype mode, and I ain't going to try to back you down. You go 5-0 through that run, it's like just start polishing the Lombardi. Just go already and put our name into the nameplate, please. We'll get to it soon. But getting through there with a good split would be nice. 3-2 would be kind of, I think, the best expectation for what we could expect through that run, especially considering we have as part of that run of games. I think you've got three games in 15 days. I mean, that's gonna be challenging. The Mellow 1987 says Frank Clark's a solid player. He indeed was so last year, and he's been a relatively solid player throughout. He's got some holes, some things not as good, but for being in a rotational role where you're not going to overplay him too much, he should be just fine for that. Johnny says if our O-line is still musical chairs, when we hit the meaty part of the schedule, the D better pitch a shutout. Yeah, it's going to get hard once we get the meat of the schedule if the O-line still in the same place. You do hope guys start getting healthy here, and we get at some point here an update with Lucas of where he's at. Scott Lundstad says no more trades from the Hawks this season. That would be indeed if Scott, I had to put my money on if they were going to make a bet or make a trade or not going forward. I indeed would put all of my chips in on not making a trade. I agree with you. Luke Britt says I want Britt back. I don't know if they're looking at down that lane. Finale 2-2 wouldn't be bad either. Trey Griff says, Yo, B, if Clark played bad even to get cut, what does Pete see in him to bring him back? Desperateness? Well, let's remember with the cut thing, and he may not have been playing good. That might be correct about the Denver experience there, but he went to Denver and said, let's tear up the contract and you let me just go free of this mess. We'll learn very quickly about what Clark has or does not have left in the tank once he gets here. There's no hiding it on a football field if you don't have it no more. It's a low risk move here, Trey, in that you're signing him, but there's no guarantee for a full season in this signing. They'll sign him to a contract, but if you come in for a couple weeks and he's dog water, then you'll just cut him out, and you're a couple game checks on the hook for Clark at that point. It doesn't cost you anything via trade, so it is the epitome of a low cost, high reward kind of maneuver, which makes it hard to kind of pick apart too much. You get Malik McDowell. Oh, Lord. Megan, where's the Zorn card? He's right below me now, Megan. He's actually in better view here, so he's right. I got him on the Largent board because Largent's in that shot too with him there. And I pulled my desk in a little closer. That's why the shot looks a little bit different here. So I wanted to tighten things up quite. I got the green screen on the backside, so I want to start taking advantage of that and getting more of a coverage area on the green screen. So tighten this shot up a little bit here. And but yeah, he's right there. He's right there. Right there. And soon I'll be getting hopefully a new camera. Something that's a little tighter. The stewardess says, why chase Chase? Well, as Alexander says, he's an absolute specimen and a dog. Ow! She got me. James, if he could be as productive as Jaron Reed is, would be awesome. Go Hawks. Yeah, let's remember, and for those folks too, that and I'm not necessarily high on Frank Clark, but before we come to the conclusion that Frank Clark's not anything good, let's go back again. Just take a little bit of a peek here. PFF scores, 716 snaps with KC last year, 67 grade. That's not bad. He's bad last year. If he's just out and out, just horrible, then those scores aren't that good. And you really can't take much from Denver because that's an S show. And he only played 36 snaps. That's a sample size. So I think there's a little bit more there in the tank. But you never know. You may have a bit of a rejuvenation here like Jaron Reed's had coming back home. Power Coach says, I'm scared of backup quarterbacks. PJ Walker's giving him some Colt McCoy PTSD. I know he's bad, but how can I ignore this historical president? It is there. I think PJ is a little bit more akin to the guy that we had last week in Dobbs, where there's arm throwing limitations at play. He's going to try to do a lot with his mobility. When it's been the backup quarterbacks in the past that have given us a hard time, it's the guys that, yeah, they might have some mobility, but they're really getting it done with their brain. Think Andy Dalton this with the Panthers, or think Colt McCoy when he was with the Giants or with the Cardinals, where he was just back there able to sort of just pick you apart, dink and dunk you to death. I don't know that that's as much PJ Walker's claim to fame. Alan says Frank Clark's got unfinished business in Seattle. I like that. Femi says, hey, B, if I don't know if you use Largent for your luck jersey, could you put on a throwback jersey for our throwback game? I've only got one, so I'm going to have to use the Largent jersey for this one. I'm kind of feeling like we need this win now. Like, this is becoming more and more of a feeling of this might be kind of a must win a bit because of the nature of where the schedule's going into the future here. So I'm going to maybe have to do it. Yeah, good suggestion, man. Great suggestion. Stuart says if Frank can just show up for the Niner games, he'll be well worth it. Amen, Stuart. Don't need a lot. Just give us a lot of that little bit that you got. Addis is Sweat and Young want contracts if we traded for one of them. Yeah, and that's something you just can't. That's a no-go ground for us. Standard Champion, I'm glad they didn't reach for a player they probably wouldn't be able to afford to keep next year or give up any draft capital. I'm okay with it too, Standard Champion. I was okay on a rental deal with Sweat and Young because the thing that I consider with this is that if you go and make a move for Sweat and Young, and as you say, Standard Champion, you have to then let him walk because you can't afford him. You've already paid Uchenna. You have your 2 second-round picks here already. Well, then it's not like you just lose that third-round pick that you gave up for nothing. First, the third-round pick you probably give up is a late third-round pick because it's going to be our native one. Then you're going to probably get a compensatory pick back when that guy goes in free agency and signs a big monster deal. Because this year, we're not likely to be dipping our toe into the free agent waters too heavily because we don't have a whole hell of a lot of cap space to do so. So that could have been a way they played this a little bit if they wanted to. Orbit Plays says, as a Bronco fan, I'm happy y'all got our losing curse. We gave away Randy Gregory to the Niners. They lost 2 in a row. I'm excited to see y'all lose. Don't count us down quite yet. We've got a special kind of chemistry out here that can overcome curses. We've got a voodoo priestess that sits at the head of the building for anyone who enters. She'll cleanse him and sage. It'll be all good. Day says it's quarterbacks that take everything underneath that we got to worry about. There we go. McCoy, Dalton, that dude from the Rams. Exactly. I don't know if that's PJ Walker as much. I still got to watch a little bit of the tape on the Browns. I haven't gone deep. I'm going to do that tonight after the show. Just watch a couple of their games this year and get a little bit more of a feel for where they're at. Tommy says, I don't know why we didn't just have Bobo play edge. Have you seen his footwork? Bobo knows. We got a Bo Bro in the house. He does know, though. Moss says, I saw Kenny McIntosh at practice. We do have a Kenny signing. Great note, boss. Glad to hear it. It's very good to hear. Alexander says, why can't we give Young a contract? We just paid Uchenna. Mafe is eventually going to need a contract. So it works a little bit like this, I would say, Alexander. You paid Uchenna this big market deal. Now you're going to have Young and Montez Sweat. They're going to want to make over $20 million per year. You did just draft 2 second-round picks. You still have Darrell Taylor for another year of club control after this. So now you go, where do those guys get playing time now? What if those guys are ready to develop and have an impact, but you put your money already in Young, and now you're keeping a player off the field who's really useful, really good, and cheap and young, and you've already spent this big amount of money because you thought you had to do that on the other end. I don't think that you're driven as much to feel like you need to do that from a Hawks standpoint. You can afford to pay one, and they'll eventually afford to pay Mafe, but I don't know if you're going to be, I don't think that they would look to have both at the same time. I think they would want to allocate the resources in other places, especially understanding that they're spending as much money as they are at the safety position. They're going to want to get the Brooks deal done, I think, this offseason. They're going to try to bring him back, and that's going to cost a load. I just don't see it in the way you'd try to balance the budget on this one. I don't see how it would balance to fit him in. If you didn't have maybe a Draymond Jones contract on the books, you could do it, but you do. I just don't think we can't can't make it work from a load balance thing. I could be wrong on that, Alexander, but that's how it feels. Alexander says we can trade Young, no problem if we trade Disley. If you had somebody that wanted to trade for Disley, that's something that I would take. I don't know. He's going to want $20 million a year. That's significantly more than Disley's making right now. Orbit, I know as a Denver fan, you're deep in the curse game right now. I know you're deep in that, but you ain't going to make that. You don't, I feel like in the Ricky Bobby movie here, don't put that evil on us. I understand if we took you for a ride on the draft picks. Okay. I know we did you dirty. All right. We stole your wallet. We took your kids. We took your wife, your furniture. We didn't even leave you an ice cube tray. Yeah. We were cold-blooded about it. All right. I know we did that. And I would love to apologize to you, but I'm loving these draft picks, so I can't. But no, you're not putting your curse on us. It does not apply. Trade DK for Buckner second. Yeah, there's no way I'm trading DK. I know we got a lot of Boboites and Bobros in the house, and I love Bobo as much as the next guy, but there is a difference between the talent levels of Bobo and DK. Alexander says, need Derek Hall to step up like we drafted him to, regardless of who else we can acquire? Yeah. Remember with this though too, Alexander, let me remember how impressive Boye Mafe is looking right now. You know, Boye Mafe didn't look like this last year. And there is a rich history when you look at defensive ends coming out of the second round that don't give you a whole hell of a lot of production their first year. They can give you some small flashes, but they do have a tendency of needing kind of that year to figure it out a little bit. And I think I would love to see him step up. Don't get me wrong, Alexander, I would. I just think that the expectation level to think that he has to right now, not necessarily. Because like we saw with Boye, if he goes through this first year performing like Boye did in his first year and then comes back that next year and takes those kind of steps forward or those, goes forward in that way that Boye has, we're going to be perfectly happy with that. It'd be nice if it happened, but it is hard to count on rookies. It's hard to count on rookies, especially when you start talking about more of an expansive role rather than a limited one as the fourth guy in the pass rush rotation. James says only two players have more sacks in the playoffs than Frank Clark since 1982. Go Hawks. It's a real thing. It's amazing when the lights turn on, when the lights get light. When the lights get bright, he turns on. Tom Eden says Purdy and percussion protocol, aka bench by no shenanigans. That's right. $7.5 for Frank Clark. Where are people getting that? There's no way we played 7.5 for Frank Clark. I'm trying to see if you got that from the. So there's a $5.45 million deal he signed with Denver, but they tore that deal up. There's no way. So yeah, he's the 7.5. I don't know where that's coming from. This is going to be nearly a veteran minimum deal. He might make like $2 million throughout the rest of this year. Yeah, Tommy, it's going to be low. It's going to be low. Pumpkin is full of energy tonight. She's bouncing around. Please says, I wanted Brian Burns, but Frank Clark's okay. It's a consolation prize. Snail says, Pete says, McIntosh is expected to return to practice this week. There we go. Sajin, once the O-line is healthy and Geno is able to spread the ball around more, I think we're good. Waldron needs to change the look of the plays because it all looks the same if anyone noticed. It does. Some of that's built into the designs, and the point on that McVay's offense is to show you the same look over and over again and then run all these different looks out of that same, run all these different plays out of the same look. More pre-snap motion would be great, but more creativity being employed would be nice too at times. But I agree. I think once the O-line gets healthy, Geno's going to be in a lot better shape and able to spread the ball around. It's definitely one of the places that'll show itself. I agree, Sacred Cacti. They got to protect Geno with some of the play calling. Some of these plays, watching it back on the All-22, are just kind of not, they're silly play calls. The design is weird. The Geno roll out to the left on the interception. It's 3rd and 4. Why do you want to reduce down the amount of potential guys that he can go through on his progressions? It doesn't, you only need 4 yards. There's some plays in there that are just head scratchers. Ben K says, really, can't the Hawks do better than Frank Clark? I don't know that they can right now at this point, Ben. Kind of if you get a chance, go definitely to the top of the show. I go through all the options that I think are kind of out there in general, but the bottom line deal on this is that there's not a lot of team in sell mode. There's not a lot of team in sell mode that have good edges that are going to help us out. It's seller's market. You got a signed bubble card, Orbit? I think it might be worth some money here pretty soon. Casey, yeah, Sean Payton doesn't seem very much fun right now. I might want to get there too. Alex says, is this news true, Frank Clark? It's true, Alex. Your eyes do not lie. They do not besiege you. Why do I? Losing Nowsu puts Seahawks in a rough spot. Nowsu is under contract for 3 more years and have 2 second-round picks on rookie deals. Hard to balance this year's needs without eating into future resources. It's true. It's a good way of putting it, man. This is where you come to why more of a low-risk, low-cost option like Frank makes sense. Because you are trying to think about that into the future a little bit on how do you balance this. And you did sign Nowsu to a mighty big contract. Stewart, he called himself, I think, Black Elvis. I can't remember why he did. Not sure. DVD Forever, sorry, just got here. Do we sign Frank Clark officially? I don't know if it's official, but we are signing him. And he is a free agent. So no trade cost, just free agency all the way. Dio, can we pick up Bruce Irvin too, maybe? They could if they wanted to. I don't think that they will, though. Bruce has said that if they ever want to call him off the couch, he'll be ready. Tommy, I wonder what Frank will have. I think Draymond has 55 right now. Probably be like 57. 56 is taken too. Tolkien's pencil. Frank loved the 12s. He'll give it his all. He will indeed. He'll play hard, I think. Alan says Seahawks making all the right moves. I've always trusted Pete Carroll and John Schneider. They're doing well. Stuart says Frank can't thrive without 55. I see what you did there, Frank Stuart. That's awesome. Frank can't thrive without 55. Snail from B, from what I read, it sounded like Clark wanted to play somewhere with a better culture than winning. Culture than anything. Chris Jones was trying to get him back to KC, then got the opportunity to come home. This is where people were coming to me going, well, he's just, why did no one else want him? And that's a little bit of, let's flip this narrative. I'm glad you bring this up, Snail. Like, let's flip this narrative on some of the people that I'm hearing on in the chat saying, well, nobody else wanted him. We're just taking the secondhand goods that are basically in the dumpster, and we're like taking it out of the dumpster, and we're like trying to wipe the dirt and the mud off of it, and then we're going to take a bite of it. No. This guy's still got some value throughout the league, but he also has a little bit of choice on where he goes. And he did a move that players never do. They never go to their team and say, tear this contract up. They never go to them and say, hey, Broncos, I've got a $5.4 million deal on a 1-year deal right now that you can't get out of. I'm going to get every last dollar in my pocket of that. Let's take 2/3 of that and just throw it to the air. You can take that right out of my pocket just to allow me to be a free agent to do just what the snail is talking about, going to a winning culture, going to a place where he has an opportunity to win. Because maybe at this point, and especially a guy that's had that heavy taste of winning, to have that opportunity to do it again and get back to it's got to be addicting. It's got to be hard to be in a losing culture like Denver's and where they're at right now on the other end of that. I wouldn't want to sit in that either as I'm watching my career wind down, knowing how short NFL careers are, knowing I got the money already in the bank. What's the extra $2.5 million going to mean to me at the end of the day versus the misery of sitting here this season? All these things are signs to the fact that it's not him just suddenly being a secondhand guy. You're going to the outlet store here to get Frank Clark. This is not saying he's going to be a really good player, but he does have some value that he still does provide. Church says, I'm putting 50 on the Hawks. Fairly confident we're going to beat the Browns and make some people question their defense. They're due for some big plays. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Put your money where your mouth is. I'm going to have to try to do that too, Church. Him and Jones will wrestle for the number. That'd be funny. 2 minutes. Whoever wins gets the jersey. Jace is kind of mad we won't see Frank Clark in throwbacks. He deserves it. That would be cool to see him in there. Yeah, Tommy, I don't think it'll be higher than maybe $1 million, maybe $2 million. Nothing beyond that. Addis says Donald could struggle too. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see. Some of that might depend on if Donald's going to have success against Cincinnati in that game with that pass rush. If Cincy's got no Trent Williams that they're having to deal with, as we saw this last week, you're going to be under a lot more pressure as a Niner quarterback at that point than you would otherwise. And Donald doesn't do the best when he's under pressure. Dolkin said, funny, Purdy got a concussion after 2 bad games. Yeah, that was a little weird on the timing, huh? You think Tolkien Shanahan's like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say you got a concussion, but you've been playing like crap, and I don't want to watch it anymore. So I'm going to put in Donald, and that's what we're going to tell people, okay? And I don't really want to hear what you got to say on the other end of that. Okay, coach. Tommy says 49ers are kind of screwed without Debo. Teams have one less thing to shut down, and it shows. Yeah, that's the combination. No Debo, no Trent Williams in that game. That's that top-heavy nature to things here. Okay. And I think they're a different team when that turns into the case. Italian Knight. Watson got that guaranteed money and retired in the uniform. I've wondered a little of that myself, Italian Knight. They're saying this whole shoulder thing is legit and all that, but boy, he had some moments last week where you're watching him move around back there where you're like, is this guy just kind of phoning it in? I mean, it is a guaranteed contract. That's the whole worry that these NFL franchises have about guaranteed deals is, do we really want to do that? Because this is what this could lead to. What was it? Sorry, I missed a thing there. Alex says free agent. They still cost money as far as I know. They do, but people are asking in the question about Scott from the standpoint of, is it costing us draft capital in a trade? Which it's not. It does cost some money, but it's not going to be significant, especially almost halfway into the season now at this point. For me, I do remember when some of us wanted Watson last year. Very smart not to make that move. Steve says this was about the best we could do after losing Uchenna. I'd love to see us sign some more depth pieces. Yeah, I think this was probably going to end up turning out to be the best option we could hope out there as far as the edge goes. And being that case, it's maybe not the perfect option, but it's the old Rolling Stones, You can't get what you want, but you get what you need. Maybe that's going to be the case here. Power code, we were so desperate. I still remember the Baker Mayfield rumors. Gives me shivers. Yeah, I'm glad we avoided that one. I am very glad we avoided that one. Tommy says, I kind of think Baker would have done well here in this system. Remember, him coming in for the Rams last year and showing out right off the bus. Glad we didn't, but he would have liked this system. Yeah, he would have liked it. But again, too, Tommy, it's, they didn't necessarily hold on to him this offseason either. They were like, let's get off Stafford and go to this Baker as the QB of the future, But, he wasn't bad for them. And he's been all right for the Buccaneers. He's just, man, I don't know. I just can't with him. Weston, Hawks Nest, looking for a Ravens channel, are you? Isn't Top Billins a Ravens fan? I'm sure he'd charge you for collab, though. Laugh my ass off. I don't work for free. Yeah, I don't know. I think isn't he Eagles or Falcons or he's got a couple that he follows, I think. But yeah, I don't think that he'd be big on doing the collab thing. I think he's pretty anti-collab. But I do got to find a Ravens channel. Philly fan. There we go. That's what it was. Yeah, he's mainly a Philly fan. Game time. Our defensive game is wild. We got a great defensive roster around in shape right now. Game time, and you can kind of see the plan all coming to fruition now that you got Jamal back in there with Witherspoon rolling. It's all working right. Power Code says, Brando, you could be a stand-up comedian, I swear. Oh, man, you're very kind, brother. Very kind. You guys always keep me laughing too, man. And Tolkien, what Seahawks were on the team this year? Frank left. Bobby and Tyler for sure. Oh, which ones are left? Whew. Boy, that's a good question. Not many. Yeah, I don't even think Disley was here. So I do think you're pretty much Tyler and Bobby. Certainly DK wasn't. Yeah. Sure. DVD Forever says, fair use says you're supposed to be allowed up to 15 seconds of licensed audio. YouTube says, F that. Yeah, they're super strict on that stuff. They let you get away with like video clips from movies for a couple seconds more than they'll let you get away with the audio stuff, which sucks because like when I do some of the videos I'd like to do, there's like, I would love to just be able to take like an awesome riff sequence, from a great song, like right as it's about to go into like a heavy, for a moment, but can't do it. They lock that thing down. The gate castle walls close and they ain't letting you in. I get that the artists are trying to get paid, but it feels like there could be some happy medium for use without, being completely cut out of it. I know what you mean, that the DVD. Yeah. Licensed, copywritten. They should just let you license it for a certain fee, and then artists could get paid on the percentage of that. That's too inventive. DVD Forever, will Clark be able to play this Sunday? Clark can play. I think if you get Wednesdays, if the signing happens by Wednesday, I think that the player is eligible to play on Sunday technically. Ada says that Pete says Clark's expected to play. So he has been in game shape. He did the training camp there with Denver. This isn't like the Irvin situation where you're signing him off the couch and he hasn't moved anywhere in the last 3 weeks. So he's going to be in the shape to ready to go. And you're not going to ask him to run out there for 40 snaps. He'll probably get like 20 snaps out there, get his feet wet, keep the guys a little bit fresh throughout the course of the game. So we do get throwback Frank. Let's go. Brandon, any thoughts or details on Falui, the nose tackle, practicing now? I don't have a lot of view on him. a lot of background I've looked at him with, Brian, to be honest with you. So I don't know how he even gets to an active point or where he's going to be in the grand scheme of things. He probably goes back to the practice squad when it's all said and done. Because, yeah, I just think that'll be where he goes. I think Brian Monet becomes your nose tackle. Cameron Young's back to full health. Jaron's still running. If one of those guys went down, then he might come more to the forefront. But I'm not too familiar with him. Chris Cam says, I think the XO broadcast should only play 90 songs during the game. That'd be cool. Vox broadcast. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I like it too. I like when they do the grunge stuff. Like little Alice in Chains, little Soundgarden, there's a little Nirvana as they go to the commercial breaks when they're in Seattle. I kind of dig that they do that. Maybe sometimes there's some mix a lot in there. Show the love, right? We got a lot of bands. Got a lot of bands you can go through. Snail says, we're a half game back, so if we win and they lose, we would be ahead of them. Let's go. That's right, on the Niners. I forgot about that. Because they haven't had their bye week. That's right. Jay-Z Den, did we get Taylor Swift's reaction to the signing? She jumped up and down and clapped her hands. That's what I saw in the video. Tommy says they'll just play Nirvana and cut to people throwing fish at Pike Place. They've gotten so lazy. They even get the same shot at Pike Place, don't they, Tommy? It's always that shot from the side with the front thing with the fish in front of them and then the people in the back. And it's from the perspective of the fish thrower standing right there. They don't even try to get like a unique angle. Yeah. I'd have some fun with it if I was the cameraman. Like I'd set up, be like, okay, hold your hands here. And I'm going to put the camera here. And then I want the catch to come right where the fish seems like it's coming right at the camera on the catch. But no, they do the lazy thing every time. King says, hard to say. PJ did carve us up when we faced him in Carolina. Are we a different team then? Yeah, but don't underestimate the backup quarterbacks. They tend to hand us on a platter as of recently. We've had some issues with them in recent years past. I think there is some changes here to this recent scheme. And the changes in the scheme will allow you to maybe be a little bit stronger against these kind of QBs. But I'm not expecting an easy challenge against PJ Walker this week either. He will test us. He's a quality backup in this league. Standard Champion says it's human nature to dismiss the Colts. It is. It is. We'd love to think of these guys as pros and getting up every week and putting out their best foot forward. But I've heard many of you guys lamenting in recent weeks about why some of these games happen that don't make any sense with some of these teams losing, where it's like, how did that loss even, how? And it's like, this is just, these teams don't necessarily always get up every week like you think they would. You know, there is a little bit of difference, especially if you're a really good team and you tend to win a lot of games. It seems like that there's just more of an opening at that point to kind of having a little bit of a lull, especially about this time in the season when you get almost around a mid-year point. Why do I said this every week for the last 4 weeks, and it's truer every week. Witherspoon is the best player on the Hawks. Even PFF now agrees with me having Spoon as the highest graded cornerback in the NFL. Just a fact. I've been open to it. Why do I? For sure. And I think you can make a strong argument that is indeed the case right now. He's the highest rated player at any given position on this team. And, far along so, right? So, yeah, I think it's certainly going to that point. It certainly is a fact. He's having one of the best all-time rookie years we've ever seen for a rookie cornerback. I know it's only a small amount of games, but he has been a bright, shiny star in every single one of these football games. And he's doing everything all over the football field, tackling, blitzing, getting sacks, getting interceptions, hitting guys all over the place, being a factor in the run game. There's nothing you can pick apart about this guy's game so far. And Alex, sorry, took me a little long to get your answer on that. We get a lot of people in the chat tonight, so it sometimes takes me a little longer to get to the questions on this, but I do try to answer on everybody on this. Jay-Z Denton says in Cleveland's defense, the refs were on their side. That's true. Boy, last week you had a lot of games. You hear about some of the people talking about that Falcons-Tampa Bay game. and the blown calls in that one. There's a lot more of the calls for the refs to full time do this. Nathan Rice, do you think the Hawks will beat the Browns even though the Browns are number 1 in yards allowed? I think that us playing at home would give us the edge on this game with now no Deshaun Watson. I think it will be a close game, Nathan. I think it's going to probably be a low scoring game, but I would give us the nose on that. Not having to deal with Nick Chubb, not having to deal with Deshaun Watson. Their defense is dangerous as hell. It is, but that makes me feel a lot better about the situation. Michael Crowhurst excited about the contract. Love it, Michael. For flank. DVD if we lose this game, I'm blaming Russell Wilson. Stephen Coleman says Frank Clark is back. Let's go. Let's go. Frank's back. Tommy says Browns is going to be tougher than you think. Good defense, running game, mid quarterback who can also run through. That usually gives us some trouble. I think it's going to be a tough game. I think it's going to be a fight. And that defense is legitimate. And I do think that I don't think Colts exposed them last week. I think they still are legitimate. They just didn't maybe take them fully seriously. Jesse Moad says Young has not earned $20 million a year. Probably not. But will there be somebody willing, if he goes out and has a 12, 13 sack year this year, which he's about on pace for, was somebody going to be willing to pay him that money at that point? Probably. It only takes one team. Michael, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to bring in another veteran edge to at least stash away in the practice squad. I wouldn't be against it. Don't know if the team's going to do it, though. I think they like what they have in Tyreek Smith, and Levi Bell is that sort of back-end guy if it gets that down to that lean. It's hard to stash that deep to the practice squad like that. But we'll see. Ethan says, looking back at it now, how do you feel about us taking Julian Love over Ryan Neal? I think Julian Love is overall a better player than Ryan Neal because he has more versatility. And I do think he's better in coverage. I think Neal had a really good graded year last year and played out of his mind. I don't know if that was representative of how he would have played going forward. I'm okay with them making the choice of Love over Neal, though. It's freeing up Jamal to be able to get down by the box instead of having to play into that cover 2 high situation more often than not, which is good. Snail says Bobo's the Lockett replacement, not a DK replacement. That's my feeling on it as well. I would look more of a down long-term to that. Why do I don't buy into the cap strap thing for any 1 year. When will we learn the cap is super flexible? How many times have we seen way over the cap teams make moves? JSN has rooms to make move in 2024. Yeah, he does have moves. I think there's a difference, why of going into an offseason when you might have, let's say, $50 million of money to spend versus having, as we're right now, set up to have $7 million of money to spend. So I think when there's there's a difference between those two things. Those two things aren't the same. And we've had off seasons recently where we've had $50 million. This next off season, we're due to have about $7 million. Do I expect the cap to go up more money? Yeah, and that's going to give you some more cap space. Do I expect that is there a plethora of moves that they can make to create a whole lot of more space beyond that? Not really. You can cut your Disley, you can cut your Brian Monet, but you've kind of worked yourself with the conversion of base to bonus on a few of these contracts into next season to not really put yourself in a position to make those kind of cuts at that point. And if you did, they would be pretty painful. Whatever you might gain on the extra end by freeing up that money, you're going to be losing quite a bit on the front. So yeah, teams can always, I'm big on this with people being able to, teams to be able to be creative, but you are generally informed in your strategy for next offseason, knowing that right now you only have $7 million in cap space. Knowing right now as it stands, you've got to do things just to create money beyond the cap naturally rising. And that's going to affect your strategy right now in this moment. Versus if you had known that you had, let's say, $50 million to spend. Jason, Seahawks not top 10 in any category except rushing with Kenneth Walker. We're probably up there in sacks, right? Or you're talking about any individual? And yeah, that's true. DVD Forever, don't talk about the Broncos or their curses. I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Mr. Keynes has stepped away for a minute and got back just in time to hear Brandon talk about taking Denver's wallet, kid's wife, etc. I get their bitterness, Mr. Kane. You know what I mean, man? I get it. Sorry I had to do that to you, Denver, but, you know, we needed a lot. We need a lot. Jared G, if I were the Browns, wouldn't try to lean on that run when I have one starting caliber running back left that is already injured. I would use Hunt sparingly. That's just me. Well, I think that you go between the two of, if you do like a lot of read option, you know, and you count on your quarterback, kind of like Dobbs last week to end up taking the ball 10, 11, 12 times over the course of the game, because you're not as worried about a backup quarterback having as many volume carries, because theoretically you're getting back to your starter sooner than later. But you're right. The running back room is going to be a bit injured. I don't think that they're going to come into this game, though, Jared G, with just one active roster running back. I think you'll have a couple of other guys that will be ready to roll that they can call upon. Are they going to be good? Maybe not. But I would be very shocked to see them come out of this game trying to shoot for throwing more than they run. I think they're going to definitely angle to be, at the very least, be extremely balanced. Byron B says, Ryan Neal cost less and already knew our system. Love is starting to fit in better with Adams back. He is. He's finding more of a better role. I think he does provide you some flexibility, too, that you don't get in Neal. I mean, Neal is a strong safety. I think Love can play some of that slot. Love can play some free safety. There also is some flexibility and versatility to his game that you wouldn't get with Ryan Neal. Just combined them. Alan says, yes, Denver's definitely cursed. Gave up 70 whopping points to the Dolphins. They know it too. They're trying to get through it. I get it. Tommy says it's Black Elvis, the alter ego he created in 2011 after visits to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, where Clark spent the latter half of his adolescent years. Oh, there we go. Well, that makes sense. Sijan says Sean Payton may retire out of embarrassment. Not when there's $20 million on the table. That'll make a man like a jaded cop waiting for his pension. Yeah. I don't even believe in the law anymore. Just get me to retirement. Sean's going to be like that. Walmart probably eventually have to come to be like, we'll just pay you it all now. Why do I? Seattle's top 10 in many areas, especially when you look at EPA. If you look at the raw numbers, then Seattle has played one less game and won't be in many top 10s. It's a great point there. Why do I? But yeah, the advanced stats, there's a lot of things we're good in. But certainly you got to factor in that early buy a little bit. Holy Hand Grenade, don't we have 7.5 to pay Clark? Yeah, but we don't 7.5. He ain't going to cost 7.5. I don't know where this number's coming from. The Frank Clark contract with the Denver Broncos was a 1-year, $5.45 million deal, but it got torn up. It got burned. It's not in play at this point. There's no way you're going to be spending more on Frank Clark now than Denver did this offseason. Right? That doesn't add up. I guess there was incentives to take it up, but yeah, that deal got torn up. You didn't trade for him. There's no Frank Clark, yeah. It'll be a veteran minimum deal. And Snail, we don't know exactly at how much Frank's going to make. It's going to be reported here soon, but it's not going to come near the $5.45 million that he was being paid with Denver. In the NFL, it doesn't work that way, where you go from one place being paid that, don't play it all there, and then they cut you, you're released, and then you go somewhere else, and then you make more money. It ain't going to happen like that. Otherwise, Seattle would just signed him this offseason, right, to a 1-year deal. But no, it'll be like a $1 or $2 million. It'll be like $2 million a year, $2.5 million at the most. So, Alex, this is a really important part, and this is where the confusion comes into play. Let's get these guys in, because I see a lot of confusion on the thing. You guys, you could really find this stuff with just a simple Googling, searching. Will tell you the answer on what you guys are having on a lot of these questions that are popping up. I'm seeing, because I see a lot of confusion on: are we paying him $7.5? Is it $8 million? Do we trade for him? It's quick Google search tells you this, guys, of what's happening. Frank Clark went to the Denver Broncos, okay? And this is a very important thing here, Alex, because the way you're putting it, the Broncos straight up cut him, so they were willing to lose all that money, most of $5.5 million. And that's not what happened. So I don't have to, you guys don't have to take my word for it, because maybe people are just not believing me. I've broached it a couple times here, but I'm kind of seeing I'm not quite getting through with folks on this one. So let's bring this up this way. Let's solve this one so there's no more confusion. This is an NFL.com article, okay? So this is right straight from the beast. Right straight from the beast. What does the article say? Frank Clark, Broncos agree to pay cut, clearing the way for potential trade. Frank Clark's off-season decision to switch teams in the lopsided AFC West rivalry hasn't gone according to plan. Clark and Broncos agreed to a pay cut that reduces his $3.5 million base salary to a minimum of $841,000 for the rest of the season. So the painting of the portrait by some in the chat that Broncos were willing to do this was willing to happen. No, they weren't. He came to them and said, I don't want to be on a crap team. I don't want to be in Loserville. Get me out of Loserville. Get me out of Denver. My God, get me out of Denver. That is a quote, unquote. Okay? He said it with the same tenor that a child that had been kidnapped would be to their mother. It was the same kind of like shaking of voice. But this is an important key to this. This is an important key, because no Frank Clark, no going to Denver to say, I will take this pay cut, means no Frank Clark doesn't get cut. That's why Denver cuts him, is that they can take him down, because there was no trade to be facilitated. And that's what Frank did to him, is he said, okay, try to make a trade. If a trade can't happen, then you cut me. And they went, oh, okay, you're willing to do that? Yeah. And it's a big deal, Alex, because no players do that. You're not going to find a lot of examples over the years of players being willing to go to a team like that. They're going to be due to get $3.5 million back in base the rest of the year. They want to get every last one of those red cent. And it also speaks to the fact that there is still maybe some value here to this particular player, as opposed to what's being intimated a bit when we post these comments, that there isn't anything left there. He's just empty. This is like enough. This is more than that. But yes, the Broncos did not straight just cut him and lose $5.5 million. They renegotiated with him. Straight there from the source with NFL.com, not my words, their words. Brian, I believe Zach Charbonnet is practicing now this week. So he is, at least, that's the little bit of note that I've heard or saw. Is Jamorris Clark still good? I don't know if he's still really good. I think he can give you some help as a rotational edge, and he's better than calling upon in-house what you had to call upon, I'd say. He's big, scary, and mean to me. Cut him. Steve said, I'd love to see them bring back Bo Jackson and add in some Bobo for some Bobo Nose commercials. Those would be hilarious. Those would be pretty hilarious. Bobo Nose blocking. Pumpkin bending knees. She's a happy girl. Oh, shoot. I'm behind on some donos. My bad. Whoa. Way behind. My bad. Garth, thank you for the $5. Says, I've always said if you can acquire an Elvis of any heritage, you do it without hesitation. Yeah, you got to tap into that magical king, Garth. Got to tap into that king energy whenever you can. Got to do it, man. Sorry I'm a little late on the donos. My goodness, I'm bad on this sometimes. But appreciate you, Garth. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, we got ourselves Black Elvis in the house. Let's see if he can whip us up a tune this season. William, thank you for the $5 as well. Says Brock Purdy unlikely to play in the Bengals game after suffering a concussion on the tush-push play versus the Vikings. Let it burn. Let it burn. Like seeing it. And again, we have with a guy in Brock Purdy who's had about, 12 starts, torn arm, now out with a concussion. You know, the little undersized man thing with quarterback position remains a thing, and those guys being able to hold up and remain upright. And that's still something that I think is going to be very interesting watching Purdy as he goes forward, is his ability to stay healthy at his size. Because he is a little bit of a little guy. Just a little bit. Got little baby arms. Little infant hands. He's just little itty bitty. But the tush push, man. And who would have known? It's becoming dangerous. Is that how the defenses are eventually going to stop it? Is they're just going to start torpedoing the quarterback's head? That's one way of doing it, I suppose. Could work. Certainly would get coaches to stop it real quick, wouldn't it? Every time your quarterback does it, he's getting sledgehammered upside his skull. That certainly had me going to the coach on the sideline going, Coach, how about we just do a play action rollout? I just, it worked. It did work. Yeah. I can't look at anything bright at the moment, but we got our first down. Oh, maybe it'll lead to that. Gar, thank you for another $5 donation. It says, Brando, how long does it take you to break down Hawks all 22 game on average? And is quality film with commentary? And is it quality film with commentary? It takes me incredibly long, Garth, to try to put together the videos with the all 22 with the commentary. Like it's usually about a 3-day process between getting the 22 clips collected, getting it recorded, and then editing it together. Which is why at times I like doing it as a live. We've been doing that lately on some of these, Garth, with doing the live streams and showing the cut-ups from that, because then that makes it a little easier for me to get them out, because it just ends up the uploads take me forever. They take me for a grip of time, and I can sometimes get like 4 lives done in the time that I could do, an upload, though I've got to get more uploads going. So, but that's also why you guys will notice today the desk has moved in a little closer, because the backdrop there with the green screen, if I show you guys at some point here, but got the green screen all up on the back now. Good wide space to utilize. And we'll be doing some live streams from the green screen on the backside too, with some background drops and stuff to kind of mix this in a bit. But yeah, they take a little bit of time. It's usually Monday mornings I'm getting up late. Like I'm usually up by almost afternoon because I'm up to about 7 a.m. And then I'm all 22 is usually out in the afternoon. And so I watch a little bit of it before Monday Night Football. And then usually I have Monday Night Football and then the 22 up during it at the same time. Garth is kind of looking for some little things within it. And then I'm working on some videos for, upcoming ones, looking for certain cuts and things happening. But it's a couple hour process, Garth, because you're watching on multitude of the angles. You're looking at the sideline and you're looking at the end zone. So, and you want to watch both because you're looking on both things for specific things. The sideline stuff's going to tell me about Geno's read progressions offensively and who's getting open in the route running. And defensively, you're going to learn more of what they're doing coverage-wise when you're watching that. And who's allowing who to be open as well, who's getting beat. But then the end zone stuff shows you all the line play, and you get a great view of it from there. So you got to watch kind of the game twice over at that point. but there's always some good stuff in there. Always. But those commentaries with the deal is that one can take a bit of time. I don't know why I'm super slow. I'm about as good as I am with responding to donos on it, but I just take a long time with putting those videos together. I don't know why. I would have thought at this point I would have gotten faster with it, Garth. Thank you though, man. Appreciate all your donations, brother. Feed Me More Seahawks. Thank you for the $22 donation. Says favorite 90s, a player. Mine is Cortez Kennedy. May he rest in peace. Favorite 90s player. Ooh. Tez is a good one. Tez is a real good one. Mine would probably be Chad Brown. Chad Brown was at the time for me, Feed Me, it was like, you were like the Mariners team. And like, you're not willing to spend money. We were that way as a Seahawks team under Bering. And then you had Allen come in and he signed Chad Brown. And this is more Brown coming in the mid-90s. But he was just a fun overall player to watch. You could watch him doing something defensively and they'd have him moved all over the place. And he'd always be impacting the play, flying around the ball, throwing his body around with wild, reckless abandonment. I would go to Chad as the guy that, for me in the 90s, was probably the guy that I most enjoyed watching during that time. Kennedy would be on my list with it. Galloway would be on my list with it in the 90s. Chris Warren, all those guys would be in there, but I would probably go to Chad. I mean, he played middle linebacker, he played Will, he played the Sam, he played both defensive ends. He was the middle linebacker in your dime package one year. There was nothing that guy couldn't do on a football field. And yeah, Feed Me, rest in peace, Cortez. Puff, thank you though, man, for that donation. Puff, thank you for 22 months, almost 2 years as a member of the channel. I really do appreciate that. Long time support on the channel. Puff, appreciate you. It says, big games coming up. Time to prove what this team can do. Can you see us winning the division? Playoff home games? No team is going to want to face us. Well, no, nobody's going to want to come in here in the playoffs. Especially with some of the wet, inclement weather that you're going to have to deal with, cold, inclement weather. I would have, if you would have asked me this question a couple of weeks ago, Puff, I probably said it's really, really small, the chances of us being able to overtake the Niners this year, absent there being injuries. They've had some injuries now, and with those injuries have come losses. And that does, I think, open the door for us to be able to take this division this year. I think if they get healthy, they get back to their full strength, they get back to being a powerhouse. Are we ready to compete with them at full powerhouse strength? I think we can get there. I don't know if I've seen enough yet this year. I mean, we've yet to have a game where we've consistently got both sides of the ball playing good at the same time. I'm not talking about playing the whole game good through, but this, that you have both of them kind of feeling like they're humming as opposed to one humming and one completely just in a non-functioning state, which seems to be what we have to do. You know, we put our hand on the weight on one side, this side loses it. We put our hand on the weight on this side loses it. So you've got to get to the point of consistency on both sides of the ball to some degree. And if you could do that, you could overtake them. And I think that they are as vulnerable as they've been in recent years, as these two, just mere couple injuries that have caused them to hit this drop, right? Then not like they've had an epidemic of injuries across the board. You lose Trent, you lose Deebo Samuel, and look at that offense against the Vikings this last Sunday. And that's not a good Vikings defense. I will say some of this is also, though, the Browns and the Vikings, and we'll get into this during the Niners, previewing, but this is also those two teams taking a very aggressive approach with that Niners offense, taking it to the Niners offense in certain respects. But I agree, man. If we can get that home field bye, if we can get the division championship and have that in our back pocket going into the playoffs. We've been to the Super Bowl 3 times in our history. All 3 times we've done so on the back of having a first round bye and home field advantage. It's a big, big feather in the cap to utilize. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Garth. And again, sorry I was a little late on that other dono you dropped in there, man. Can someone gift me a Hawks Nest membership? I can't do it via my phone, and my laptop sadly passed on. Garth, just you donate enough on the channel, man. Just hit me. I'll send you the links on email. I think I've got your email. If not, yeah, you just emailed me recently. So, I'll go to your, I'll send you a link to the shows on the email. And the PF, I do the PFF things and the links to, the members only show. I'll just send it to you anyway. You donate way more than enough already. So don't worry about needing the gift on the membership. I got you set, man. So I'll get you taken care of offline and send you the link for tomorrow's stream when we do the 5:00. I was going to get you some picks too here, man. Let me start taking a little bit of a peek at this as we go through. Let's look at the Thursday night games. Hopefully, Garth, you got those last picks I put in for you for this week's games. For tomorrow, oh man, we got the Buccaneers. Their players are always so dicey to me to pick. I'm looking through right now, Garth, here, so I got a couple I'm going to give you. All right, what do I want to do on the final one? I kind of want to just give you a 4 spot on this because I don't like going too much further on this. So I'm going to just do these because I'm freaked out by going too much further. We'll go with the 4 parlay stack on this one for tomorrow. All right. So this will be the one for Thursday night, Garth. I'll leave it up for you there. I'm going 4 man. I don't like any of these picks on the Thursday night one. If I was at a 5th one, Garth, I'd do the Tyler Bass with more than 1.5 field goals made. If I was adding one more to this list. But thank you for the donation. And I'll get you a link off tomorrow for the show, for the members only stream tomorrow at 5. Yu Wong, thank you for subscribing to the channel. You, appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. And thank you for helping me get there. You too can also help me out by joining you and jumping on to the channel here. We're trying to get up to the 15,000 subscriber mark this year. That's the goal. We're cooking along towards there, but we could get a little bit closer if you were to come on aboard. Don't cost you $1. And it does help this channel out tremendously and continue to grow, continue to show up on other people's searches for other channels, hot content wise. But thank you. Nicholas Newton with a $2 donation says, I'm buying a number 96 throwback this Sunday. That's a hell of a purchase. I've certainly been trying to think about lately which throwback I want to settle on myself. I've been leaning a little bit to Kenny Easley. I've been wondering a little bit maybe Marshawn Lynch. But Cortez Kennedy has indeed, Nicholas, been one of the guys I've also thought about doing too. It's a nice jersey, man. Nice jersey, and he's a legend. Absolute legend here. I love it. Great pick, brother. Hopefully it brings us some good juice, some good vibes for this upcoming week. Thank you, though. Appreciate your donation. And good taste in jersey pickings. DVD says, remember the time we traded Wilson and the 12s were all supporting Geno in the first week of 2022 and we beat the Broncos? That was pretty cool. I remember. Yeah, King Bomber got Brooks at 56. I don't think we got a 57. But yeah, then we got Hall at 58. I'm putting my money on him picking 57. Kind of would like to see Frank go like single digit, though. Wouldn't it be funny if Frank chose 3? Oh, Lordy. Oh, hilarious. Oh, thank you, Megan. Thank you for texting me that, Megan. I want to make sure I try to reach out to these people and get them on point. I want to get a behind enemy line show done every week going for the rest of the season. King Zhao, Quandre, we had him in 2017. No, Frank was gone by the time. Quandre was 2019. Tommy says Taylor's the reason our run defense struggles against running quarterbacks. He can't set an edge. No, he cannot. No, he cannot. All you need to do is look at this play right here from last week. If I could take this thing off. Card, let me know if you didn't get that. I'll re-put it back up. But you see right here, the right side of the screen. Bye-bye, Daryl. Oh, there's a running back past your left. You didn't even notice him? No, I didn't. He's right. He goes right past you. You know the play's coming to your side. You can see the handoff. I just decided not to look. I didn't want to look. He doesn't even look at the back going past him here. Doesn't take it on. Doesn't violently try to set the edge. Just kind of, I feel like that's the sound he makes when the running back goes past. He does the Keanu Reeves. Oh. It's just not Daryl's game. And Hero says, I love all the Geno haters say he sucks, but I have nothing to back it up, laughing out loud. He's got his folks that definitely look at him with a certain viewpoint that I've learned at this point in the season, and I've reached my spot where I realize I'm not going to convince them, and there's nothing I can provide data-wise to show them. Their individual eye test and gut instinct on it supersedes all of that. There's plenty of really good advanced data here to say that Geno's not having a bad year at all, that he's playing pretty good football. Can he get better? Can he clean some things up? Sure. But he ain't a part of our problems right now. And especially when you consider dealing with the offensive line, injuries that have besieged us, it makes a lot of sense why the play hasn't necessarily been, pure. And it wouldn't be for any quarterbacks dealing with that. Pretentious Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation, Cameron. Yeah, it's good to see you in the chat, brother. Says, I like what you said about trading a third for Young. I hope we still do it, even with the addition of Clark. Go Hawks. Well, as is often said, Cameron, and I am a big believer in this mantra, you can never have too many pass rushers. That is the truth. And we are indeed at some point this season likely to go down another guy. I'd be fine with them going out and making that kind of trade. It's a big swing. It's a go-forward move, but I wouldn't mind it at all. And I know a lot of people go, well, we have too many, and I don't think it's not saying it's likely to happen. I think it's at this point we're not likely to make a trade. But we look right now like we're close to the top of the teams in the NFC. We look like we can get up into that point of punching with them. And then that puts you in contention for getting the conference championship, for potentially getting to the Super Bowl even this year. And so if that's within reach and getting a player like that can help us get there, having those extra 2 third-round picks, I would do it. But yeah, I think, Cameron, that's going to be the problem here is I think they're just deciding it was a Clark or Young, not an either or. It was one or the other, unfortunately, I think. But I'd do it. I think Young would provide a good player and help us out if you brought him in. Thank you, though, Cameron, for that donation, brother. Bruce Spring, thank you for the $2.79. Don't know. Says Evans over yards, Diggs over yards. So yeah, that's another one on there. I saw that too. So you're saying Evans more than 56 receiving yards? I'm with that. That'd be a good way to go too. That's a great suggestion, Bruce. So you've got Mike Evans at 56 and a half receiving yards right now. That would be the one to take. Hell, they're giving you a 56 and a half rush plus receiving yards, so you could just take that for the hell of it. The 10 fantasy points for Mike Evans isn't bad either. And then your other one was Diggs over the yards. So with Diggs, you got, 86 and a half receiving yards. I was thinking about Diggs with it. He has 7 receptions and the 86 yards. They got that up pretty high. That's the one I worry about, but I know where you're thinking on that, which is that Buffalo, with the defensive struggles that they're likely to have, which is why I went Tampa Bay heavy with the offense a little bit, is going to end up in a position of needing to score points, needing to throw, needing to lean on Stefon Diggs, especially with that. And they find a way to work him the ball. You know, they'll put him into the slot. That 86.5 yards, though, that's a lot of yards he's got to get to that spot. That's the part that worries me with it. Like, man, that's a lot you got to pull off. But I would take that over the 7 receptions. That's the other one that offers there, Bruce. It's a good point there. I like the Evans one, though. That's another smart one to go with. Any of those, Garth, you're strong with. Thank you, though, Bruce. Garth, thank you for a $5 donation. Says, thanks to Feed Me More Seahawks for gifting me a membership. Very generous of you. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, Feed Me. Appreciate you, brother, for hooking up Garth like that. I didn't think that they gave you the option of picking who you wanted to get the membership. That's cool if they put that in. That's nice. But thank you, Garth. And thank you, Feed Me More Seahawks. You're awesome. Go Hawks, guys. Things out. Good luck convincing me Gino's worse than Russell. Yeah. There's certainly an easy argument to win on, huh? And you're a Bridger. Sorry. Jason C, the 49ers look lost. That's good for us. It's very good for us. Emerald Hayes says, K-Mac, finally, 65 yards rushing, 80 yards receiving. I like it, Emerald Hayes. Let's go. Gar says, the Orange Cat is the primary defense against any type of hex attempted by opposing fan bases. It is. She's like a psychic sponge. She absorbs all negativity, returns it back out into positivity, and then puts it back out. And she just uses all of the hate and curse anger back to us. She reverses it. She's a curse reverser. It's pretty much what all cats are. Greg, HawksNest looks like Clark is going to be wearing the throwbacks. They say he may play Sunday. I think he will, Greg. It's unlike the Bruce Irvin situation from last year where you had to get a guy off the couch who wasn't even really probably working out too much. Not the case here. Frank's been working out. You think he'd be in fairly close to tip-top shape right now. Steven says, hey, Mom, I want some meatloaf. Hey, Mom, I want some meatloaf now. Oh, by the way, we're getting the band back together. Welcome, Mr. Clark. The boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. Let's go. Helan says, I bet Frank makes just above league average vet minimum. I agree, Helan. I don't think it'll be much more than that. Maybe some little bitty incentives in there, but that'll be it. Emerald, can Frank still run? He had a 67 PFF grade last year, which is a smidge above league average for a guy that played over 670 snaps last season. So according to the analytic numbers, yes. Yes, he can. I don't think you're getting a game changer. I don't want to overstate this. I don't think that we're getting the Frank that we got when we moved him off. But a guy that can be a useful player in the rotation, yes. Big Country says Clark ultimately chose the Hawks because of the throwbacks. I would too. You got the Chiefs ugly red jerseys, or you can do the cool ass emerald hay. You know, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go that way. Tyler is Kansas City fan. Good luck with your season. Clark is a good, talented player. Thank you, Tyler. Best of luck to you guys as well. I know you weren't able to pull him in, but I'm sure you're going to make another trade for some other pass rush. You guys always do something smart right before the trade deadline. So best of luck to you guys. You're still looking as monstrous as ever. And look forward to seeing you in the Super Bowl, my man. Helen says prorated, not the full minimum either. That's right. I would think so as well. Appreciate you, Tyler, for coming into as a Chiefs fan, man. I know it's always good to get other fans in here from other channels or other fandoms in here. It always gives a good perspective, and usually there's some insider info, little tidbits you guys will know about what's going on with certain situations we don't. It always helps expand and our understanding of what's going on out there. Squirrel vibes, indeed. We are really signing Frank Clark. It's going to happen. Alan says Brock Purdy's only 12 games so far, already broke to pieces. You know, it's one of my recent theories on this with these undersized quarterbacks, where I feel like what happened here is Russell Wilson started to set a precedent at times that these smaller QBs can get it done, that you can rely upon a guy who's barely 6 feet tall, barely 195 pounds, and he's going to go out there and be able to sustain against 300-pounders falling on him all the time or hitting him at full speed. And it, just doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem to work. To me, I think that this is just not going to be a 1 or 2 off for Brock. I think he's going to have injury concerns going into the future. They've been able to keep him very clean. Let's also keep this in mind. He's had these 2 injuries now with that offensive line keeping him very clean throughout his early time there starting. What happens when he's not kept up clean, when he's taken more of those shots? If he's already getting injured on a minimal amount of hits, but he's being hit by on the pressures, what happens when that starts to increase? I think he starts to become even more injured. I'm not hoping for it, but I just think it's a reality of those guys that are undersized. Emerald says Frank's old. We need youth and speed. I think you always need a good combination, Emerald. You got the youth and you got the speed. You got Darrell Taylor. You got Derek Hall. You got Boye Mafe. You got youth and you got speed for days. You do need some veteran presence in there as well to balance that off a little bit. It's helpful usually. Holy on Grenade B, what are these all black uniforms that was mentioned before? I think somebody was just doing some fan art and they put like Bobby in it, and then Bobby tweeted it and said something like, I got to play in these I'm not retiring until I get to play in these. But you'll never be able to go black. The league would never let you get away with that. Cool Breeze, how you doing, man? What's up? Tyler Jackson says, by the way, he gives his depth. Tyler says Byron is best at backup. By the way, I do love the Frank Clark signing. It gives us a nice depth. And if we can get his full potential back, we will still dominate still. I agree, man. I think he's going to help us hopefully continue to be able to dominate. Helen says the last time Frank Clark and Jaron Reed played together, they both had double-digit sacks. I take half of that. Yes, they are both older, but Franklin helped stop the run. Yeah, and as we saw with Jaron Reed, he wasn't coming off of his best year last year with the Packers coming into here, and he's had a resurgence coming back home. Maybe there is a potential with Frank coming back to a place that knows very much how to use him and use him right. That maybe he can have some of that same kind of resurgence that Jaron did, not being a game changer or some high-end impactful guy, but just a very helpful player along this defense. That's what we need. We've got plenty of edges. We just need the rotation to work solidly. We need to not have to use too many snaps on any one player. I don't want to burn Boye Mafe out. We want to lean on everybody there a little bit and keep that rotation sharp. And he should be able to provide that. I think you're also intimating a bit something that I wonder about here, Helen, being that you have two guys in Jaron Reed and Frank Clark that have played a lot together and are very, very used to running those games inside. Twists, stunts, timing that type of stuff up. That's going to be something that you're going to get day one with those two guys on the field, which is something you wouldn't normally get and bring a guy back like Clark in this range. Could be helpful. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we see them run a stunt at some point or a couple times this year, one of them getting the sack off of it, one of the players eating up the two blockers, the other one able to get up and free. And that's what that takes at time, is they're playing together, repping it out over and over again to get on the same page with it. But then once you got it, you can always go back to it. Deion Moore, Joey Galloway. That's another solid one. I'd be thinking about that one too. Tyler, is it bad to ask Bruce Irvin to come back one last time? He was solid for us last year when we signed him midseason. No, I think if you were to go down another defensive, if you were to go down another edge, if you were to lose Mafe or Hall or whatnot, you would definitely probably call upon Bruce. So he's on the bat line as the next call, but Frank being about 5-6 years younger is just a better option at this point. Nicholas Brown was an animal. He was. Just a tremendous linebacker. Helen says, I just hope we don't, when we wear the throwback uniforms this weekend, we don't play as bad as we did in those uniforms from that time to time. I don't think it'll be as much of a problem, because I think a big part of why you didn't play well in those uniforms at the time is you didn't have an ownership group that was committed to winning. It wasn't as much the uniform's fault as it was the ownership's fault. But that won't be the case this time, I don't think. Ben Dennett, is the Niners looking pedestrian? Well, losing to the Vikings team coming into that week that defensively looked like it couldn't stop anything against anybody, and they put the clamps down on that offense. And then, Kirk Cousins kind of could do what he want against that Niner defense. And we've seen it times. Cousins is one of those guys, he's playing great football. I've knocked him a lot, and I've said I never wouldn't want him to be my quarterback. But the guy is, in recent years, kind of getting to that stage that I was talking about a little bit like with Russell. This is that point where I say to you guys about with Russ, where it's, you're looking for that moment at 32, 33 years old where you start to master the game from a quarterback position. So where the physical ability starts to wane just a little bit, the mental ability really comes forward. And Cousins is showing that he's an example of that right now because, he's playing very, very smart, gutsy, fearless out there. And he certainly helped to really make that game happen. But yeah, the Niners are looking vulnerable right now in a way that they didn't a couple weeks ago, where they looked like a damn juggernaut. Helen says, yeah, I bet the Niners wish they had Trey Lance now. Is Shanahan really going to turn to Sam Darnold into a elite quarterback in 1 week? That's going to be the question on this one, Helen. I think there's a lot of Niner fans right now after, learning what's going on with Brock on this going, yes, did we really have to give up Trey? Did we really have to accommodate that request? Because when you are looking down the barrel of only Donald as your backup, you're like, I'd like a new gun. Addis, how do you get a membership? How do you become a member? Ask Bruce. You would just, there should be, if you're subscribed to the channel, there should be right next to the subscribe button, a member button or a join member button. Some browsers don't show it. If you're on the phone, it doesn't always show it. It'll sometimes show up a little bit clearer on like an actual, browser, like a PC, laptop, tablet kind of thing like that. But it does show up over there. You can also, if it doesn't show up as far as a button on YouTube for a membership button, you can go over to Patreon, which is down in the link in my description section. And if you go to Patreon, you can also get the same membership benefits, and it's the same cost. Over there, if you're having a hard time getting YouTube to factored in. Right now, we're at the membership benefits. We're doing a Thursday-only stream, Thursday Night Football for a couple of hours. I do Pro Football Focus scores on Monday morning for you guys from the game with the Hawks. And we will continue to be expanding those membership benefits as we go forward here. So one of those two ways would allow you to become one. But if you're having a hard time with the browser, just use the Patreon. Both of them will accomplish kind of the same thing there. Ethan says, I'm really hyped up for Clark. I love to hear it, man. It's a solid signing. Solid signing. WTC, I like the pickup of Clark. I don't have a high expectation for him, but we don't need high expectation either. We don't need him to be Frank Clark of what he was before we trade him. We need him to be a good rotational piece. We want to stay 4 deep and be able to just keep kind of, motoring these guys through, so you keep the defense fresh and you allow those guys not to get wore down over the course of the year, so that when you get to the playoffs, you don't have your edges who've been really productive through the year operating on less than a quarter of a tank of gas. Now everybody's still pretty fresh. Everybody's still pretty ready to roll. Jason Moad says there was a lot of insiders saying Sam Darnold looked amazing at training camp. They thought he was going to be the starter. Indeed, there was some hype there. I was also hearing from some of the content creators that I've even worked with that there was some middling days in there too with Sam. The tough part with Sam is he'll give you some throws where he looks super tremendous and he looks like the quarterback that was a top 10 first round pick. And then he'll just come right back around and make a boneheaded bad throw that's just like, dear God, what are you doing there? Like, where was your thought process rolling on that one? Michael Cam, are you on board with us not trading for anyone? I've seen trade proposals for Young, Hunter, and Burns, but I think we should keep our draft picks. Guys like Chop Robinson, Dallas Turner, Latu. Yeah, I don't think we're going to probably be drafting an edge this draft, Michael Cam. You still have all 4 of these guys under club control moving into the future once you get Uchenna back, and that'll probably be the plan going into next year, is to go with these 4 guys unless they do happen to move Darrell Taylor. I'm not against making another move. Danielle Hunter is not possible because of the dead money hit the Vikings would have to sustain, not to mention after the win this past week and only being about 3 games out of first. I don't think the Vikings look at it and go like, well, we got no chance for this year to get turned around. I think they look and think quite the opposite. Chase Young would be more, I think, of those 3 guys you mentioned possible, but I just think at this point with Frank, you're making your choice for 4 deep. You don't typically go 5 deep with your edge group. And they're just going to roll it with how it is and trust that this will be enough at this point. I don't foresee a trade going in down at this point, Michael Cam. And not because they wouldn't be willing to, but because there's not going to be a good option to go get. That's my gut instinct on it. Church says, I need that Walter Jones jersey. Best left tackle of all time. That'd be a good one too. That'd be a hell of a good one to get too. Great suggestion. You got the Cortez, Church? I'm a little jelly, man. I got to get that one too. That's kind of a necessity at some point. You got to get all the Hall of Famers. Yeah, I appreciate you sending that, Megan. That's awesome. I want to get that all set up. I'm stoked for the Browns one tomorrow. Jackie Treehorn, hey, B, think the NFL would be better if every team had a super play, like the Eagles have the tush push. The Hawks play could be the Cambodian beef stick running behind fullback DJ Fluker. It'd make the sport funner, Jackie. Everybody gets their own particular play they can run. That would be pretty cool. Like everyone's got their own super move, their own alt, as they would say in video games. Like, what's the Hawks alt? Oh, we'd like to run the Cambodian beef stick behind DJ Fluker at fullback. I love it, Jackie. That is awesome. And yes, that would be our play. I want the old Marshawn Lynch power dive with the Cambodian beef stick running behind DJ Fluker at fullback. And that's actually the name of the play. That's actually the exact name of the play in the huddle too. No fancy terminology. That's it right there. Tyler says Darrell Taylor needs to work on his stuff versus the run. It's not been good for a while. And it's not going to get any better, unfortunately, Tyler. It is what it is with this one. I wish I could be more optimistic with it, but he's the same player against the run basically today that he was when he walked in the league. And he was already an older prospect entering the league, so that's not likely to develop. D-Nugget says Brandon should do some pencil drawing game film stuff. I got to figure out how to do that. I got to get a tablet or something, I guess. I was talking to my brother and he's like, yeah, but then you have to draw it blind. Like you hook up to your computer and then you got to like draw where you think it's going to be on the screen. I got to find one that works good. And Addis, you can just do the description and the link to the Patreon. You'll get the same benefits from that. I send all my links over there too from the main point. Bruce Spring, thank you for another $7 donation, Bruce. I do appreciate you for the double donation tonight, man. And I hope you're having a great night out there. Says, trade Russ for a haul of picks we hit on. He stinks instantly. Geno makes Pro Bowl in our rebuild. How can anyone hate on Geno? There's no benefit of the doubt being given to Geno whatsoever. That much has been made clear by the folks that are anti-Genoites. I won't go to Geno hater because I know that they tend to get a little bit sensitive to that term, so I'll try to avoid that. But, it makes very, very little sense to me whatsoever. And I keep coming back to it being a couple of things. It comes down to, usually the anti-Geno folks were also the guys that were the greatest pro-Russ folks as he was on his way out the door. Usually the anti-Geno folks are folks that had their opinion already dead set prior to whatever Geno did last year. And so Geno having the year he did to them was, no, it didn't count. I'm not allowing it to count in my mind. I'm just going to ignore it and act like it doesn't happen. They don't want to take into account the factor by which, if you look at where they want to cherry pick, which the anti-Geno folks, what they can do is they go to week 13 of last year and they go up through the week of this 6 here and they're like, look at this, see? He's just a bridge quarterback. He's just a middle of the road guy. See? And it's like, wait, hold on here. No running game to speak of. Last year, just on the last year games, all the way through the playoff game against the Niner, no running game consistently. Running backs decimated down to nothing. No slot wide receiver. A defense through the back half of the schedule that couldn't stop the Raiders or the Carolina Panthers. And then he's under a pass protection, which is failing across the board from that time onwards. But he was supposed to go out there and carry the team. That's the expectation. The only way for him to set in those people's minds as being a legitimate quarterback was for him to go out there on a wing and a prayer, like the greatest American hero, with his blonde fro flying in the wind like that show, and the guy in the cave. That's anything short of that was unacceptable to them. And so now again this year, well, his line is just beaten to hell. I mean, it's not merely like there's a guy out on his offensive line. It's your whole offensive line has been destroyed pretty much throughout most of this season. Doesn't matter. He should be the greatest American hero, flying on high, above the clouds, saving the world. How do you get to that expectation level? I just do. But the thing that's clear on this, and you guys can definitely get in your debates with him, I'm not going to do it anymore. I've backed up the data. I've showed the data. I can show that he's like 7th right now in the NFL in PFF ratings by quarterbacks. PFF doesn't have any dog in the Geno fight. They don't care about Geno. They're not hyping Geno up because they're just so pro Geno over there. They're matching him up against the rest of the people, statistically speaking, on an analytic front and saying, how do these guys stack up? And guess what? For as tough as it's been for Geno to fight through this year so far, he finds himself well above in top 10 status as far as the PFF's ranks of quarterbacks in the sport. And if you look at the guys above Geno, they're all legitimate names. It's none of these guys that are just lucking out and getting up in that top 10. They're all guys where you go, yeah, that guy should be up in the top 10. That guy should be up there. That makes sense. But they ignore those. They will ignore those all the way. They'll lock on one single throw from the game or 2 throws from the game and then ignore all the other 35 other throws and go to these 2. But that's what they're doing, is they're built in on a bias that can't get changed. I can eventually get swung to the thought process that Geno's a bridge quarterback, that he's not going to be the guy, that he's not good enough. But I need the data to tell me that. And the data is not telling me that when he's operating behind 4/5, 3/5, 5/5 of an offensive line they're out. Then he doesn't have his number 1 receiver, number 2 running back out of the game. That's not going to tell me that story or tell me that tale. But they are where they are with this, Bruce. They think how they think on this, and no one's changing their mind. That much has been clear to me. Because like you say, the arguments they present on the other side of it are never really based on anything with Geno. They'll cherry pick from game 13 onwards, ignore the running back room getting decimated, ignore no slot receiver, ignore the defense playing bad, ignore the poor pass protection. None of that factors into them. All that gets ignored. It's just simply Geno's performance and how he did. All that other stuff is irrelevant. And you can't make that irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. Because you take any quarterback in this sport and you put them with those kind of conditions that they're having to deal with, they're likely to fail. They're not likely to succeed. And he's not failing. But yeah, it gets frustrating, Bruce. It does. Because you would think that with watching the quarterback play around this sport, people would be a little more appreciative of a quarterback who is playing well, despite not having everything set up in front of him to perform well. But there isn't that benefit of the doubt, and the folks that are strongly driven to this nature are dug in. They've got nails in their shoes and they're digging into the ground, and there's no one or nothing that's going to move them off their spot absent Geno Smith going out and winning a Super Bowl. And even if he did do that, these same folks would then suddenly become deathly quiet. You wouldn't hear a single word from him. Just where it is, you know. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth, I appreciate all your donations tonight, brother. You are truly a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Brando, I sent you a Chad Brown card for anywhere. Brando, I sent you a Chad Brown card for anywhere you can find room. While Galloway was my favorite 90s player, Chad Brown was the best outside of Tez. All great names, man. And yeah, I think I would agree with that too. I just think certainly Tez, Hall of Fame, no doubt about it, but Brown would be right behind him. I had a really lot of fun, and I'm going to have Brown back on the channel again. But I had a great time interviewing Chad Brown a couple of years ago and talking about his career and really being able to understand the way I outlook and saw Chad's career is the way that he saw it as well. In that, you know, he came to Seattle, he got the big check, he got moved all over the place through a variety of different defenses. He really should have just been an outside pass rushing 3-4 linebacker. And if he was just that throughout the course of his career, he would have gone to the Hall of Fame. He would have had well over 100 sacks. He would have been viewed in that range of things. But because he was playing Will, because he was playing Sam, those are not positions that you get to the Hall of Fame playing. And you had too many snaps along the realm with playing in those positions, and that just didn't allow him to have enough to get in. But to me, it still doesn't mean he isn't worthy, and it's where you get to some of the interesting discussion on how can we measure some of these Will and Sam linebackers who performed great through their career, but who don't have necessarily an easy metric that we can operate off of to distinguish them as great players. Because a Will linebacker is not going to get sacks. A Will linebacker is going to be in coverage a lot. And absent them being a guy like Tampa Bay Buccaneer Will linebacker that got in the Hall of Fame, it's really hard. And he only did because he got so many interceptions. He's the last one that's gotten in, though. It's tough. I feel for Chad on that. He was a good soldier on it, took the hit, and really took the hit on that one because the man could absolutely be wearing a gold jacket, Garth. Great points, though, man. Thank you for that donation and all your donations, brother. Chum No Kang. Thank you, Mr. Kang, for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you, Chum No. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. Says, I wonder if there's an old school way of mailing in my monthly Hawks Nest membership dues to YouTube, and I would be saved by a postmark if it were late. The old saved by the post. It must be postmarked by... This must be postmarked by June 7th. That was the final note they'd always give you on contests back on TV back in the day. Must be postmarked by 5. That's when they were doing the speed talking at the commercials, giving you all the little final details on it. I think YouTube would, man. As long as they get their money, Garth. That's all they're caring about, brother. They're like, just make it work on that. We're good. But I got you, man. You don't need to get a membership on it. I can get you emailed on those. I know you got hooked up there by Feed Me, but I can definitely get you taken care of too because you donate so much, brother. There's no need for you to have to put more on top of what you already do, man. Addis the Gamer, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Addis. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard. I don't know how Feed Me you got Garth gifted. I didn't think you could do that. You're going to have to tell me the trick that you pulled on that because I don't know how that happened. Tyler Jackson says, think Jason Peters will play right tackle versus the Browns this week? I'd kind of like him to, Tyler. Stone did all right last week, but I would much more trust, I think, Jason Peters at this point out there against a Garrett than I would with Stone. And it's obvious right now Curhan's not healthy. So he doesn't seem like the best option either. But I'm uncertain by where Jason is on his health and his conditioning and how close he is. Carroll hasn't really elaborated very much on that one. Ellis, his coach wasn't given any information on Pete's or what position yet. I bet he plays guard. It's true. He could be playing that too, Alan. He's not giving us a lot on that. You know what I mean? Be more serious. Hey, you're the GOAT, Garth. Don't need to thank you. Your donations keep beyond the channel more. Indeed, he does. Garth, along with Megan, John Stillwell, some of our biggest, Randall McDaniel, some of our biggest donators on the channel, man. I really do appreciate you guys for all you do for the channel. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. I get so much love. It's unbelievable. Frederick McGuy, some people want to cut Geno and trade DK Metcalf. What are some these fans thinking? I don't know. Well, that's part of what I like being here with this, Frederick, is that when we get narratives or things that start to try to come up in the fan base and take hold, that there's going to be those of us out there like myself that I'm not giving an inch on these things. I'm not going to placate to, I don't even think it's the masses, but even the small contingents out there that feel this way on this. You know, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And what's right is that Geno Smith and DK Metcalf help you win football games on Sunday. Bottom line, brass tacks. They're not overpaid. They give you bang for the buck. They play their ass off. They're 100% trying to win. It doesn't mean they're perfect players or without problems, but it means that when it comes down to the net negative, net positive, net helping you win games, they're doing that. And I don't want to come close to letting that go or let that leave this football team. But that is it's the two weird points that have jumped up. I'm not as thrown off by the Geno thing because I just knew even coming into this year that there were going to be those that were preset on him where you're not moving them off their spot. No way, no how. With the DK thing, that one completely blows me away. Guy's been a phenomenal player for us. And you got people just, you know, some people out there like, you know, drooling to let him go. I don't get it. You're not going to get far as an NFL team drooling to get rid of really good players. That does not build championships. DVD says, I know other people's opinions on this, but with Uchenna being out, I'd love to see Levi Bell at fullback. You never know. Maybe they'll unveil it at some point, brother. Tyler, Myles Garrett is a huge issue coming into this game. He's going to be keeping me up at night thinking about it. I mean, he's had some of these games this year where it's just, I mean, he's jumping over the snap on the field goal, doing the Cam Chancellor, Bobby Wagner move. He's breaking apart double teams off the edge. They can line him up inside and he can just swamp your guard. There's really like, he's hard to stop and they move him all over the place. So it's not going to be easy. And they've got a good line aside from this too. Like in Tomlinson, Shelby Harris is playing well for them. D Nugget, yep. Watson is out, D. Poor Watson. Bye-bye. No Mr. Watson this week. No happy endings for him this week. No. No, sir. Alex has just got home from work, about to celebrate Frank homecoming with a beer and a swisher. Let's have a go, Seahawks. Let's go. Enjoy. Stars, I'm going to the home game. Any good tailgating spots? I'll let the chat see if they've got anybody that they can reference on their Stars. It's kind of tough with Seattle because there isn't the tailgating locations in areas like there is in other places. Because the parking is a bit dodgy. It does get tough, Garth, on getting the pumping out on the short videos. I definitely run out of time on the uploads with the live streams and stuff because I need more hours in the day. That's eventually too, Garth, where it'll help the channel when I can eventually hire a video editor and it'll help quicken the process because that's my problem right now is I'm too damn slow. I can't get the videos put together. I want to get them done in like a couple hours and then that turns into 3 days. And 3 days of intensive, too much time. You know what I mean? But if anybody's got any good tailgating spots, let Stars know. There's definitely nothing like right near the stadium. You have to walk a bit. DVD says, I think we need to run along tight end sets or play actions to help at least chip Myles Garrett. Yeah, I think two heavy dose of 2 tight end sets or even just the tight end to that side and committing to just making sure we get the chip blocks in there with them. I wouldn't be against it. I think you've got to come into this game a little bit with a belief of we can't let Myles Garrett destroy us offensively. We can't let him be the single factor that takes us under. And definitely D-Nugget, I do this full time at this point. That is for sure. It's basically a double full-time job. Good God, Pumpkin is looking fired up about the Frank Clark song. She's hyped. She's out there doing twirls and swirls here. D-Nugget, where's the other cat? She's sleeping right next to me here. She's shy. She doesn't like to come up. I'll bring her up at some point. I did want to show you guys. Shout out to Raymond. Let's get a little part in here. Let's show you guys this stuff. So our German contingency from the Hawks Nest out there sent some cool little gifts and items out to yours truly here as part of the birthday gift. So if you guys, I don't know if you noticed behind me, but we've got a new Marshawn Lynch. Let me get out of the way. We got a Marshawn Lynch 12 flag. This is custom made by Raymond. Pretty cool. But he also sent me some German beer. So I got some German beer for our Thanksgiving drinking stream. And then he sent me some European stuff that I don't know if I'm going to eat or not. It's kind of got me a little scared, but I'm going to have to try it. So we got this right here. It's called Chips Frisch. Chips Frisch. There's a pepper on it, so it looks pretty freaky. He sent me a little bit of this here too. He got the apple milch German chocolate. This looks good. Like I'm having this tonight. That looks real good. We got the Kinder chocolate. That looks interesting as well. I bet this stuff's like hella tasty compared to American. And then we got German gummy bears. Goldbeeren. It means gummy bear. And then we got Werther's Original, or as they call it, the what is that? Soda buns. That's a Werther Original in German. That's what the original means in German. But shout out to Raymond. Thank you for sending all that through. I can't wait to try that beer out on the Thanksgiving drunk stream that we're going to do. And we got some cool little snacks to dine through. I've not had a lot of European choices, so this will be a first for me. You know, you guys know how picky I can be, so I don't know. The chips got me scared a little bit. I got that red powdery, you got the red powder stuff coming off of it. This better not be that ghost chili stuff. And I can't read German, so it says like ghost chili all over the package, but I can't read German, like, what have I signed up for? Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? I appreciate you for that, man. Dropping a big $20 drop in the house, coming in strong. I hope you're doing well out there tonight, Randall. It's good to see you in the chat too, brother. He says, I like the Frank signing. Good in rotation. Money in the playoffs. What are the terms of the deal? He and Jaron Reed are boys. Should fit the room. Still down for another move to shore up either side of the line. Good chance. First place Hawks come Monday. Ooh, Randall's getting confident. When Randall gets confident, I get very, very happy. Because Randall's pretty even keel. He's not going to be an easy man to draw to confidence. But I think that you put a nice summation, I think, together of where I stand with this kind of all around here, Frank, or for Randall. First off, we don't know the money yet. I would imagine that this is going to be nowhere beyond a veteran minimum deal through the rest of the year. At the most, maybe a couple $1 million that he's going to make, but it's going to be a very, very low-end deal, low-end signing. As you say, I think that he's going to be good in the rotation. You don't need Frank to eat up the snaps that he ate up when he was here last. You don't need him to be as good as he was when he was here last time. And that is going to allow him to fit into maybe a role, and maybe he can excel in that role because he doesn't have to worry about saving the tank, right? Like I'm going to have to play 50 snaps this game, so I better make sure I don't go 100% on every snap, as opposed to what you'd like to do with these rotations is have these guys going 100 miles an hour every snap, because they know the second that they need a blow, they can get off onto the sideline, catch back their breath, and there's somebody out there that they're going to run out there. They're not going to lose anything. They're not going to be a big drop off then once they, run one of the backups out there for the edge. Then you bring up the other final part of this I really like, Randall, which is the mix between Jaron Reed and him. Jaron's come back in there, established himself as a leader in that locker room, as a stabilizing force in that defensive line, as a voice in the room that the rest of the defensive players will listen to. And with Frank and him in there, Frank's going to listen to him. They'll be on the same page, and there's going to be some chemistry between them on the football field, especially as I've sort of thought about here, Randall, and how they attack their pass rush, for instance, and, utilizing the mixture of twists and stunts and how you can kind of work between those defensive linemen together in that fashion. But I think I think Frank wants to win. And a big part of this that's interesting, Randall, that we got to take into account that is a little, there's some in the chat that were trying to paint the story, not a lot, but there's a couple guys come in the chat painting the story of, Denver was willing to eat $4.5 million just to get rid of him, just to get him out of the building. Like, no, that's not how this played out. Denver, he went to Denver and said, hey, look, I don't like losing. I'm 30 years old. I don't know how much longer I'm going to get to play in this sport. I signed a 1-year deal this offseason. I've gotten 2 championships in my career. I'd like to go try to win another one. And, as I was saying earlier on this, Randall, if you had millions and millions, if you had tens of millions of dollars in the bank as a player who played in this league that long and that had gotten a taste of that championship process, would you not feel the same? And yeah, we would. So it's a guy that is still hungry to win. It is a guy that still does want to play ball. This is not a guy that's just simply collecting checks like so many NFL players do as they get to 30, where teams will still have him in the league, have him on the roster, but you can tell that they're not all in anymore. You can tell that they don't care anymore. And that's not, I think, the case here. I'm not expecting him to be a game breaker, but I do think, like you say, him to be a good part of the rotation, and that we don't have the drop-off that we might have had then if we went to Tyreek Smith or Levi Bell, if they were the 4th guy in the rotation instead, or even a Bruce from last year, Randall, right, in that way. So as often I'll say, Randall, you and I see it very much the same way. And even in addition to your final point in your chat about another move, I'm not against another move. For me, the only thing with it has been, is there a move that makes sense? Is there a move that jumps out to me that seems like one that'll be a no-brainer to help us, improve this team? And as it stands right now, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like, Randall, it's going to be a very quiet trade deadline, and there's not going to be a lot of people moved when it's all said and done. I can't say it for sure, but it is a little bit of how it feels right now at the moment. It seems like it's going to be quiet, and that there's not going to be a lot of teams, Randall, that are going to be in sell mode, which makes it hard, especially when you're just pinpointing to certain exact positions of need. We don't need this and this and this and this. It's kind of like we need this and that. And this and that just aren't really on the menu, it looks like to me, for the teams that are in sell mode as it currently stands, Randall. Randall with a $2 donation says, PFF ever been a Hall of Fame metric for statless position? It never has been, but you bring up a good, the thing we have to consider with this, Randall, is PFF's really only been around for like 10 years. And so, you haven't had enough of a time necessarily for it to be utilized to where that's no, we're not doing that, please. Thank you. Where that's the case. So I think eventually that could be an inroad. I think to your point there, Randall, of an inroad of a way to get a better metric for a player that is a will linebacker who, let's say, is just a monster as a tackler and playing the run and really good in coverage, but he never ends up racking up a lot of sacks or interception numbers. So how do you find that value? Well, if you can go to a PFF marker where he's had 85 plus grades throughout the course of his career for 10 years, maybe this will be a way for the will linebackers to find an opening where there haven't been before. But I've gone through this and looked at this very closely, and it's startling. Think about this, folks, where 4-3 defenses were very common through the 90s and the early 2000s. There was a lot of 3-4 defenses, but there was a lot of 4-3s in there too. And how many can you think of? Think about it. How many can you think of if will linebackers, not middle linebackers, but will linebackers who made it to the Hall of Fame from 1990 onwards? 1990 onwards, who made it to the Hall of Fame? And it's only one player. It's astounding, right? 33 years, one will linebacker has gone to the Hall of Fame. And so it's very hard to get in there, and it does represent, has there not been any really good will linebackers during that time? No, there certainly has been, right? It comes down to, for me on that one, Randall, of they don't know how to measure those guys' success. They don't know how to give those guys, the proper credit for how good of players they were, because there's not an easy metric to measure them. But maybe you're right. Maybe the PFF standard will be one that eventually provides them a pathway to saying, hey, no, look at the stat. See, I was really good. I was legitimate. I was that guy. Thank you. Appreciate you, Randall, for the double dono dip and the big $20 drop, brother. You're amazing as always on that front of things. Garth Knight with a $5. Thank you, Garth, for all your donations tonight too, brother. Says, okay, Brando, give me your favorite Seahawks of the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000 and 2010, 2020. You can only pick large at once, by the way. 80s, I don't know a lot about the 70s because obviously I was 78. Garth was, that's when I was born. So, it was about early 80s. I became kind of aware of what was going on in football and all that stuff at that time. 80s, obviously, Largent would be a favorite in the 80s. Some other guys that I really liked in the 80s would have been, as far as favorites go, of course, Kenny Easley was one of them. Jacob Green. Kurt was okay, but Kurt wasn't like a favorite of mine. Rufus Porter and John L. Williams would be two guys out of the 80s that were a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Who else? I certainly like, there's some guys you like in there, but you're talking about favorites. So I'm not going to go to likes. You like Joe Nash. You like Jeff Bryant. I think that's about all I'll go to in the 80s, to be honest with you. I'll probably remember another one here in a second that I'm forgetting. I mean, Dave Brown was right at the time where I was just coming into my consciousness. Now that he'd be included probably if I was a little younger on that one. 90s, Chris Warren, Max Strong, Eugene Robinson. I know he's a little bit of 80s in there as well. Chad Brown, Cortez Kennedy. '90s was a dark time. '90s was not the greatest of times. Joey Galloway would be one of the guys that was the fun ones to really watch. Walter Jones, kind of in the 90s. Got to include him a little bit. I know he's kind of 2000s too. That'd probably be about it for the 90s. 90s not the best decade, that one. That was not the easiest one. 2000s, Lofa Tatupu, Sean Alexander, Patrick Kearney. I liked watching Julian Peterson play with what he could do on the field. Steve Hutchinson was great. I know it's for a season, but Joe Jurvicius was awesome. Those would be the guys in the 2010s, probably. Trying to think of else. I guess I'll put Snails in the house. I'm sure he probably ripped me over the coals if I didn't mention Trufant. You got to give Trufant probably a little love. Trufant would drive me crazy, though, with sometimes the ball skills. Drive me a little bit nuts at times when he just would not make a play on the ball. Anybody else? Bobby Ingram in the 2000s. Got to include Bobby Ingram on that as well. Got to do it. 2010 to 20, obviously all of the Legion of Boom, Sean, Russ. I'm including all the Legion of Boom, though. Doug Baldwin, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. Not as much the offensive lineman in 2010s to the 20s. Maybe Max Unger, I guess. Maybe. Jadeveon Clowney. I enjoyed watching him for a year. Some of these are only 1 years off, Garth, where it's just 1 year guys, but they were fun to watch for the year they were in, you know. They were a lot of fun. I'd even say that about like the 2010. Like I put Mike Williams season, what was it, in 2009, where he like started to retap back into that top 10 pick potentially had coming out, you know. So I'd even put him in there at that point. But I think that would be my list. Pretty expansive there, Garth. I think I covered most. If I remember somebody, I'll throw it out there. But thank you, man, for all your donos. And you coming in with 13 months. Well, you've been a member for 13 months, Garth. You silly man. You've been here for a while. Says that German fan is awesome. Sweet Lynch poster. I wonder if he could recommend a mountain coaster in Germany. That's a bucket item list. I will ask him. Man. I'm hopeful I'll get a response back here on email from him. I sent him a picture of the backdrop. But yeah, I think it's awesome. He custom put this together. So he didn't just buy this off Amazon. I think he put it together like Shop or something like that. And it looks really good. I wish I could get it a little bit more in prominence. I need to kind of structure my backdrop a little bit to kind of get everything fit in the right way and, you know, have it the feng shui work. I've kind of got everything jammed in a bit right now, but very kind of him to send that. And can't wait to try out that German beer. I'll ask him next time I talk to him, Garth, on a good mountain coaster. Thank you, Garth, for your longtime support as a member of the channel. Randall, thank you for another $20 donation. Randall, you are awesome, brother. Triple dono today. Another two $20 drops. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate you for that. And hope you are having a great night, man. Thank you so much. Very kind. Sorry, the kitty's being a little loud here. She's in a little needy mode tonight. Says, got a player comp for Spoon. Of course, we always go with the all-time greats, the physical play, ball hawk, and blitz ability. Charles Woodson, only player with 30-plus picks and 30-plus sacks. Woodson, bigger, of course, but that's who I would comp. I love that comp. I really, really, really like that comp, Randall. I mean, you might have, I'm not trying to totally steal it, but I hadn't even thought of it up until this point of Woodson being a potential, Randall, but it does really fit. Yeah, he might be a couple inches taller, but they both play the position in very much the same way. And the ball skills are similar, the ability to hit and tackle. Hell, that's why Woodson was able to play, you know, at times like a safety for the Packers later on, and certainly was playing at times like a slot down there for them, which we've already seen from Witherspoon he can also do. And let's face it, Randall, there really hasn't been a lot of different cornerbacks in this league who can play it that way, you know, who have the ability to go inside, outside, and do them both at a very high level. I mean, I'm trying to think and go through my mind as far as who else could be a comp out there. You know, we could go to somebody in the 80s like a Dale Carter kind of type, right, Randall, which I've heard is sometimes people putting comps to Witherspoon for that, but that's reaching far back. If there really, to me, hasn't been a guy in recent history that brings this skill set to play on the field. That's why I think you have at times, not times, but that's why you've had Coach Carroll when he was finding a comp for him mentioning the Steelers' former safety, Polamalu, because it's not easy to find kind of the quite comp in recent drafts for guys that have come out. You know, you'll get cover corners that come out in these drafts, but they'll be like Trayvon Diggs, where they come out and they're not really interested in tackling, but they can cover like hell and they got ball skills. That's always the price that you seem to have to pay if you get a ball skill corner, is that they're going to tend to be very finesse and not have that kind of dog in them a bit. But I mean, yeah, I mentioned Antoine Winfield is another guy that could be a guy we could look at there, Randall. But he is a very unique player, and they just don't come down very often built like this in NFL history. Outside corners are outside corners. Slots are slots. You know, you keep them where they are. You keep them in their position. And to have a guy that can do both like this, not to mention a guy who can probably play some safety snaps in addition to this, that's That's a unique weapon to use on the football field. I'll try to think, Brandel, if there's one that is a better one that stands out to me as far as the comp goes, as a guy that would suit. But I in thinking about it recently, there's not been one that stood out to me of, oh, this guy's like that exactly, you know. Just nobody really tackles and hits at the cornerback position like he's hitting. Nobody plays the two positions like that and then has the ball skills and then has the coverage skills, bringing that all together. I mean, these are it's kind of an all-time skill set you're putting together a bit, just in how unique it is. I'm not trying to overhype the kid too much here, Randall, but I mean, you mentioned Charles, and it's like, who else is, other than Charles and this kid, who's moved around like that? And not moved around like that to get away around from their deficiency in their game, but because you can move them around like that weapon in the cornerback room. And even I think with Woodson by the end, they were moving him inside and keeping him inside because, you know, he wasn't as good as playing on the outside anymore as his career did start to wear on a bit. Whereas with Witherspoon, he can do both really, really at a high level. Wish I had a better answer for you on that, Randall, but I think you brought the best answer to play. 30 picks, 30 sacks out of Woodson. That's definitely is something along the lines of where we could see the outlook for Woodson or with Witherspoon for where he could be going in his career with that too, man. Great comp, Randall. Fantastic comp. And thank you, man, for all your donations and support. You are unbelievable, brother. Unbelievable. Gotta think, man, there's got to be another corner I'm missing. Got to be somebody there. I can't think of it, man. There's just not been too many that have come through. Whitey White says, Pete said Jason Peters will play this week. He could be a big part of slowing down Garrett at right tackle. Definitely could. Definitely could. I just want him working all week then with, have him working all week with Will Disley. Is they're going to double block Garrett all day. That's all we're doing. HB says, why didn't they just put Abe on IR? I think they put him on IR for the 4-week period, but I think that there's a little bit of uncertainty of how long this was going to take for him to recover and get better and get right. And so they've had to kind of feel it as a week-to-week thing. To be honest, though, HB, we haven't gotten a lot of information about the injury or what's exactly going down there. Dave Patron, Chiefs fixing to get a few Frank Clarks for his price in a Super Bowl. # great show. Well, thank you, Dave, and best of luck to you Chiefs. And I do think, Dave, you've got a smart organization out there. You got a Chiefs team that will make trades at the deadline when they know they need to address a need. I love that about your organization. The last year you did with Kadarius Toney, bringing him in to get a bit of a playmaker out there for you on the outside. I do indeed believe that you guys are going to make a move before this trade deadline to go get yourself some help. It's not maybe going to be Frank Clark, but it's going to be somebody right along those same lines, if not, maybe even better. Maybe you guys go out there to Washington and say, hey, Washington, we'll flip you a 3rd-round pick for Chase Young. I certainly think that the Chiefs would be happy to make that kind of move. I know you guys are a little restricted on your cap as far as you stand right now, but no doubt about it, if I'm in the AFC right now and I'm the Chiefs, I'm looking at trying to top the tank out a little bit. I'm looking at that AFC as going, man, I think Cincinnati's getting around into shape. Buffalo's looking a little bit less than what they are, but Baltimore's looking tough as hell. Give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Gabby Stonebreaker, go Hawks. Scooby Snacks, I also want the Winers to lose as much as possible. I would very much like that. Tolkien's Pencil, I saw a rumor we may do action green for the Thanksgiving game against the Niners. Well, we've had a lot of luck with action greens, so it's been good for us. It's not good on my eyes. I can't see right for the next 2 days after watching an action green game. You know, it's like when you stare at a bulb and then you look away and the bulb light's still in your eye and you can't really see. It's like that when I watch the action greens for 3 hours. But if it helps us win, it helps us win. Zai says Darnold starting and the Niner fans are pissed. Yeah, they're screaming like, why do we have to get rid of Lance? Why do we have to get rid of Lance? Nobody trusts Darnold. And he may go out there and ball, but I still wouldn't trust him even if he did. He'll go out there and throw 5 great throws in a row and then just one that just like throws it right to the opponent. Gabby says, I got my Savage 21 spoon throwback yesterday. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's a great pick. It's a great pick, Gabby. Let's go. Isaac says, yeah, UB watched basketball, but had to join the chat. Welcome back, Frank. I remember watching KC play and thinking, why did we get rid of him? Yeah, it came down to an offseason, Isaac, of where you had four horsemen of the Seattle Seahawks salary cap apocalypse is how I termed it at the time. And I did a little video where I had four horsemen running, and one had Bobby's head on, and one had Russell's head, and one had Jaron, and one had Frank Clark's head. And you were not going to be able to sign all four of the guys with your cap situation. Somebody was going to have to go. Somebody was going to have to leave the island. And Seahawks made a very smart choice at that time because, you had Frank where you could franchise him and get some value back. You couldn't do the same thing with the other players necessarily. And so they made the signings with the other three guys. They moved Frank, and they got maximum returns back from him. I mean, they got a first and a second round pick. You don't have DK Metcalf here if you hadn't made that trade. So, it was a good trade for us to make. I think he did okay work for KC. He did a lot of his best work in the playoffs for them. But I think it's a trade that probably worked out for both sides at the end of the day. There's always times we try to go to the winner and losers of trades, and sometimes it's a win-win. But we couldn't afford to pay all three of those guys, especially with him making $23.5 million per year at the time, which was that would have been a like trend-sending contract for edges across the sport. Gabby says, I feel Purdy's not that good. No deep ball. I agree. I think his arm is limited, Gabby. I do. And I don't think he's even fully recovered off that Tommy John surgery. Gabby says, Tez is the best 90s player in my opinion. I think he is too. I'd say that's fair. Jesse says, Sam Darnold could easily come in and play as good, if not better than Purdy. He had decent seasons on bad Jets teams. Yeah. He doesn't process like Purdy. I don't think he has quite the mobility of Purdy, but he has a bigger arm, a stronger arm. He can make more of the NFL throws. The playbook is filled, but you can call upon all the plays in the book with Purdy back there or with Darnold back there. So there's some pluses and minuses, but you're right. He could come in there and from a different standpoint kind of give the same kind of play, if not a smidge better than what they're getting out of Purdy's. Purdy's not to 100% with that arm, which it doesn't appear he might be. Not that arm's a lot at 100% anyway. Tolkien says poor Kelsey's going to be vilified in a song soon. He knows what he signed up for. If you're going to date Taylor, they're going to eventually end up in a song talking about all of your bad picadillos. Stephen Cunningham. Hi, Brandon. Love the content. I was wondering if you also have a day job. Thanks. Last year, I made the transition, Stephen, to just doing this as kind of full-time work. Some of it was I did consulting for years for a lot of these companies, and I had a lot of companies consulting for that really got hammered on the end of the pandemic, and some had to close or stop doing some of the stuff of their, stop having it. So it was a good thing that this was going and cooking, but now I am fully on the flow. This is, it's this 24/7. I might eventually do some side work eventually down the road to just pick up a little bit of extra income. But right now we're running 24/7 on this, man. And I love it. I love it. Kelsey's been killing it lately, though. He has been killing it. It's funny they show the stat of Kelsey with Swift in the stadium versus when she's not in the stadium. There's like 35, 40 yards difference in pass receiving yardage. Got a baddie in the room and you just start balling out, Chicken says, I would have loved to see Derek Hall emerge in the second half of the season like Boye Mafe did last year. It'd be cool if it happens. I think it's hard to count on it necessarily. And if it does occur, that's great. But you just don't want to put all of your eggs in that basket necessarily, as sometimes these edge rushers can take kind of a year to find themselves. I'm fully expecting Derek to take the big step forward into next year that Boye did through this offseason, and to become a similar kind of player to what we're getting out of Boye this year. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Man, you're unbelievable, brother. I salute you, sir. You're awesome. If Spoon ends up being 90% of Woodson, I'll be out of my mind stoked. Don't sleep on the right side of the brain, folks. Don't sleep on those right-sided brain folks. They think a little bit outside the box. They're willing to do things the right-handers won't do. They're willing to take chances the righties won't take. This is the lefty way. This is the only way. You put the lefty way on a cornerback, Garth, it's one dangerous human being that you've got out on the football field. And I think Randall's comp on that, Garth, is very apropos. As he says, Charles Woodson was maybe a couple inches taller, but both of these guys are selected right around the same place in the draft. And both of these two guys have a very similar kind of skill set to them. And Woodson especially became a very good tackler as his career wore along, despite the fact he wasn't some big yoked up cornerback. You know, he's a little bit of a taller guy, but he was also kind of a thinly put together guy as well. So I think that one is really a great comp, especially with Woodson being able to play the outside, the inside deal. But I think he can be that. And this is why he is a top 5 pick. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he might have even been. Hold on here. So technically, Woodson was taken with the 4th overall pick in the first round. We've got Witherspoon taken with the 5th pick. So there's one selection difference between the two of these guys as far as, I don't think it's empty talk looking at these two guys going, there's a comp here to be had. There's an outlook for projection for Witherspoon, and when looking at Woodson. And as I think about this more and more, Randall, I might just steal this completely for a video in the upcoming future. But it's perfect. It's a great fit. I love it. And Woodson, of course, helped that Packer team go out there and win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers there. Probably the keynote person on that defense, if not Clay Matthews at that time, helping them get there. So very important player for that Packer team. Had a great career, Hall of Famer. And you're right, man, Garth. If Witherspoon can be 90% of Woodson, we got a hell of a player on our hand. And yes, it's because of the left-handedness mainly. Tyler Jackson, Frank Clark, outside linebacker or 3-tech, defensive end. He would be an outside linebacker. He can move inside. He has done that at times in his career, but I would reckon and guess that he'll be more often than not using it as a stand-up outside linebacker. CJ, Brandon Pete has been very short and dismissive for several weeks when the subject of Abe Lucas comes up. At this point, could his return be way farther off than many assume? It could be. When Pete's not being very straightforward on an injury front, McIntosh was the same way. McIntosh had the injury, and I was thinking it's a 4 to 6er. This thing's going to end up being like an 8 to 10er. So, yeah, I think you're right to try to do a little bit of that math here to say, okay, he's in parsing Pete, when he tends to be quite tight-lipped when it comes to an injury, you probably can err on the side of the injuries in a little bit more of a serious place than it is that he's going to bounce right back, because he tends to be a pretty much an optimist, and when he is being kind of loose lips with it about what he thinks about what's going on at the position. So yes, I do believe that this is indicative of Abe's situation taking a little bit longer than I think they initially assumed. And I don't think that they're as certain right now, just reading the tea leaves, as to when he exactly comes back. I think he's going to come back, because otherwise they would have, I think, had more of an acknowledgement and understanding of he's done at this point when it came up. But I think that is uncertain. We don't quite know when. James Stradley. Highly doubt there will be many teams running double coverage on Bobo like they do with DK. Go Hawks. Yeah, I get the love for the Bobo. I understand there's Bo Bros out there. I understand he's capturing the imagination, and players will do this from time to time, and he should. He's played phenomenal ball. But let's not get lost with DK. Let's not forget about what he's done and what he causes. And yeah, every week he steps on that football field, he draws as much double teams as any receiver in this sport. You can talk all day of, he's not as good as Justin Jefferson. He's not as good as Cooper Kupp. He's not as good as Tyreek Hill. He draws as much double teams as any of those guys in this league. And that has got some value that it adds to this offense. That helps this offense out in a very unique way. It makes playing the quarterback position easier for Geno Smith when he can know that that's going to happen a high prevalence of the time. And that's before we get to the whole Bobo taking over DK or trade DK, let's hit our brakes on that one because that's not something Bobo is going to provide. Bobo will get open. Bobo can be productive. But DK is a game changer at the position. And it shouldn't be forgotten. Shouldn't be forgotten. Because I want the guy to stay. I don't want people to force him out of town. Allen says, I like how Vikings defense sent relentless blitzes and pressure at Purdy. Great blueprint for beating the Niners. Well, the previous week, you had the Browns in man coverage 71% of the time against Purdy, able to shut things down. Then you've got the Vikings this week bringing the blitzes like they were bringing, able to get Purdy nervous, able to shut him down. It would be very silly for us to go up against this Niner team and fall back into a heavy zone defense again and let him pick you apart again when these teams have had this success in this fashion. You're right. A blueprint has been put forward. These teams have done two very specific things week in, week out, playing man and bringing some more of the stack fronts and blitzes and pressure-based concepts up on the Niners at this point. And I think that's what you got to do with Purdy. You can't let him sit back there and be comfortable and then just run the offense as Shanahan has told him to do. He'll have his first read open all day, and it'll be very easy for him to play the position. Got to confuse him. Got to bring those stack fronts up there. Got to bring the blitzes occasionally a little more than you would, I think, against other teams. And I think that will lead to success. This Viking team doesn't have on that defense very much talent. They're manufacturing what they can here with Flores. But he's showing you how you can overcome personnel that's not the most talented in the league. That's maybe one of the worst defensive talented personnel groupings you'll find in the league, but you can overcome that with scheme. You can put players in a position to succeed. You can get the most out of players. Look at a guy like Ivan Pace that was taken out of Cincinnati as a middle linebacker with the Vikings. He's one of the higher rated middle linebackers in the sport, and the guy has limitations. He's very small. He can get swallowed up in the run game, but they're blitzing the guy over and over, putting him in the position to best succeed because he was the best blitzing middle linebacker, the best blitzing linebacker in this whole past draft. So it's definitely a blueprint. I'm seeing the same thing, Alan, and I hope we do utilize it for that. We'll be smart. And he says, DK is irreplaceable. That's right. Unreplaceable. That's right. That's what we got to keep saying here. Stifle these folks talking about trade. No. Big country, I'm really concerned with the Ravens game. Ravens are rounding themselves into a monster, and they've set things up from a defensive personnel standpoint to be very tough to deal with. And Lamar and that offense aren't easy on the other side. Lamar has really cooked up NFC teams too. There's something to being able to play Lamar a couple of different times to kind of learn how to play him because he is such a unique player. But he's had one hell of a track record against NFC teams, has Lamar, with the win-loss record. And it is because he is so hard to deal with and so unique. Gabby says, we can't trade DK. He is the best deep ball receiver in the NFC West. I agree, Gabby. 100%. Check out, what about the Browns running the football? I think they're definitely going to try to run the ball. Who's going to be their back? Let's take a look here. As I understand it, so you got no Nick Chubb. You've got the kid they took out of Cincinnati, I believe, also out for this game. Jerome Ford. So that's going to leave him with Kareem Hunt. Even Kareem Hunt's questionable in this game. So you got Kareem Hunt and you got Pierre Strong. They do have a good offensive line. Jedrick Wills is really good. Joel Bitonio is awesome and has been for years. And Joel Bitonio is one of those guys I wanted us to draft back in the day. Ethan Posick has played pretty good center for them. Wyatt Teller's an all right white right guard. And then DeJuan Jones, the rookie for them, he's been okay. Actually, I wanted to see how he has been. Get an update on him with PFF where he's sitting. He's been all right. League average. He's been good as a pass blocker. He's been horrible as a run blocker, DeJuan Jones. Only a 51 grade as his run blocking. But he's only given up one sack on 424 snaps. So they've got a strong line, even if they don't have a best back. We're gonna learn this week, I guess, Chicken God, on what is the value of back, what is the value of line. Because the analytic folks tell us on a week like this, with a team like the Browns taking out Kareem Hunt, who's not prime Kareem Hunt anymore, Pierre Strong, who's just a guy. But you have a good offensive line that can run block, theoretically, with how talented they are. But does the running back matter? Does the talent of the running back matter? And if it, we'll see a little bit more clearly on this as kind of a case study this week, I think. Mega says, B, are we wearing the Zorn Largent jersey on Sunday, or am I rocking the green Largent for the first time at the Hawks Nest? We got to do the large. We got to have to do the Zorn Largent combo, Megan. I didn't want to call upon it. I didn't want to call upon this power this early into the year. I wanted to wait to call upon the power fully into the schedule when we need it for like maybe the Cowboys game or the Ravens game. But no, this week we need it. This week we need it. I need this win. I need 5-2. I need that comfort zone. I need that room for error. Schedule's going to get too damn hard. Got to get these dubs now. That's what I say, Megan. Get these dubs now. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all your donations tonight, man. You are unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. Appreciate you. Brando, did the German fan get to go to the game versus Tampa Bay last season? I heard it was a hard ticket to acquire. I didn't get a chance to ask him that, I don't think. Let me see. Did he tell me if he did or not? Let me see. He might have. Let's see if Raymond did. Give me a go Hawks, but I didn't get an answer on that. I'll ask him on that, Garth. That was probably a hard ticket to acquire, though. The whole country wanted in on that one. So that would have been a tough one to get. But I'll ask him. I got some cool German beer he sent me. I'm kind of interested to try it, see how tasty that is. Kind of stoked for that. Plus the chips on there. But it was kind of in the same. And plus we got no more real white space on the wall behind me. I think I'm going to fill up the side space here and get it all set up with that. And then everything will look nice and full. It's a work in progress. But Garth, thank you so much, man, for all you do on the channel, man, with all your donations and support. I really, really, really appreciate it so very much. On top of becoming a member again here on the channel. Brent R., thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, brother, for doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Please do join Brent if you're not already subscribed. Become subscribed today as we're trying to get to 15,000. We're going to round this week past 14,000 pure. That leaves us just 1,000 away from getting to our 15,000 mark, and we're going to clear it by, we're going to make, I think the way it looks right now, we're going to get about 1,000 past our goal this year. So I'm very happy now. So we're going to be doing a third of our whole channel growth. 4 years this channel's been around. This last year, it looks like we're going to have a third of our growth happen in just the last year alone. Tremendous to see, great to see, and it does definitely bode well for what we're looking at here in the future in the Nest with how it looks like we're going to grow. But Garth, thank you for that, man. Thank you as well, Brent, for subbing up. Kareem should be good to go, says Brian. Okay. And he's all right. He ain't bad. Magic Vlog says Ford's out for sure. I have him in fantasy. There we go. Gabby says Chubbs might never play again. Yeah, they initially announced after, he had the surgery and everything like, well, it's not as bad as we thought. But you go back and watch that hit and you're like, how? It looks like complete knee construction, especially for a guy that has had a torn ACL or two in his past. Ben Dennett says, praying for the speedy return of Lucas. Chef Gino has a nice ring to it. It does have a nice ring to it. Alan says, Brandon, agree 100%. Well said. Thank you, Alan. A few more Seahawks. I don't care if opposing fans talk crap about him. It's just our fans, no matter what, they want him gone, even though we are 4-2. Yeah, it's been weird that there's that built in. I just want him out. I can't be, and people get convinced of what they think, and you sometimes can't move them off their spot in football. I mean, I've noticed this, and I'm trying to get more wise with this because I will get pulled into conversations where there really is no room to be had. I can be convinced of other people's standpoint, even if I don't agree with it on the surface of it. I've changed my stance on things in the past because people have made some great arguments, but you got to make the great argument. And the thing with the Geno folks that are anti-Geno, you guys don't have great arguments to supply. you got kind of personal feelings and emotions. And that doesn't add up to a whole hell of a lot at the end of the day when trying to make a big time assessment about your quarterback position and whether to go with a guy or not to go with a guy. And it also requires people to look at the situation a little bit deeper than just box score stats and the bad throws they might take away from this game. You got to look with the Geno situation at all of what's going on there because it's impacted his play, especially looking at that week 13 onwards from last year through these weeks right now. And not having a functional offensive line, both in pass protection and in run blocking, through a large part of the time last year, not having the healthy running backs, not having a good defense last year. Like these things impact the quarterback play. But from their standpoint, everything kind of happens in a vacuum. That's what I'm going to say. It's like that. It's that Michael Jordan application of the quarterback position from a different sport. You know, where on a starting court, you can have a Michael Jordan who goes out there and he can almost single-handedly take things over. And they think of that like in the same way as they view the quarterback position. And it doesn't really work that way. There are those quarterbacks that can kind of get close to doing that. They're few and far between. I mean, there's like 2 of them, but it's very hard even for those guys to play that way when they're dealing with so many injuries across the board, especially on the offensive line. But like I said, I don't think that, and having 4 weeks of this discussion and some pretty hotly contested debates, I've kind of learned at this point that there really is not a place you're going to get to with those folks. They were in the stance a year ago that Geno was what he was, that he's a career backup and he can never be more than that. And the comeback player of the year is just simply an anomaly, and he lucked into it. So you can see as I speak about this, when somebody talks like that, it's like, where's there to go in the discussion at that point, right? Because you're speaking in these terms, the ultimate terms that you don't have to back anything up. It's just kind of your feeling on it. Like, oh, okay, there's not a lot to be had. You don't have a lot of meat to the bone to your argument at that point. DVD Forever says, B, the shameful thing is most of us thought that the offensive coordinator was the issue. After he was fired, Russ still looked weak. What if we still had Bev with Geno at the helm? You would be limited. You'd be limited. I mean, with Bevel and Schottenheimer both, they were not bringing in what would be a modernized offense. They were going to continue to run what would be a little bit more of the old school offense. And I think this was a purposeful thing because I don't think that Coach Carroll ever really fully trusted, as you say, their DVD, Russ to run a full modernized offense. I think Carroll knew very well what would happen if he tried to have Russ run that kind of show, and that it really wouldn't work out because of some of the inabilities by Russ to run an offense on time. If you're going to run a modern offense, it's going to be structured and it's going to be very much getting the ball out of your hand very quickly, which means you got to operate on time. You got to be accurate. You got to get the ball out to the spot when it needs to be there. You need to make the proper read. These are things that I don't think that they could trust in Russ. So they had to keep the offense simplified, I think, because of that DVD. And that allowed Russ to flourish. I think it was also the smartest marrying of the talents of Russ at that time, because then he could just kind of fall into the backyard football and make it go. But it was hard to pull through from, is it the offensive coordinator, is it Russ? Because some of this was the schematic structure of the offense. You didn't embrace any pre or post snap motion. There was no utilization of the bubble screen or the fly sweep game. There was no traditional elements of the there's no traditional elements of just the screen game to the running backs at all. You didn't run really any flood zone concepts. I mean, you could go down the list. Not a lot of the modern approaches were applied to that offense. But we're in a better shape with Waldron than we would be with Bevel right now, because Waldron's more better built to drive the offense in the modern age. This is why Bevel is not an offensive coordinator. This is why when you look at Schottenheimer becoming an offensive coordinator with Dallas now, taking over for Kellen Moore, that offense has gone backwards with Schottenheimer taking over, not forwards. Chicken God says, lost in the Geno conversation also is that he was injured pretty bad with his knee and his ankle when he got rolled up on that 2 weeks ago, and he's also been playing through that. Great point. Great point. You know he's gotten through it. You know he's not been at 100% the past couple of weeks with that kind of injury there. And it certainly is going to make it just a little bit even harder to play the position when you already got some uphill factors you're dealing with. Well said. Well said. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 injury. Says, what's up with Eskridge? Preseason injury? No, Eskridge got suspended, Randall, for a domestic incident. He's due to come off the suspension list here by next week, I believe. And so that will he'll be active at that. I imagine he'll be active at that point, but he's been running around. They say he's in the team meetings, so he's right there prepped along and ready to kind of roll once he does come off that suspension list after this week. But yes, I don't think the preseason injury, I think, is behind him at this point. I don't think that was a major one. And he's had a lot of time between since then now to get that right. So should be good to go, Randall. And does look like they're going to have him back on the roster and active and try to utilize him, whatever that means and however that is. Your guess is as best as mine on how they're going to use him, though, right? Tyler says people want DK gone, yet one of the best receivers in the NFL, and it's stupid that people really think that we need to move on from him. It is, Tyler. It is. And I'm glad to hear that there are folks like yourself, and you're not alone. There's been many that have mentioned this that are on that same trait you are. Yeah, we've got a contingent that'll come in and they'll say trade DK, but there's much more of a contingent that says, hold on, pop your brakes there. Pop your brakes there. And I'm glad to hear it. It endears me to my fellow Seahawks fans that there's not these folks that are allowing themselves to get wrapped up into this. DK had a press conference today where he literally spoke about every single one of the injuries that have occurred over his career. He says, there's this, there's that, there's this, there's that, there's this. That's what you got over 4 years. And is it good that it's happened? No, it's not good that it's happened. Would it be good if you can clean some of the stuff up on there? Yeah, it would be good if you can clean some of the stuff up there. Not all of those come out of him just being a hothead out there and doing some crazy thing. Some of those come out of the officials targeting him and him having to kind of adjust with time in this target thing about what he can get away with and what he can't get away with. And it makes it just, to me, even more frustrating to think that you would let that be the driver of what you'd want to have. You want to move DK out of town, not because he's not a great receiver, not because he doesn't block like hell, not because he doesn't play like hard, not because he doesn't basically show up for every single game, not that he doesn't fight through injury, but because he has this occasional two penalties a season situation go on. You got to rush him out of town. It's silly. It doesn't make any sense. And I like you say, you don't get it. I don't get it. It's stupid. That's the best way to put it. It's just stupid. A lot of times I can understand the other side of the coin, and I try to work to understand the other side of the coin when I don't agree with the general opinion when it comes to our Hawks. But this is one that's just has my eyes rolling 24/7. Don, Ranger Power. Hawks Nest, Pop Culture Breakdown Raid. What's up, Don? Hello, Brandon. And all. Hope everyone's well, despite the passing of the original Shaft himself, Richard Roundtree. Who you talking about? Talking about Shaft. Shaft, man. Shaft. It is my duty to please that booty. But RIP to Mr. Richard Roundtree. Definitely an original, he was. And yeah, hell of a roll, that Shaft roll there with Richard. Definitely never make another one like that guy, God broke the mold on that one. But ain't talking about Shaft. Just talking about Shaft. It's good to see you, though, Don. Feed more Seahawks. DK is in a player's couch organization. If DK went somewhere else, we will miss him, and I won't feel bad for the haters. I won't either. Jim God says he's still limping around quite a bit and slow to get up and also taking a lot of hits. Being Gino, yeah. Very much true. And those do accumulate over time. Hopefully we can get him a little cleaner as the season goes along. Tyler, hard to be decisive under pressure when he's not been given much time to throw the ball due to how bad our O-line is. Yeah. You have a hard time getting through the progression reads or even believing that you can get through your progression prior to the snap if you're feeling like you're going to be under pressure with about 2.5 seconds after the snap, which has been often the case for him. And it makes it hard. It makes it really hard to play the position. And you got to factor it in. I was trying to say, Tyler, the great comp that I was trying to make, and nobody that was on the side of being anti-Genoites responded to this. It's kind of telling when I know I make a good point, because it's just like it goes quiet for the people that believe the anti-Geno sentiment, which is the Tom Brady thing that I tried to bring up on the last stream. Tom Brady goes and wins the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, handpicks Tampa Bay. Why? They got a great offensive line. They're going to go pick Tristan Wirfs with the first-round pick, the best right tackle in the draft. They're getting him an offensive line that can pass protect in front of him so he can get the job down there and work. He loses those 3 best offensive linemen off that Tampa Bay team the next year for the season, not for a couple games, but loses all 3 of those guys for the entire season. And Tom is nowhere near the kind of quarterback he was the prior year in his productive level. That's the GOAT. That's the all-time best of the best, who he himself is affected once he sees 3/5 of his offensive line down. And it makes sense. It adds up. Gabby says, I'm stoked about seeing the prototype return. Me too. You mean the prototype, huh? I think you mean, Gabby, you mean blueprint. That's the one he's got on the tattoo on the arm. Thank you again, Randall, for that $2 donation. We'll have Eskridge back by, I think, next week with the Ravens. Garth, thank you for the $10 donation. Goodness, Garth, you are amazing, brother. Another big drop by you on the dono train with that. Thank you, man. I trusted my feelings and emotions and followed number 3 to Denver. I'm now a shell of what I was 2 years ago and bet against the Broncos every week, hoping to lose, but somehow win. Well, you hang in there, Garth. You weren't the only one following number 3 to Denver, and you weren't the only one. At least you're in the chat being, vocal about it. I had plenty of folks that came in my chat about the Russ thing saying, he's going to take off there. He's going to be amazing. You just watch. And, those folks don't come back in like you do come back in. So I got to give you not only props for the donation, but props for the fact that you own it, because so many don't own that. They'll just go quiet on it. And, you don't come back and say, I was wrong about Russ. He was starting to be diminished. He was starting to go downhill. It was the right choice of the organization to move off of him. But what was clear at the time, to your point, and those folks at point who feel that well that they felt, Garth, was that it wasn't clear. I was wrestling with it. I wasn't sure about it. I'd give you one answer one day one way, and then one answer the other day one way. It might be Pete. The next answer, it might be over to Russ. And it was very hard to make the assessment. It's a little bit like we're talking about Randall in the, or Garth in the discussion above about the offensive coordinator and different coordinators and what they would have brought to the table or what they would be bringing to the table now if they were here. It's very hard to segment between the two because the offensive coordinator you had in the building was drawn by the quarterback that you had and by how you wanted to kind of pare down a very complicated playbook to something simplistic. This is why Schottenheimer inherited reportedly 70% of the playbook that he got when he came in-house. So it was hard. It was hard to make that assessment about who was who and what was what. Everything was a risk in that situation, and we weren't sure exactly of how it was going to play out. We had some intuitions, but nobody was sure. It could have gone either way on that one, Garth. Could have gone either way. But hopefully you're not going to be a shell for so long. Hopefully we get you back to full speed, especially helps if you're going to win every week on those Bronco bets. Is that one of the ones, Garth, where if the Broncos win and you lose money, you win? But then if you lose money, if you win money and the Broncos lose, then you still win? I know that betting style out there that does exist. Like that'd be the way to go this week for me. Like I'd do all my underdog bets for like the Browns and like PJ Walker going for more than 150 and Hunt going for more than 50 and and then if it doesn't happen, we won. So yeah, I lose my money, but I feel okay about it. I know that strategy, Garth. That works. That's a good way of like hedging your bet to feel good either way on that, no matter how it breaks down. That's an old bettor's trick, my man. Thank you though, brother, for all your donations. You are amazing. Randall, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. It says, worst trade, Broncos Wilson or Browns Watson? I almost lean Watson and doesn't really get the attention what they gave up. You're right. It doesn't get the attention. I do think that it is a close one, Randall, when you break it down between the two as to who's the separator here, who's the worst of the worst. I think it's so close that it's almost, they're right on about the same line. The Browns give up 3 first-round picks, but they got to wait 3 years to get those picks. We got to get ours in the 2 years. There's something to be said for that. The first-round picks we got from Denver, Garth, were a top 10 pick and a top 5 pick, and then you also got those commemorate second-round picks in addition to that on top of that. I believe that even where you look at the Browns right now and you look at the first-round picks that they're going to receive, being that the Texans from them in return, that those are going to be later first-round picks, mid to later first-round picks. So there is, to me, a bit of a value difference. I mean, especially Garth or Randall, if you look at the draft last year, looking at that draft and realizing that there was really maybe only 10 true blue first-round pick blue chip prospects guys that were really worthy of being up in that top range. You'll have first round guys taken in last year's draft, but because of the NIL money situation and all those guys going back to college, there wasn't as many really good players. So if you're picking then into that teens, 20s range with the Browns' first round pick, that player is going to be a lot different than Devin Witherspoon or Charles Cross that you were able to get. Say nothing of the second round picks, which those 2 second round picks would basically be equivalent to that third first round pick really there, especially when you consider, Garth, you're getting those 2 second round picks a year prior to how long they have to wait for that third first round pick. Then you throw in the players on top of it, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, Drew Lock. I think that still does give us the edge on it. But there's a potential that this could end up worse, I guess, maybe, depending on what the Browns end up get for those picks and how that all, filters out. But I would still give us a little bit of the edge because of that. If they were getting the first round picks in 2 years, it might be a little bit different with that. And the other part of this too, Randall, is I think though absolutely Wilson's time is winding down and that trade is finalizing to be what it is, especially once the Broncos are likely to cut him at the end of this year. The Browns aren't going to get that guaranteed contract means that they're married to Watson for the foreseeable future. And so then with that, there is time for Watson to rejuvenate his value and maybe find back some sort of, recapturing of the old magic. I know it's not likely to happen, Randall, but maybe there's a chance there. Megan, did you hear the Seahawks Stories podcast where Steve Rabel and Jim Zorn were talking to Steve Largent? I didn't, Megan. If you got the link, send me please that link. I'd love to check it out. Is it just if it's on the Seahawks thing, I'll go look it up. I'd love to see what that's about. It's always good to hear. They always got a good couple of old stories that they come out with when you get them talking together. DVDs. So one of my favorite things about Geno, besides the numbers, is he holds people accountable on the sidelines after a bad mistake. Manning the Sheriff did this all the time. Indeed. I don't think that he's ever hesitant to talk to people or get on, let people know what's going on. Saw him do it last year with Eskridge when Eskridge didn't do a correction on his route in the Chargers game. And that's what you got to do as the quarterback position. It's not about being a peacemaker or being the I get along with everybody guy. It's you being a leader and making sure people are on the same page and on the right page. And that means sometimes getting in people's face. That means sometimes getting vocal. I love that about him too. He's done, as I say, he's done everything right you could ask Geno to do at this situation. And that from the contract he signed to the work ethic to the leadership, it's all been on point. And I'm very satisfied with what we get. As Ada says, worth every penny. I was looking too. I had a stat here I wanted to show you guys that I think is also worthy of kind of putting this in perspective a little bit, if I may. And that stat would be, where is it? There we go. Just a reminder here. Just another reminder about Geno and where we would put the perspective of his performance this year. This is Bob Condoto, OTC, with the first revelation of the full details on Smith's contract, which includes a $26.1 million signing bonus and a $1.2 million salary to make up the $27.3 million he's guaranteed for 2023. Also includes $10.1 million cap hit for 2023. So Geno's cap hit, $10 million this year. That makes him the 19th highest cap hit of any quarterback in the sport. Kind of worth noting, I think. Kind of important as far as putting in perspective our expectations level of Geno. And also the value you're getting out of this contract for his level of play. I think it's an important part of it. Yeah, he says Junior Sal played edge, Mike, and outside linebacker. He did. Yeah, he could do it all. He was middle linebacker through his prime, Gabby. He slid to edge as his career kind of wore on a bit. I don't know how much he did as a will either, but he did do edge, outside linebacker, and Mike were definitely at times. But it was mainly through his career as a Mike. Alan says, it feels so freaking awesome to be a Seahawk, baby. Let's go. Scooby says, and he holds himself accountable for the mistakes he makes and doesn't put any sort of blame on anyone except himself, which makes him a good leader, which makes a good quarterback. Amen. Absolutely a truth, Scooby Snacks. You see them even this last week. I got to play better. There is no yeah, buts, right? We heard a lot of those through years, didn't we? Yeah, I held the ball too long, but yeah, this bad thing happened, but also some good things happen. There was always a hedging of accepting the responsibility. And the problem with that is that you weren't ever taking responsibility. If there's always a but at the end of you taking responsibility for a mistake, it's not really an apology. It's not really I need to correct this. It is no, this is the cost of doing business. Yeah, I'm going to make big plays happen. And sometimes that means I'm going to hold on to the ball too long. Geno doesn't do that. Geno goes, hey, 3/5 of my offensive line are down. What do you expect me to do out here? He wasn't doing that. He took the slings and the arrows for the loss, ate it. And you're right. That's what makes a great leader and will help to make him a better quarterback along the line. Well said. Very well said. Love it. Makes his action green gives me the migraines, even though through the TV. It comes this close to me too, Megan, on that. I can't do it. It's like, oh Lord. King Bomber says the Niners losing against the Bengals is going to be crucial for us to fight for the division. Certainly getting them to 3 losses this early, King, is a great harbinger for us to come and take this division back later in the year and take control of this. Especially considering, King, we're going to have to build in some losses into our schedule for that hellacious 6-game stretch in there where you're playing some dogs. You're not going to come through that at 5-1 or whatever. So you got to have a little bit of room for error built in here for yourself too. But yeah, that's going to be a big game. Bengals, I think they're on the road again. Bengals coming off a bye. Niners on a short week while the Bengals are on a bye. Niners without their starting quarterback. I don't think Trent Williams is going to be ready to come back quite yet. We'll see on Debo. I think he's still got the fracture. So we'll see. Be an interesting game to watch. Is that a 10 a.m.er too? It might be at home. I might be wrong on that one too. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're getting to play that one at home. Makes it a little easier. They don't go on the road for the 10 a.m. action. Dio Brando, I'm still live streaming, brother. Doing what I do, man. Doing what I do. Police the Mac, PJ Walker playing good. He's a solid player. I'm going to go watch a couple of games tonight after I sign off for the Browns, doing a little bit of prep work for tomorrow. I'm interested to see how he's looking. I haven't kind of watched the full Browns game, I don't think, yet this year, so got to dive in. Gardner says Tommy Lee John surgery, I believe Brando meant. That's right. Got to watch out for that Tommy Lee John surgery. That's a gnarly one, man. That's awesome, Brandon. Thank you, Addis. I guess I'm so proud you can do that now, Megan. Me too, Megan. It's so great we're able to roll this like we are. It's incredibly hard when you got that side job doing these kind of channels. And for you folks out there that try to do that with the channels, man, my heart goes out to you. That's the tough road here on the early part. You don't have a lot of subs. You don't have a lot of this. You're got no time. You're tired. You come home from work and you got to try to cobble together a video. It's rough. I got a buddy right now that's doing this. I'm going to be helping him out on his channel a little bit here. And I'll be dropping that name to the channel with you guys here shortly. But he's gone through that same thing and it's tough. And I've gotten over that hump now, and it's just every day the head pops off the pillow and try to just start to put together videos and stuff and ideas for videos and trying to think on it. And I love it. I'm in heaven doing this. I really am in heaven doing this. It's kind of amazing that this is even a possibility of a thing that you can do, It is amazing. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, as a service to the Hawks Nest Nation, I would say if you're wagering a parlay, add the Chiefs money line this week as a sweetener. Ooh, Garth dropping a little bit of some bet knowledge in there. He says, if you're wagering a parlay, add the Chiefs money line this week as a sweetener. So we got the Chiefs schedule. Where's the Chiefs game? Oh, Kansas City at the Chiefs. Where's the line on this one? 8.5 points. So Garth, you like the Chiefs for 9 points as the win. Yeah, that's probably a good take. The Broncos, Garth, have played with Russ there. They've played the Chiefs oddly kind of tougher than you would have think, considering how good the Chiefs, how good the Chiefs are, how bad the Broncos have been there with Russ, but they've kind of played them tight, even though the Chiefs continue to own the Broncos. But I like it 8.5 points. I like the Chiefs over 10 points over in that game myself too. Especially with the Broncos just offloading everything they possibly can at this point. I mean, that eventually comes to a point where their tank methodology ends up clicking into play, right, Garth? And it ends up, like I'm hearing right now, their full fire sale approach here. Like everyone's on the table. Simmons, even the cornerback is. If that's the case, you got to feel like a lot of guys in that locker room are already starting to kind of look at the exit door, if they weren't already. Addis says, are the Chiefs fans sick of Taylor yet? Which Taylor? Taylor. Juwan Taylor? The tackle? Even more Seahawks. Hey, B, why was the 2021 season so bad? You were onboarding an offense with Shane Waldron that you didn't fully onboard. You were trying to marry a bit of the old offense with the new offense, and that didn't work. If you're gonna take on a new offense, you need to install it, and it doesn't. Frankenstein cobbling together two playbooks doesn't really work. And you didn't have necessarily the buy-in from Russell, as we've seen with Denver. He's not a West Coast quarterback, so it's not really a fit of Russ's skill with the West Coast offense. That doesn't really fit. So poor fit of an offensive scheme. You also didn't have the offensive lineman in place to be able to run the mobile stuff and the stuff to the edges and attack now more outside. You had a line that was more built for A and B gap kind of runs. And so that was the reality of it a bit. Now defensively, you were also bad through the first part of the year that year, and kind of stopping the pass is where it was really at on that one. If I'm not mistaken, you did okay against the run that year, but you just couldn't stop the pass against anybody. They could dink and dunk you to death. So it was the combination of those two things, and you got better as the year wore along, but that happened because you were playing bad opponents and teams that weren't particularly very good. So that's the story of 2021. I'm blanking on the Taylor guys you're mentioning. I'm trying to think of who you mean by Taylor. I know I should be too many names spinning through my head sometimes. Gabby says Aeneas Williams is a great comp for Spoon too. Aggressive. I like that one as well. And a guy played out there in Arizona, so it wasn't as well known, Gabby, right? But shouldn't take away from the fact that he was a fantastic player. Yeah, Aeneas Williams. That's another great comp. Now you guys are coming up with the good comps. You're beating the hell out of my comp game right now. Aeneas Williams stats. What did Aeneas Williams do? 5'11", 200 pounds, so very close together on that point. 55 interceptions for his career. I like that. It's a great comp, Gabby. Fantastic. Yeah, he had a great career. He was just doing it in St. Louis and Arizona. He was there when they literally made the transition from St. Louis to Arizona. Good player, though. Aggressive is the way to describe it. Yeah, I remember him a lot from my youth. Paul says, I'm the most powerful brain in the universe. Well, I mean, somebody had to be it. Mr. Carroll says, Charles Woodson was so elite. He is a fantastic player. Fantastic. Lisa says, so is Kenny McIntosh back? He's practicing. I don't know if he's back yet. I don't know if he's back. I think putting Charles as the fourth best all-time cornerback is pretty fair, Gabby. Yeah. I'd probably put Dion. I'd train Lane up ahead of him. I'm sure there'd be one other person. Rod Woodson would probably be another one above him. Fourth's about right. I like that. Phoebe says, how is Spoon so good with only 5 or 6 years of football and a beast in the NFL? He's just a different specimen. Some guys got natural instincts on the football field, combined with a natural way that they play the game and their aggressiveness that blends itself very well together. And some are just naturals, and he's that kind of guy. And you don't get this good this fast. You aren't this good as a rookie if you aren't able to pick things up in a way that is very unusual to other players. And multiple guys have talked about it. Jamal's talked about it. Bobby's talked about it. He's just got something that naturally clicks into place with this game. And hard to pinpoint how he does it when so many have to take the time they do to kind of figure things out, but he's got it. That's for sure. Ethan says, I was really hoping for Carlos Dunlap. I really liked him. Yeah, I think that the team would have, Ethan, even last year, have held on to Carlos Dunlap at that time if they thought that he could play as a stand-up outside edge. But he's 6'7", and he's not a stand-up outside linebacker. And so that's why you cut him and ate the dead money on the books that you did the previous year with Carlos, is because you were looking at that going, he's a 4-3 down defensive end. And so I did like him too. He was a good player for us, but that's the only issue there in trying to make that work was that he's just not going to stand up, come off the edge as a wide 9. He doesn't have the juice out there anymore, the quickness out there anymore. And that's the difference is the down lineman moves in closer to the line of scrimmage. That's less ground for him to traverse to get to the quarterback. You stick him on the outside, it's more about that quickness and speed out there. Dino says, I'm guessing Lucas will be back for Turkey Day. I hope so. We're going to need him for that game. Prime Niners, Bander's the most disliked Niner of all time. Probably. He's one of those divisive figures. Either they love or hate him. You see that with this coaching thing going on. Red A says, this team reminds me of the Tampa Bucks that won the Super Bowl in 2002. Ooh, I like that. Base, we do need to keep DK. Andy J, Mariners or Seahawks Dynasty? Seahawks Dynasty, Andy J. If you're asking me to pick one, I'd pick that one over Mariners Dynasty. But that's me just being more of a football guy at this point than a baseball guy. Much anything else. Seahawks gave me, I know the Packers are not selling, but boy, imagine what Kenny Clark would do here in Seattle. He'd be great. He certainly would be at the head of the stack, even over Rashawn Gary, a guy that I'd look to grab gaming if you could. And he's a really good player. Perfect fit for our defense and what we need up front. But yeah, I don't think the Packers are likely to do any kind of selling at the deadline either. And you're right, Space. Still one of the best receivers in the league and only 25 years old. DK. Lee says Mariners aren't going to win World Series next 50 years probably. I don't think they are either. I think that they're too cheap of an organization to get that done. And if it's all going to be about player development and everything having to come from within, then you're going to have a hard time getting it done because other teams don't have to operate from that disadvantage, which is what it is. Jesse says, I can't stand the stand back zone defense. It's unbearable to watch. It is indeed unbearable to watch, Jesse. The good news is the past 3 weeks, they've started to motor into more of those tighter man concepts, tighter zones to the front side, and not just letting themselves get dink and dunk to death. And that's been with the return of Jamal Adams and Witherspoon getting up to full speed. It's very encouraging to see them take this track with this as this change. I hate it too. It does not bring them success. It allows the quarterback position to be made easy opposite them, and you never want to do that defensively. Addis says the Mariners will have to go for it soon. I don't know if they're willing to do that. Not after that press conference DeBoto gave. That's not happening, I don't think. I like your list, Tommy. All good suggestions. Waters was a good one. I like that. Jackson, the good version. The bald bomber. Please, I want my Huskies to win the championship this year. That'd be awesome. It's going to be hard. There's a lot of good teams in the NCAA. They got a chance. They got as good a chance this year, I think, as since they won the championship back in 90. The best opportunity. Even over that year, they had Buda Baker out there doing it, right? This is certainly a team that's got even more of an ability to get there. Addis says Kareem Hunt might not play in the side. I'm here. The chat's saying Addis that Kareem's going to play. He is listed as questionable, but maybe we're a little uncertain on that right now as it stands. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation. I do appreciate you for all those donos, brother. Brando, taking the Chiefs on the money line is just saying they'll win. Oh, okay. I'd use that as a sweetener guarantee versus sweating out the points. That makes more sense. Okay. I would definitely be in favor of doing that. Yeah. Yeah, the straight win is the way to go, especially if you can parlay it in with a couple of other ones. That's the way to do it, is you take the minimal risks and you just cobble the minimal risks together if you can put your bet. That's how I like to do it if I can. So solid strategy, Garth. Solid strategy that can win you some money, more importantly. I love it, man. Great suggestion. So take the Chiefs straight up this week, folks. But parlay it together so you can get that money doubled up. Fleece the Maxes. I don't think Penix is going to be a high draft pick. We'll see. He's an interesting case study, and the hard part here is that you don't have a baseline for a guy like this coming out in recent history, which that's where you'd always lean to try to make a prediction here. Who else has done it? Who else has come out a little older, left-handed quarterback, injury concerns? How does it end up affecting him? I still think he will be a first-round quarterback. I still do believe he'll probably be taken in the top 20 because I think he's going to test really well and he's going to put up 2 really top-end years of top-notch production. And that's going to be enough to sell somebody. Just takes one. Fleece. Just takes one team to fall in love with him. Doodle Bob, I wish I could give you an update on Lucas coming back anytime soon. I don't know. The team's been a little bit vague on the timetable for his return. As soon as I got an update, I'll give it to you guys, though. Stephen Cunningham, Rufus Porter was a fun one, man. And one of the quickest edge I've ever seen off on AstroTurf. AstroTurf would always make those guys a little faster than grass. And Rufus would look like lightning coming off the line of scrimmage. Lightning. Fleece the Mac, Mike Morris is out for the year. Kobe Bryant, I think, is due to come back at some point. Kobe Bryant has got a toe injury, Yogi, and he had a little bit of a setback on that, which is why it's taken a little bit of extra time for him to come back. I don't think he'll get IR'd, but that may be a possibility too. Andy Phillips says, "Go Hawks." I'm so happy to have Frank Clark back. He is back. Got the band back together, and good to see the team make a move, Andy. Not just simply calling upon Tyreek Smith or Levi Bell, but to get somebody out there that's legitimate back into this rotation. Very encouraged. Fleece says we should have gotten Brian Burns. It's tough. If you hadn't assigned the Uchenna contract extension, that would have been a possibility. But I think as just as much as anything, that alone probably prevented that kind of deal from going down. Kyle Jesus, Brandon, I can remember you not liking Frank Clark. I've not been a big Frank Clark guy. I'm not expecting this to move the needle a lot. I don't think there's a lot of great options out there, Kyle G. And you had to make the best with what there was. And so while I don't think he's going to wreck shop. I don't think he's coming in there. I'm not changing my opinion on the guy and that I think he's now suddenly good. He'll be all right. He'll be a rotational guy that'll come through and get his share of snaps, and he'll have some good moments and some bad moments. He is better than Tariq Smith and Levi Bell. He is better than Bruce Irvin was last year, but he certainly, we are dropping off cumulatively at the position with the Uchenna loss and a Frank addition. But I'm hopeful that he can provide a little something, at least, Kyle. Just provide a rotational role. Maybe the fact that he doesn't have to run starter snaps and now he's only running 20, 25 snaps a game. Maybe he can play a little bit harder all the time. Because some of my issues that came with him were I felt like he was kind of at times hitting cruise control and not always giving you his hardest level of play, especially when it came to playing the run, where it just kind of seemed like he was just ready to get back to rushing the passer a bit at times. So we did see with a guy like Jaron Reed, him able to make a transition back to his origins, what he was in college, being a bit of a better run defender. And perhaps with Frank, he can go back and tap back into some of that same play. I will say too, Kyle, he did have a little bit of a bounce back year last year, 67 overall PFF grade with Kansas City. And he is only 30 years old. So maybe there is a little bit of something there to help us out in the rotation. But I do still stand on where my outlook was on him prior to this being, brought back. Gabby says, Bo Bros are cool, but don't get it twisted. The DK cult is so strong. Yeah, the Bo Bros are like, we meet for coffee, right, Gabby? Like, we'll meet for coffee on a Tuesday afternoon, the DK cult, there's going to be seances. There's going to be candles lit in a circle. Okay. There might be an Ouija board. I'm just saying, You are a fan of a wide receiver. We are not the same, right? That whole meme, right, Gabby? You know that one? You like a Seahawks receiver. I am not the same. We're not the same. I love it. And he says also throwbacks are coming to Lumen this game against the Browns. Ooh, it's going to look tight. Looks so tight. Ethan says, I love Jake Bobo. How do you not love Jake Bobo, man? He's impossible not to love. Addis says, these days, some people don't understand what they're saying, I feel like. It's probably true. Definitely a lot of speaking without thinking kind of thing. Ethan, let's see if we can trade Dwayne Eskridge for a 7th. If not, cut him. I don't know if there's a whole big market. I don't know if there's any kind of market out there for him, Ethan, even at the low end of a 7th round pick. Even that might be too much. Might be a bit. Wilbert, Barry Carter's a good player out of Clemson. Great middle linebacker, can do it all. Probably a better player than Trotter when it's all said and done. Wilbert says Jordan was the GOAT and always will be. I agree. I agree with that. Gabby says, my dad said the Ravens will be throwing us pick sixes all day. Lamar has a hard time with hooks and curls. He's definitely a guy that's played well this year, but I still don't, like your dad on this, Gabby, I don't have a lot of trust or faith that you have this guy trying to play now more of the traditional quarterback position role, especially in the modern era and what you ask a quarterback to do, and hitting some of those shorter routes and accuracy and all of that with Lamar. I always wonder if this is really going to work with him over the long term of the season. We'll see. We'll see. It's going to be a tough game, and playing out there in Baltimore, Gabby, is brutal. Going down the road 10 a.m., that's a tough spot to make it go. But hopefully we make it hard on him, make him make those throws. I want to make him, we talk about these dink and dunk quarterbacks who had success on us. I'd like to see Lamar prove that he can hit us with a dink and dunk over the course of a game, that he can be accurate in that way and hit those passes. Because I would tend to believe that I don't think he can. I'd say, nope. Force him into that. You're going to force him to play left-handed a bit. Seahawks Gaming says Mike McCarthy took the play calling duties on offense from Schottenheimer. There you go. One poor ass play caller taking the duties from another poor ass play caller. That's what we call Seahawks Gaming, from bad to worse. And that's how I decipher that one. Furlack has been a longtime member of the Hawks Nest, 19 long months. Thank you for that, Furlack, that long-time devotion to the channel. Says Brian Burns would have cost too much. Best options on the cheaper side of things would be Chase Young or Montez Sweat. Young's trade value would be around a day 2 pick. I have the very exact same outlook on this one, Furlack. I was doing the prep for the show today of considerations of options. And what I was going to try to do is do a 3-prong show of the options we had available. So it was going to be, you can go 3 watermarks on this. You can go high watermark with Brian Burns, which you got to give up all the draft capital. You got to give him a future contract extension, not to feel bad about giving up all that draft capital. Or you can go Chase Young, who, like you say, I think is a day 2 pick guy. I think you go a 3rd round pick for a half-year rental. Or you go Frank Clark, where there's no draft pick given up. The cost is much more reduced. It's like those are your 3 kind of main options. I like the Chase Young option best. We have an extra 3rd round pick. I think that would beat out whatever anybody else was offering out there as far as an option goes. And I think that would have suited us well. But the team maybe thought that it was going to cost more than that. Maybe there's another team that comes in and blows us out the water where, it just, there isn't that deal out there to be made. But I think that would have been an interesting one to go with. I certainly would have been open to it for lack, and I certainly think either of those 2 other options, Sweat or Young, would have probably been better than the Burns, though I think Burns and Sweat are probably going to cost about the same with where their value is. With Chase, he hasn't exactly consistently done it for years, so that's going to ding a bit of his value along with the injury worries that you have there with him that you don't have with Montez Sweat. Interesting thing with Montez Sweat, too, would be there was some theory about him when he was coming out in the draft. The Hawks had removed him off their board because of some heart issue. I don't know if that would remain the truth, but I think I've heard in the past the team has some worries on when they get those heart medical evaluation issues come up. But I see it the same way you do on that, Furlack. They chose option 3. I probably would have taken option 2, but I'm not I'm not mad about option 3. Ethan says people seem to forget the plays Trey Brown was making before he got hurt. He was balling. He's back running now, too. Gabby says, my dad says Sean Kemp's the GOAT. I agree with that. Sean Kemp was awesome. One of the hardest dunkers of all time. One of the most explosive dunkers of all time. Space, Frank Clark is indeed going to play this weekend, according to Russell. Gabby, I loved young Russ, too. Young Russ was awesome. Remember, says, to be honest, Russ did score in red zone. He was good in the red zone. It did help, as Seahawks Gaming mentions, having Chris Carson and Wilson back there, or having Marshawn and Carsons and Rawls through the years. It definitely helped on that a bit. Even more Seahawks, Esquer's got a lot of hype in training camp. He might be good. We don't talk about Mike Jackson hype, though. No, we don't. I know there's a lot of hype there with Mike. Though Mike made a great play on that fake punt last week, jumping up on that route to keep it reduced from getting a first down. But maybe Esquer's got something to add. It's going to be hard for him to crack this lineup with this many good receivers rolling along like we are. Addis says Geno can also be good in the red zone. He just has to fix it. He does. And some of Geno's fixing the red zone does come down to getting Zach Charbonnet down there. So you got a bit of more of a hammer down by the goal line. Having Waldron call a little bit of a better play sequences down there, where sometimes it's a little bit of, I feel like Waldron's in the dark looking for his keys underneath the couch cushions in the way that he calls his red zone offense. You know, just turn on the lights. Let's figure this thing out. Find where it's at. Brian says, Watson trade and Herschel Walker trade, 2 worst. Russ number 3. I'd put Russ over the number 2 in my opinion on this, Brian. I can certainly be talked into the Watson one being worse, but we've got to remember with those 3 first-round picks that they got from the Browns, those aren't a top 5 pick. Those aren't a top 10 pick. And that's got to factor in along with the fact that those 2 second-round picks are basically worse the first-rounder. That's your equivalency right there, and then you got players in addition to it. I've got to give us a little bit more of a little bit more of the nod. Broncos did think that when they were giving us that trade that they'd be giving us picks in the top of the draft. Grandizer Brandon, when a defensive tackle or DE outside linebacker rush the quarterback but don't get to him, is called the king of almost sack. By the way, your thoughts on the super cool flick Singles, 1990-ish. I love Singles. How do you not love Singles? I mean, it's one of the few movies that actually has been able to accurately capture some of the charm and appeal of Seattle. And that was at a time where it was before you got down to downtown Seattle and things had been kind of torn up like they are now. You got a little bit of your old school Seattle downtown with the coffee shops and the bars and the boutique shops and all of that stuff. Singles got capture that well in that film. Also captured really the angst of that generation and their internal strife and struggle a little bit. Good flick on relationships. Funny movie, Cameron Crowe, well acted. A lot of really good actors in it as well. In addition to it, I love Singles and an awesome soundtrack. Still loving Charles bells on, bolstered down the street there. I was big into Pearl Jam back in the day, but yeah, king of the almost sack is right, or they also call those pressure numbers, quarterback hits, Grandizer. One of the 2 is also that. But there are some of the guys that are the almost sack guys. Kalani's got a little bit of that to his game at times. He can be kind of an almost sack dude. Greg Kemp says new beast mode in the background. Indeed, man. My man Raymond out in Germany. The Germany faithful, Hawks Nest faithful, showing the love to the Hawks Nest. He got me this. We got some German food here he sent me. So we got the chips frisch from the Funny Frisch company. We got the Werther's original here with the German. I'd love one of you guys to try to pronounce this name. Schneidenbombs. I just call him Werther's Original. But he gave me some chocolate, got some gummies. Give me the goods, man. But yeah, in addition, we got the back wall finally filled in now. Brings the whole shot together, in my opinion. But very kind of Raymond to send that to me, Greg. It's filling out. We're getting this background filled on out. And Randall says he's got a card coming. So I did get Randall to your Kung Fu deal. I don't know if I'm going to put that up behind me, though. I did get that, though, Garth. Please, Russell Wilson is the worst trade of all time just because he's getting to pay $200 million. There's that part, too. Though, I mean, please, you got to factor in the Browns guaranteed their contract. At least the Broncos can get out from under that deal. The Browns deal is fully guaranteed to Deshaun. That's tough. ADL Williams, we should trade the Spurs for Wembanyama. Just put some knee braces on him and toss him up jump balls in the end zone every play. That kid's looking really good, isn't he? He's looking like the next Kareem, doesn't he? Like he's just going to dominate. Yeah, he's a good player. Good on the Spurs to end up landing that one. Sure, there was nothing funky in the lottery system on that one at all. But, they're going to be diving for the ankles, ADL. He's going to have to pick those feet up. Arrows, personally, I'm excited to see what Frank Clark can do for this team. If he plays this week, it'll be a good showcase. Agreed, Arrows. Me too. See what he's got. See who's got in the tank. We had a guy in Jaron Reed who didn't, have the greatest of years last year come back home here, and he's been able to be rejuvenated. Why can't the same thing happen here with Frank? Avalik 96 says, Broncos fan here. Why is it that all you Seahawks fans can talk about now is Russ? No, the trade didn't work out for us. Yes, you guys won it, but geez, move on. Well, I think the reason that we're talking about Avalik, and thank you for checking out the channel, hopping in, is because of the reasons that we're talking about it. It's not just a matter of us moving off of a player. It's us being able to tally back the second best potential trade in NFL history. That's the most important part of this puzzle amongst any others. As well as when you've moved on from a legendary quarterback that's been there 10 years and you have a new guy brought into place to replace him, there's going to be a constant comparing between those two quarterbacks. That's kind of natural human nature for a guy that played here for 10 years. If a fan cares about a player or a fan, truly does like that player, they're not going to tend to just, the second they leave the team, ignore them and act like they don't exist. And certainly, Avalik, there's a lot of folks out there that loved Russ quite a bit and wanted to pay attention to where he was going and what he was doing. But these kind of comparisons are going to be inevitable, and you can't overlook the fact that the trade was so beneficial to us that we are going to revel in it. We are going to celebrate it. We are going to continually talk about it all the time because you don't often get to say we made probably the second best trade in NFL history. And that's worth sort of Scrooge McDuck laying in your draft pick paradise, right? Swimming through the gold coins of your Broncos trade assets that you gave us, doing a dive from the top into the gold stack. That's all we're doing right now, man. That's all we're doing. We're just reveling and enjoying in it. You would too. Brian A. Wilson, yo B, what it do? Seahawks by 10 again this week versus themselves from Cleveland. Then can we please send them a 1 and a 2 in D. Eskridge and Darrell Taylor for Myles Garrett or save Joey Bosa? Let's go, Brian. Let's go. I'm down to do it. Sign me up for those trades, bro. And I love your prediction. 10-point win this week would be nice and easy going. I could take that. I could definitely stand that. That'd be all right. So I'm with it. I'm definitely with it. Good to see you, man. Grandizer Brandon Kane to terrorize y'all's neighborhood, and whoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell. Happy Halloween month. Happy Halloween month, Grandizer. We are 1 week away. 1 week away. Ooh. Somebody just said Patrick Surtain to the Niners. Don't joke about that. We can't say those kind of jokes. I don't want to see that. That can't happen. Kurt Wilbert says Kurt destroyed the Niners. Let's see if we can do. Gino can. Let's see if we can do it. Kurt can do it. Gino can do it. Scooby Snacks, my was a little aquatic engineer going to bash one of my football players, laughing out loud. Oh, I'm buying on my donos here. Sorry about that. Garth Knight with another $10 donation. Goodness, Garth, thank you so much for another dono drop, brother. Says, I like Frank Clark as a Hawk. Mind you, I followed number 3 to Denver. Nevertheless, watching the playoffs since he left, I always heard his name in big moments. He's the Robert Horry of the defensive line. I think somebody was mentioning, to your point on that, Garth, that he's all time in the number of sacks in the playoffs. It's ready. I'm going to bring it up here for you again, Garth, on this. Take a look at it, man. He's played basically a full 17-game season worth of games in the playoffs, cumulatively from when he played in Seattle to when he played in KC. And if you look down in it, he's played all these games, 17 games, 13 and a half sacks. He almost at least gets 1 sack a game throughout this time period. And when he plays, I mean, these are playoff numbers here that he's putting up on this. So, I mean, at playoff Frank, primetime Frank, you know, when it all is on the line, that maybe he steps up a little bit brighter. If we're starting to look at, you know, something that maybe he's not as great in the regular season, or maybe he's just all right, but then when you get to the playoffs, he really turns it up. There are those kind of players that do that. You know, you'd love a guy to play 100 miles an hour all the time, but there are those guys that'll sometimes, like I've thought with Frank at times, I'm on the Chiefs. We're going to make the playoffs. I'll hit this. I'm making my money already. I got paid. I'm going to hit the cruise control button, save my body, make sure that I'm healthy and good to go so that when the playoffs comes, I'm rolling 100% and able to have maximum impact. I kind of feel like he's done some of that math a little bit in his process, but that's a part of this that I'm looking at too, Garth, is that the playoff Frank is also what you're getting here. And playoff Frank is a different breed. So hopefully we can get that Robert Horry of the defensive line to kick in, hit us a couple of clutch threes, Garth, you know, from the straight away, and bring it home once we get to the playoffs. I have a feeling he's going to provide us some help. Not that he's going to carry the day or be a star when he comes back here, but he'll provide some help on a rotational basis on this line. That's for sure. But you're right, man. Anytime he was in the playoffs, Garth, he was turning it up. He had one game against where you had that was the game where I think the Titans went up by like 28 points or something on the Chiefs to start the game, and then they lost the lead. And that was one game where he was just completely giving Taylor Lewan the business throughout that game. He did like one play where he was so in his bag where he did a fake Dwight Freeney spin, Garth, and then spun back out of the fake spin, got Taylor Lewan to bite inside on the spin, and then beat him back out on the outside. Just like, you're like, whoa, where did that move come from, Frank? Never seen you do that before. Like, I saved that for the playoffs. That was in my back pocket. That's where I put that one. But he's a different player in the playoffs, Garth. Now, sack per game ratio is insane compared to what he does in the regular season. Hopefully we get that with this, Garth. Hopefully we get the Frank Clark, the playoff Frank, with the regular season Frank. The full Frank is what I'm saying. But thank you, man. Garth, you're unbelievable, brother. I know I said that many times, but I don't have another word to say it other than thank you. And I hope you know I really do appreciate all your support to the channel. It's unbelievable, brother. And I really appreciate it, man. I really, really appreciate it. Empower Code, thank you for the 20. Damn, Empower Code coming in strong as well with a big fat $20 donation. I thank you for that too, man. Unbelievable support here at the Hawks Nest. You guys show the love every single time I do a show here, and I hope you guys do know I really, really appreciate it. You let me do what I do here, which is this full-time role, and I love it. Love it. Empower with the 20 says, just wanted to thank you for all the great content. It's hard to stay patient and analytical with all the rash dialogue and unwarranted criticism that's been floating around. Props to you, Brandon. Keep it up, man. Go Hawks. Well, thank you so much, Empower Code. It has been a bit of a struggle through this part of the year. It's kind of strange, as some people have noted in my chat on this, where we're 4-2, but we do find there being a lot of angst and consternation within our own fan base about how the team's set up, about the quarterback that's in play, about where the team's going. And as you say, rash dialogue, unwarranted criticism, I think that those are very apt descriptions of what's taking place here a little bit in some of this dialogue. And I like that we're able to keep this on this train on the tracks here with the discussion, because there's times with people that come into the chat that threaten to try to pull it off. Let's take this discussion down to a low area. Let's take the gloves down below the belt. Let's not actually have some good, honest discussion and try to pick this apart, but instead let's try to do the old, I'm going to dunk on you. I'm going to get you with the gotcha moment. So, see, I'm fully right and you're fully wrong because of this. See, instead of being more of the truth tends to be, no matter what you're into, more of the middle ground place of things, rather than being an all one right side of things in their perspective versus all wrong. But that's the hard place to get in this modern age. That's for sure in power. It absolutely is. And I love what I do, man. I'm glad that it resonates with you guys. I'm having as great a time as ever doing this channel, doing these live stream shows with you guys. And the future's looking great for us here at the Hawks Nest. Everything is just really flowing well this year. Sponsorship, the Bleacher Report shows we're able to do, the insane increases we've had on the sub counts as we're just blowing the roof off. I'm definitely humbled by it. Appreciative. And I can't believe it. I can't believe how well we are doing. It's just great to see. So thank you, man. I appreciate you on that. And I'll try to be that calm head here in the storm at times when things are going a little bit wonky with it, and providing a clear view and not trying to get too, I'm not above getting emotional. I could be right there with the rest of the folks that get to that land of it, but try as we can to get to that analytic, stay patient, stay at that analytical point. And, we can make ultimate assessments about this team. There's no rush to do so. That's my thing with it too, is the rush to Geno, the rush to make determinations about this team being ready or not being ready, or Carroll not being good. Give it through the rest of the year, Give it through that whole season to make your determination and where you stand. There's no rush to do it right now. There's no reason to come to a finality on this right now. And I think that if those people do employ that sense of patience here, it will be rewarded. And you'll find this team playing at its strongest as the year goes along. And you'll see that the plan is coming to fruition. And the plan will be clearer when that does occur. But it is going to require that patience from our fellow fandom to get there in Power Code. And I appreciate the love you send, man. Another man out there that a big time contributor to the channel. Thank you for that. I really, really do appreciate all of your support. Very kind of you. Larry Bird, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, would you do a DK plus Taylor for Crosby if possible? No. The Raiders have, Larry, just signed Max Crosby to a monster contract extension. The dead money hit that they would have to sustain for an organization that is not cash rich is not possible to happen. So it's an impossibility alone by the nature of the Raiders cap situation. No, I have a high value of DK Metcalf. I don't look to move DK Metcalf. I don't think that Jake Bobo slides into DK Metcalf's shoes and you don't miss a beat, which is a little bit of what's being intimated a bit by the folks that are looking at moving on from DK. I'm not saying you're doing that, Larry, but that is a little bit of a common sentiment out there, is that Bobo just slides into DK's spot and he's going to provide just like DK does, and you don't miss a beat, and then you can fill out a better part of the roster. I get the thinking behind it, and let's build up a place that's not as much a strength from a place that's a huge strength right now. But at the end of the day, Bobo's not going to outpace DK in what he's doing on the outside. You need DK's production on the outside to be as good as you've been offensively. Jackson Smith-Njigba is a slot guy. He's not going to play on the outside. Eskridge, when he comes back, is not an outside guy. He's a slot guy. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. You're gonna weaken your team by trading DK at this point. You're not going to get the appropriate value. On top of, again, Larry, the cap stuff comes into play on this. And when you just signed a guy to a monster contract extension, it's not like baseball or basketball where you just move that contract and then it just wholly transfers over to the new team. The bonus money accelerates instantaneously on a new contract. And so when it comes to DK, I know that you're not going to be the only guy that raises this, Larry, but I would put this out to anybody in the chat. You may want DK traded or thinking that there's a better way to get other value on the team by trading DK. There's no chance of a DK trade over the next 2 years because the dead money that you would have to pay out wouldn't make the deal worthwhile. You'd have to eat too much dead money. And Larry, the same thing is true here with the Max Crosby situation with the Raiders. They'd have to eat too much dead money on their books in order for them to make the trade happen. It just doesn't add up to being a viable option here. DK's best value is with this team, 25 years old, tremendously productive for you. Has been a very healthy player overall, despite missing this first game of his career here now this last week. You got to ride with DK, in my opinion. That's the way to go on this one. Thank you, though, for the donation. Corsos de Gutierrez. Thank you for the $2 donation, Corsos. Says, Hawks win, Niners lose, and we take our spot back at number 1. That's right, our proper spot, right, Corsos? The universe will be right again. All will be right in the world when we are once again back at the top of the NFC West. That is our proper position. That is who we are. That is what we are. We've just taken a little bit of a vacation from there. We've taken a little bit of time away to kind of restructure some things. But we're coming back. We're coming back in a big way. And I'll tell you this, Niners, you let us have that number 1 spot. You give that little area up on us. We ain't giving it back. You ain't getting it back again. Not again. Not once. Better hold on to it with a depth grip. Because once we take it, we ain't giving it back. I love it, Corsos. Let's go. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, please send the David Carradine Kung Fu to the German fan. Germans like weird stuff. Here. No, look what Garth sent me, folks. Here's Garth with his sense of humor here. We were having a David Carradine talk one night on the stream. So he decided to send me a David Carradine print of him kicking a guy in the head. Kind of looks like he's really kicking him in the head. There's not even like a camera crew or anything there, Garth. It looks like he's just slapping that guy right upside the head with a foot. Full barefoot style. This is back before they had syringes on San Francisco streets. Back when it was clean. Funny print though, Garth. I'll find a place for it on somewhere on one of my walls out here. Thank you, man. That or I'll send it to the Germans. You're right. They like the Hasselhoffs. They like the weird stuff out there a little bit sometimes. Seahawks Blue and Green is to Uchenna done for the year. No confirmation on him being done for the year. He says he's going to try to get back by the playoffs. It's probably a little bit determined on whether he needs surgery or not. Unsure whether that's going to be the case. It's going to be hard to get back though, with the timeline and the timetable if he does have surgery. James says, I have a huge feeling that the Hawks are going to make one more move, and it's going to be a surprise. Chase or sweat, one will be a Hawk. I could see a pathway of potentially being done, especially if you wanted to include Darrell Taylor in the mix, because then it makes a little more sense on the rotations and how that stuff will work. It's possible here. If I'm John Schneider and Coach Carroll, even if I'm in a position of walking into the season saying we're going to be patient, we're not going to do anything big, we're not going to make any home run moves, but then you get into this year and you already walked into it looking at it going, okay, the NFC is going to be weak this year though. We are in year 2 of the rebuild, but the NFC is going to be pretty relatively weak. You got the Eagles and then you got the Niners. And now we find ourselves at this point in the year. There is no undefeated teams in this NFC. Both the Eagles and the Niners have looked a little more susceptible this year versus what they looked like last year. They may come together. They may get better as the year goes along, but that's where they are right now. So I think it is a little bit more opened up for us to maybe look at the situation, to your point on that, James, and go, I know we had that plan. I know that's where we were at in the offseason of what we thought we were going to do, but I mean, it's kind of there for the taking right now. We could do this right now. Maybe something that carries the day for them, James. Wouldn't shock me. Thet M says, I was excited to see today that Kenny McIntosh came off the IR. No one really wanted to see what he brings to the team with his skill set. Oh, I want to really see what he brings to the team with the skill set. Me too. A dynamic runner with the ball, and certainly much more dynamic than a guy like DJ Dallas at times that you would be going to when you don't have Zach Charbonnet to call to. I think that'll be helpful for us. I think it'll be beneficial for us. I'm excited too. Save the Geese. It's honestly refreshing hearing Gino's pressers compared to Russ's. It's so weird not cheering for Russ as our quarterback anymore. Forgot how fake he seemed to me over the years. I think it's a valid outlook on Russ. It drove me crazy through the years and listening to him in the press conferences and how he spoke and looking for those moments where he would take ownership of things that he needed to take ownership of. And it's born out of Russ's eternal optimism and the, don't live in negativity, neutral mindset, all that stuff that came from the life coach. But as I've always said, there comes a point when you lean too heavily into only be optimistic, only be optimistic, only be optimistic. When you lean too hard into that direction, you're not looking at flaws. You're not looking at things that you see that should be corrected because everything's optimistic. Everything's always just an inch away from turning around and becoming bright and beautiful. And that's not always the case when it comes to thinking optimistically. Sometimes you got to address what is wrong. And I agree. I think Gino's pressers have been a breath of fresh air. He absolutely owns it. He doesn't make any butts. He doesn't try to put it on anybody else's shoulders. He owns it. And that's what you have to do at the quarterback position, even sometimes when it's not your fault. So it makes leaders. Dayon says, what's up with Walker? Is he healthy? He is healthy. He's not getting a lot of holes in the run game, Dayon. Drunk says, what does Frank Clark bring to the more defensive line rush like Nowsu? He's not as good a player as Nowsu at this point, Drunk. He provides a guy that's better as a pass rusher than he is as a run defender. And that you're hoping as a rotational guy, he'll be okay in both. You do believe that he would be better even though he's not a good run defender, he is a better run defender than Taylor. And you wanted to limit the number of snaps that you had Taylor put out there as a run defender. And this provides you that so that you can fit Taylor more into the role you want, which is simply as a pass rusher. But even though Frank's a better pass rusher, he is a little bit better as a run defender. It's like in Taylor Drunk, you've got a guy that's a league worst guy in run defense out there. You just don't want to trot him out there or he's going to get exposed. James says Pete's getting up there. He has Bobby, he has Jamal, hit in 2 straight drafts, one more move. Okay, Clark, but one more move. Let's go, James. I'd love to get a week with Walker resting for a game and use our rookies in Dallas in for a week. Save Walker. That might be nice. Especially if we got Zach Charbonnet back ready to go, James. Certainly be a good game to maybe come back and get a little bit of a load balance brought to bear here. Megan says, okay, 12's heading out. See you at the member stream tomorrow. Sounds good, Megan? Sounds good. We will see you there. Have a great night. Drunk says, Myles Garrett's going to be a problem. Hopefully we can contain him to season lows. Hopefully so, man. Space, we have been really good at stopping the run this year. Hopefully we can continue this week. And yep, Surtain, Judy, Sutton, all on the trade block. Gar says, Brando, take the money line. F the points. I'll do the money line on that one, man. I'm taking your advice on it. I'm going for that. I'm doing it. Bases Russ isn't used to getting coached up, getting up in his grill. Payton don't play. Yeah, Payton don't play. Did I flub something up? I said something Taylor Swift. I must have. See, that's what I was like. Past 5 hours in the stream with you guys. The words start to roll together a bit. Wilbert, no Patrick Surtain of the Niners. No, that can't happen. Have a great night. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you, man. Appreciate your donuts. Thanks for gifting out the subs as well. You have a good one. That says Kenny McIntosh has 21 days before he could be on the active roster. I think he has to be on the active roster within the 21 days once you activate him off of the IR. It's not that he has to wait 21 days. Seahawks Blue and Green says Russ probably has a fence around his locker since he can't have his private office anymore. Probably. Brooksy, Kenny McIntosh, limited practices. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit from comeback. He won't be ready this week. Take a little bit of time. George Twitter, do you think Seattle makes the move for Chase Young? I don't. I think the Frank Clark was the move they're going to make. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'd love to see it, Drunk. I would. But I think they're probably going to call it a day on that. He's an animal, as Space says. Gar says, I need Paul Sewald to close out to win the World Series. Yeah, he's balling for the Diamondbacks, isn't he? Boy, does it hurt. That one stings as a Mariner fan. That one's like, oh. Brian says, B, thanks as always. Later all. See you next time. See you next time, Brian. Have a great one, man. Appreciate you. Scooby agrees with me. He says Penix will be taking top 15. That's where I see it as well. Addis says this weekend's a big opportunity to get into first place of the division for sure. Hopefully it works in our favor. Now is the time. Now is the time. I love seeing the Niners dropping back early too. I love seeing the Niners stacking up L's already. Bobby is killing it. Seahawks blue and green. Yep. Jerome Ford is also out in this game. So you're down to questionable. What's his face? The guy they just signed back off the street. So it's Kareem Hunt and then Pierre Strong behind him. Not the most dangerous of running backs right now. Space indeed. Don't mess with the Ouija boards. Those are bad news. Tommy says, I think if Geno had taken max money, we would have a significantly worse defense and offense. Hard to sign DK, Jerron Reed, Jones at that point. Agreed. Part of him taking less of that money is what's freed us up to be able to round out the roster more and better. Yeah. It has a direct impact when the quarterback takes less. Addis says, I feel like our defense can handle Lamar too. Also, technically, it'd be a 1 p.m. game when we play them, since it would be the East Coast time. Yeah, but Addis, it's, they're in our internal clock still at 10, technically, which does make it hard. Though we have done well in those games, Addis. Can't deny that. 50TY, what do you think about Jaden Daniels from LSU? I think he's been like a lot of quarterbacks this year, 50TY, where he has taken steps forward in his game. You can tell he's added a little bit of weight over the offseason. He was a string bean last year, and you were going to get really worried about his ability to hold up at the next level, being that he was so kind of thinly built. But he is a little bit stronger, a little more sturdier. I like his mobility. I like his arm strength. Okay delivery for me. I wouldn't go full on saying just a free and easy thrower of the football. But he's got the prerequisite arm strength and mobility you'd love to look for in a quarterback of this modern era, where he's got both of those as pluses to his game. I do think that he's in alignment, 50TY, for this grouping of quarterbacks that are going to be taken between the second and the fourth round, in which I'm anticipating there'll be about 10 to 14 of them. Spencer Rattler, Quinn Ewers, Milton Kidd from Tennessee, Cam Ward, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. There'll be a lot of these guys in that collection of spots from the second to fourth round, but Jaden deserves to be in that mix. I just don't think a lot of those guys separate themselves from one to the other. They're all going to be kind of risks. They're all going to have some limitations to them, some pluses to them. But I will say in Jaden's case, he's played a really good ball. He's doing it in the toughest conference in football. And that LSU team isn't exactly just completely fully stocked to the gills with great talent across the board. So there's times where he's under a lot of duress and having to kind of make it happen. But I think he's taken some big time improvement steps forward this year in his play. And I'm going to look forward to looking more deeper into him, 50TY, when I do my evaluation of him as we're leading up to the draft. Because certainly he's a potential guy and player for even our Hawks. JL says, I'm calling it now. Frank will get 1 sack and a forced fumble and 1 pass knockdown. Oh boy, you imagine how hyped the fans would be if he did that. I love it. You're on the books there, JL. You're on the books for it. Addis says, I got a Sean Kemp poster in my room. Dude was awesome. He had the great posters too, because he had the ones that were the like super epic looking picturesque shot of bringing down the hammer. But Kemp was my favorite player on the Sonics team too, even more so than Gary. Loved watching Gary, loved Gary to death, but Kemp was the guy that was like jump out the gym and just, ignite things when he dunked. Ignite just gave everybody the energy, gave everybody the juice. There's one said about Kemp when he was a kid and dunking on it was maybe one of those old wives' tale, but it was one said about Kemp when he was dunking on the playground hoops and those old chain, the chain hoops instead of the cloth hoops, that he would dunk so hard that he would cause the chains to spark. Megan says, love Singles. It was the movie along with Sleepless in Seattle that made me fall in love with Seattle. Indeed. They did a great job of capturing it, Megan. And Cameron Crowe, you understand why, of course, because Cameron Crowe from the area, he knew what to show. He knew what to shoot. He knew the places in town if you're going to do a movie that you wanted to include. Did a great job with that movie. Very underrated because he's got everybody else that gets caught up on his, Jerry Maguire or Fast Times at Ridgemont High. But that might very well be his best movie. Yeah, he says, my comp for the way Kemp dunked is like Mike Tyson. I think that's apt. One of the hardest dunkers of all time. Just like Mike Tyson's one of the all-time hardest hitters. He was violent with his dunks. Violent. Detlef was good too, Megan. He's a great player. Grand Eyes are so cool. You got a care package from Germany? That is tops. Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I love it, man. I love getting care packages. And he sent me some cool stuff. I'm going to be trying out these chips tonight. The chips frisch. The chips frisch. I got to have my chips frisch. I can't say it with a German accent. I'm going to need a German to pronounce that one. But I'm going to try it tonight. We'll see how it is. Kind of stoked. Spencer Godfrey, how you doing? Jesse Moad says, do you have Sean Alexander in the background? That would be Marshawn Lynch on my left. And then that would be Ricky Running Waters to my right there, right where my thumb is. That's a Ricky Waters one right there. We'll get a Sean on there eventually, though. We'll make it happen. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Garth, you are unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, brother. Says, Brando, please send the Carradine print to the German fan with no explanation and no return address. That would be German-worthy weird. I think I'm going to have to maybe do this. I might have thrown away his address. So no, I didn't. I got his address, I think. So I think, Raven, if you're listening, you're about to get a Keith Carradine print for no particular reason. Just opens it one day and starts... how do you translate that if you get a Keith Carradine print? Like, we talked about it on the stream, so I knew it was coming. But if you just blindly got a Keith Carradine print one day in the mail, like, what does this mean? Especially if you know the full story, right, Garth? So you know the full story about how it ended. Like, wait, what does this really mean? Jesse Moad, I do need the Madden 07 with I've got the Richard Sherman Madden. I need the Sean Alexander. That's a bucket list item I got to pick up. And I probably just need to go look it up on eBay because I'm sure somebody's selling it out there. It won't cost too much, but I need that as those are the only two guys that we've had on Madden. It's got to be in the background. It's got to be. Kelly says, B, you kill me. If I was in Frank Clark's, happy to have Black Elvis back. Hell yeah. Let me make you guys laugh, Kelly. You know that. And, yeah, you got to think about it if you're in your shoes, Like, I made my money. I'm chilling. So I was going to imagine being on the other side of the headset when Pete Carroll is chewing his gum. No wonder why our play calls take up the whole play clock. It's a big piece of gum, too. Gabby says, my favorite Kemp dunk is always the reach back dunk, but a close second in my mind is the mini tornado dunks he would do in games. I think I like the reverses, when he'd bring the ball down here and then back up, when he'd be so long in the air that he could take it all the way down there and come back behind him. He had some pretty crazy dunks like that. Hard to beat the Rain City lob though. With Gary, right? Where Gary would throw it up and Gary would overthrow the lob and make Kemp have to jump to his full extent. Kemp would be at the top of the square on the backboard in his height, grab the back of the ball and then send it through. Just unbelievable ability to get to just anything Gary threw up, he'd go get it. Sing B. Tell me spoken, spoken, tell me spoken. I used to be able to do it, Eddie. You got to do your face like this. Hell, just a final. I don't know myself. There's a little bit of time. Ooh, but we unleashed a lion. And the bit of bigger, bigger death. All the downs and there. And he hit me with a fast left. My jaw left hurting. Dropped right open. Daniel, laughing out loud at Bronco fans saying we should be quiet about the trade when they were very, very loud about us being fools for trading him for a year and a half ago. Not sorry for enjoying it now. Yeah, Daniel, Bronco fans, you ain't getting us to stop talking about it. You ain't going to shame us into, you must be talking about the next player. Yeah, I'm going to revel in this. I'm going to enjoy this. I got to be on the side of one of the greatest trades in NFL history with my team. You damn right I'm going to savor every last, oh yes, every last little bit off the tip of my fingers. Oh, it's still tasty right there like that. Yes. It never stops. It never stops. It never goes away. It will always be awesome to talk about. And it will never go away, Bronco fans. You can't wipe it away. You can't wash it away. You can't throw it in the dishwasher. You can't put it in your washing machine. It's there and it's going away nowhere. And you're going into the darkness. I'm sorry for that. It's going to be a while. But maybe you'll become Seahawks fans and we'll bring you over here. You come over to our side of it. Maybe that's already what's beginning to happen here, really, if you think about it. And we'll accept you. You don't have to be born into being a Seahawks fan. You can convert. There's some bad religions out there. There's some bad teams. You got to convert sometimes. I get it. Come on over. Come on. Don't go to the darkness. Don't live in the darkness. Come to the light. Scooby says that quote was from The Waterboy, one of my favorites movies. That is a great one. Classic. Russ wanted Pete fired, and when he didn't get his way, was secretly wanting out and lied to the fans about wanting to stay. Pretty apt way of putting it, yeah. Seahawks game, Frank Clark did good on the Chiefs because they were up the majority of the game, and he can just rush the passer and not worry about the run as much. I think that's pretty accurate. I think certainly he was more locked in on playing the pass and rushing the passer than stopping the run. I will say there is the origins there that I wonder about Seahawks gaming. It's the same kind of math I was trying to do with Jaron Reed coming back here to play the nose tackle this year, being that Jaron was more of a run-to-stopping player at college, and likewise Frank Clark at Michigan was more of a run-stuffing defender who you thought could eventually round out some of his pass rush. Maybe Frank can go back to some of his origins potentially. Gabby says Ron Kemp was the real king of the gorilla dunk. That's a good way of describing it. I don't know if I can use those words, Gabby, on that one. Oh. Brody13, how you doing, brother? I'm doing amazing, man. We're rolling along this week. Looking forward to this Cleveland Brown matchup. Having some great discussion tonight. Doing well. 3 hours of DK is worth more keeping anyway. Yes, he is. No trade DK. Grand Eyes of the Hawks Nest. We own the night. Yes, we do, sir. We are the Night Owls. Daniel Bailey says, trade DK. I think the Bobo fever is giving people fevered dreams. I expected more from our fan base. Bobo's performance gives us reassurance once Lockett retires. Not trade DK demands. Shaking my head. I am with that as well, Daniel. And I will sell the overriding opinion, and doing this for now the last couple of weeks with some of this opinion coming out with DK has been, no way we're trading DK. He's great. Leave him here. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. So that is the main point that comes out above all. But there is a contingent that is, they are the Bo Bros. They've got the Bobo fever. They're Boboites. Val says Germany weird people. They've got their own way. They march their own drummer over there. Scooby says, Clark will fill in, but not have nearly the same production as Uchenna. No, correct. You're losing something with Uchenna here. There's no doubt about that. Same injury as Jamal, Femi? Now with Uchenna. Uchenna's got the pectoral. Jamal was the ligament. Drunk says, I'm going to be at the Browns game. Hopefully they win. Ooh, what a great game to go with the throwbacks. Congrats, Drunk. Go Hawks, man. That's going to be awesome. Gabriel says, is Walker healthy, though? He didn't practice today. I think he's healthy, Gabriel. What's probably happening is they're trying to rest him. He's had a lot of carries here through the early part of the year because of the fact that you don't have Charbonnet to go to. And there's a difference between Dallas and Walker and their ability, and they want to go to the best ability runner in the game. So then you get to practice and you go, we got to rest him up with the amount of carries we put on his body so far this year. I think they're just being load balance wary more than there's actually an injury. Jesse, do I think we're bringing back Damian Lewis? No. We're limited on the amount of money that we have to spend right now as it stands anyway. And I'm not sure that Damian Lewis has done enough for them to feel like they need to give him a contract extension. I think that they look to go young and cheaper there a little bit more at the left guard position, especially maybe drafting a guy in the first or second round. But he's not a scheme fit with the mobility side of what you're looking for in offensive lineman in a Waldron scheme. Damian is kind of a carryover from the previous offensive system. And he's been okay. He's been a good player for you. But as you can see sometimes on the screen games when he's trying to get out in space, he just doesn't have that short area movement ability to get out there and hit those blocks. And it's part of why our screen game has struggled as much as it is you have linemen like Lewis that just can't move to get out there. Scooby says, now we'll have to put it up with another one. How funny is this? Moo, I hate to say this, but I really think Garrett is going to tear that whole line up. He's just too good. He's on a Defensive Player of the Year award trajectory this year, Moo, and I share your worries as well. I don't have anything that I can tell you that, we'll just double team him all game and that'll stop him. We'll make somebody else beat him. Like, he was whooping double teams' butts in that Indianapolis game. And all over the field, looking about as close to unstoppable as a football player can get. So I'm right there with you on the worry and concern with Garrett in this game. And we've got to do what we can to, at the very least, commit to the double teams. He's still going to have an effect, but do what you can do to kind of try to neutralize him. Save the Geese says, what's the Seattle's 2025 cap space looking like? Thinking they extend Brooks to a shorter deal, probably move off of Diggs and get younger at the safety position. I think it's looking better than next year's cap is. I'll say that. So, let's take a look here. So 2025. See if it updates here. Sports Track's kind of dinging along. Come on, Sports Track. Update. It's not really updating for me right now. Come on. Well, we'll see if it updates, but it's just spinning right now on Sports Track. I'll try to get you an update on that. Second Save the Geese. Usually it comes right up, but it's just kind of ticking through here a little bit. Sometimes their site goes down. I don't know if it's just being hit too much or what. Yeah, it's kind of toasty right now. It's not doing anything. They must be having issues right now. Save the Geese. I think you got a little money. You got a little more freed up than you do next year. You're not in as bad a shape as next year looks right now at the opening. Kelly says, Nowsu is one of the nicest players to interact with. I've talked with him Oh, there it goes. It finally went. Just a sec. Let me get to 25 now. Let's update it there. Kelly says, Nowsu is one of the nicest players to interact with. I've talked to him 3 times now, including before the game last week. Just a simple hey and a wave, but his acknowledgement meant the world to me. Julian Love also acted surprised and lit up and waved back. Well, hell yeah, Kelly. And he does seem like a cool guy, Nowsu, a good leader in the locker room, according to the players. He's been a great addition to this team. No doubt about that. And it's going to be a loss. It's going to be a loss we're going to have to overcome here at this point. Save the Geese had updated here for me finally, thank goodness. Unfortunately, the Seattle Seahawks are due to have only $40 million of cap space for 2025 as it's currently set. And I say only because you have teams like the Patriots that have $264 million to spend, the Bears who have $249 million to spend, the Titans who have $218 million to spend, the Lions who have $217 million to spend. So we find ourselves right now for the 2025 season at 28th in the entire National Football League in cap space to spend. Yeah, you're right. You're going to have potentially the ability to move on from Jamal, move on from Quandre Diggs' contract actually expires at that point, so he's just not even on the roster. But of course, Uchenna's deal's in there, Draymond's deal's in there. You can get out from Tyler and Jamal's, but you have DK's deal, Gino's deal on there. Some of those guys are a little bit more expensive, so you can make some moves to create some more space at that point, but even into the future, it still isn't a lot. Mafi also waved Kelly. Nice. And DJ always seems friendly, yeah. Drunk says the Astros losing was my World Series. Gabriel Wade said, did we rest Walker today? That's what I've heard. I haven't looked deep into that. I think he might have just gotten a day off for load management. I agree, Seahawks gaming. I don't think this is going to be a high-scoring game either. Defensive battle sounds about right. And I love what you say, man. Turnovers might be it wasn't this last week, right? We lost 0-3 in the turnover game, but you can't do that this week against this Browns team. And I think he who does win the turnover battle in this game probably is the team that does win. Have a good night, Gabriel. Appreciate you. Bases, I have a feeling that Burrows will slice and dice the Niners. He just may, especially with 2 weeks to prepare. Scooby says, Hunt's no joke. We have to account for him. I think our run defense will do just fine this Sunday. I do too. And I agree with you. You got to be paying attention to him. Jesse, I like Jaden Daniels. He has what you always look for in a quarterback, a first name for a last name. There you go. It's always super powerful to have the two last names. Radme Deep Brar says, seeing the Niners go 0-3 would be amazing. I would feel very good to watch them fall again this week. And 3 straight games at that, as you say. Not like it's trending up in the right direction either, huh? I would love to see that. I mean, much nicer to get 12 wins and still take out this division without having to think we had to get to 14 wins to take the division. Drunk says, I have a feeling Caleb Williams might stay one more season with USC. He might. It's hard to predict with this NIL money and how much money, especially for a guy like that, that's going to make, what he's going to make. You only get the college experience once. And having it, try to make it last a little longer as you can isn't the worst way to go with it. But we'll see. I would be shocked if he didn't come out this year drunk. It'd be surprising. It's possible, but I would be surprised if he didn't. Scooby says, I think CMC is headed for an injury with the amount they are leaning on him. He will break soon, I feel. Already he's operating with a torn oblique, Scooby, to your point. So it's already kind of begun. They showed a shot of him on the sidelines, and he had bruises up and down each of his arms already this year. Ramond Deep says, would love to see Jason Peters play and open up some lanes. He's a beast. He is a beast. We'll see if he does come out and make his debut here finally. Ryan Brooks will cover Lamar. Bobby will cover the back, and the backside defensive end will hold the flats while the DBs play man-to-man in the game with pressure up the middle to force Lamar outside towards contain. Ooh, I like it, Brian. That sounds good to me. And certainly having a spy with Brooks on Lamar wouldn't be the worst of ideas. Well said. And Radman, I'd like to see Jason Peters get a chance. I think right now, right tackle, you're really thin. No Jay Curhan, or he's beat up, he's injured. Stone Forsythe's, struggling to get through right now. Or not struggling, but he's a left tackle. You don't want him over right tackle. He had a good game, but I'd much rather have Jason Peters out there. Mike says garlic and red pepper flavored chips, B. I know, it looks good, huh? That's going to be tasty. Can't wait. Can't wait. It's going to be awesome. Drunks, they also have Amari Cooper. Must cover him, even with PJ Walker quarterback. He's a tough cover. Great route runner. Still a very productive receiver in this league. Browns aren't going to be an easy task this week, Redman. I'm expecting a close game. Defensive battle. Megan says, Detlef is my Sonics guy B, and I'm in touch with him semi-regularly. Oh, nice. That was awesome, Megan. Complete player. Detlef's the kind of guy, too. If he was playing in the modern game, he would have been even a better player in this era with his skill set and what he could have done. Being able to shoot from any point on the court, his three-point ability. Yeah, he would have been awesome. Awesome. Megan, where's Zorn? He's right there. Right there over my thumb, Megan. Right there below. He's more in a visual spot than I had him in right now. But you'll see it more when the next purchase I'm going to make is get the camera with the 60 frames per minute, maybe a little bit sharper video to where you can see kind of the background a little bit more clear. See the cards and stuff, Megan. Dan says you should eat them on the stream laughing out loud. You'll be like one of those kid YouTubers that make videos of them opening gifts of the newest toys. I always feel weird eating on stream because it always drives me crazy, always listening to streams and podcasts when they start. It's like, oh no. I don't know. There's something about that drives me nuts. I can't do it. Can't do it. Save the Geese. Thank you for the $5 donation. Save the Geese. I do appreciate you for that. Says, I did a little 3-round mock draft for fun for the Hawks, as you should start to do, mate. Save the Geese. It's never too early to start this. I've been thinking about doing a mock draft already myself. You got Mason Smith, Jaden Daniels, Christian Mahogany, and Cade Stover. Kind of heavy on the offensive side. Definitely a bit heavy on that. I haven't had a chance to take a look yet much at Christian Mahogany. Certainly have taken a look at Jaden Daniels, Cade Stover, 4th round. You'd have him in the 3rd round there. I have Cade as more of a 4th round guy myself. I think there's a little bit of a lacking of dynamic, explosive element to him at the tight end position. Mason was really good coming into this season. He has not delivered this year, save. His rep for where he was coming in, where a lot of people thought he was going to be the best defensive tackle out there this season, he has been, not only has he just not flashed, but I mean, he's not been a particularly good player moved to the inside. And this was his first year being moved to the inside after playing outside initially and then having that major injury and then waiting the year to come back. So I don't hate the Stover pick, late third round. I mean, I say 4th round, but that's probably a late 3rd round pick. So that's pretty close there. And I like Jaden Daniels as a 2nd round guy at that point. So, I wouldn't hate that, and you're going to need to get a tight end. You will. Stover can block like hell. He's a strong, powerful guy. He can, if you were to cut off of Will Disley, that does give you a guy that fits in as an inline guy that can take over all those duties that Disley provides on that. But yeah, with Mason, I think he's gonna dip a little bit. I think he's gonna end up being a 3rd or 4th round guy in this upcoming draft when it's all said and done. I'll try to look up Christian Mahogany though. I do recognize the name, just haven't had a chance to take a look at him myself. But I'd be perfectly happy with Jaden Daniels save. Perfectly happy, man. And that's right where I think the Hawks are going to take a quarterback this year in the 2nd or 3rd round. Right in the hot spot range of things. Agreed there. But thank you, man. Appreciate that $5 donation. And I like your 3-round mock. I like the positions you're addressing. If you went for defensive line, and you might flip out Mahogany for like a middle linebacker. That might be more of the need, but who knows? Maybe they bring back both Bobby and Jordan, and it doesn't become a necessity. So Mahogany's looks like he's a tackle. Oh, he's a guard. Okay. I like it. I think that's you're going for spots we're going to need to address, man. So it could play out that way. It could be 3 of the first 4 to the offensive side of the ball, as we kind of leaned a little more defensive heavy in this last draft. Go back the other way now, save the geese. I like it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all your donos tonight, and including this one. Says, I'm worried Myles Garrett is going to look like Charles Jefferson from Fast Times at Ridgemont High this weekend versus our subs. And just after someone has destroyed his car, right, Garth? Just to add to your reference on that one. He's going to look like Charles Jefferson after somebody messed up his car. Yeah. That was an awesome character in that movie. Who was it that played that? Forrest Whitaker? That was a Forrest Whitaker role, right? Young Forrest Whitaker, right, Garth? But I think that's how he's going to look. The man's been on another level this year. The Browns move him all over the place. You can't just lock onto him on the outside edge and be like, okay, he's coming off the right side. He'll be on the right. He'll be on the left. He'll line up over the A gap, standing up. He's all over the place, and they will go and find your weakness on your defensive line with him. So it's like there's really nowhere to run when it comes to Garrett and his ability. And he's your far and away, I think, leader of defensive player of the year award should be on him first and foremost above anybody else at this point. He is the definition of a game wrecker. It's just like Aaron Donald with what we have to deal with on the interior. So the fears and the worries, Garth, are absolutely appropriate. The guy has earned this reputation for how good he is. It's legit. Fully legit. We're going to have a good plan this week in order to deal with him. Space, do I remember Spud Webb? Yes. 5'6" Atlanta Hawk who won, one or two dunk contests. Amazing that he'd get up there and dunk at that size. Amazing. Daniel says, if Russell Wilson got cut, would you take him for a vet minimum next year just for the conversation? I know he tried to get Pete fired, but Pete would forgive him. Pete's a pretty forgiving guy, that's for sure. Though Russ took some pretty extreme steps. I don't know Pete's ever had a position to bring back a player that he had tried to get him potentially canned. That might be a bit of a bridge too far on that one, Daniel. I've been thinking of doing a video that I didn't know if it would piss off the fan base or not, but there's a little bit of a side of this of being a potential as outside the box option as this may be. Geno Smith goes through the rest of the year and he underperforms and doesn't able to recapture back that magic that he had through the first 12 weeks. You get a middling Geno performance through the year. Coaching staff comes at the end of the year and they say, well, we don't want to pay the $30 million contract, so we're going to cut Geno Smith. Now you need to go find a quarterback. You're still going to probably plan on drafting that Jaden Daniels-esque guy in the second round, but now you need a bridge quarterback. And you're going to be looking for a bridge quarterback who could provide you at a low-cost item to bring that bridge in. And Russell's not going to have a lot of contractual offers out there to make a lot of money. So is there a potential in a weird, roundabout, crazy-ass fashion that no one would expect there being a place that Russell maybe, it's a small percentage chance of coming back here? Daniel, I don't think that you're completely off the mark on that one. It's not likely to happen. I wouldn't put money on it happening, but you could see the way that this could play out for that to become a potential reality. And as we're seeing with Frank Clark, Jaron Reed, or Bobby Wagner, or any number of guys like Bruce Irvin that come back, people do come back here. They do return. Scooby, well, yeah, he had no weight to him. He was like 5'6", 100 pounds. That's true. He didn't have a lot, but boy, he could jump for that size. That's legit 5'6", getting up dunking. Yeah, I'd imagine Kemp as a wideout or like a tight end. He'd been an insane tight end, 6'10", big. Jeff O'Leary, when is the Seahawks offense going to work in the red zone? What are your thoughts on why it's not working? I think it's a complicated answer a bit, Jeffrey, in that there is not one villain here to point to as far as their reasoning goes. Villain being an individual player or an individual reason. The main issues that I see for why you're struggling in the red zone come down to, first and foremost, let's look at this as like a league-wide trend, Jeff. For the first time in the last 5 or 6 years, scoring is down across the league. For the first time in the last few years, red zone efficiency has gone completely in the toilet throughout the course of the whole league. It's a league-wide trend where teams are struggling in the red zone. Why that's happening in this year and why that's taking hold, I don't have as much of a good answer on that one in particular. Why I think our red zone struggles are happening mainly, though, come down to, first, your commitment to running the ball hasn't always been the best down in the red zone. You drafted Zach Charbonnet to be your hammer down the red zone, but he's been fighting through injuries and not healthy enough to get down there and be that hammer. and you don't have a backup hammer. So you go to Walker, who's really not able to get those short yardage runs to work, which is what you need to do when you're down by the red zone. Like, Jeff, we had first and goal from the 2-yard line this past week, and you ran back to back with Walker right up the middle, and he just couldn't bang through. It's just, he's not built to be that kind of back. So that's a part of it, is the lack of commitment, the fact you haven't had your hammer and Charbonnet to make it work. The play calling has been atrocious. I don't understand the route concepts. I don't understand what it is Waldron's trying to attempt to accomplish at times. It's very strange. Very strange, the play calling in there. And I think that another reason on this is that the offensive line woes do show up there. For whatever reason, when you get into the red zone, the pass protection gets even worse and the run blocking gets even worse. I don't have an explanation for why that's the case, but it is the case on top of all of this. You put that all together in a stew, Jeff, and you come out of it with a lot of inefficiency in the red zone. But I think all of that contributes to this. I don't think it's just one thing, or one thing really head and shoulders above the others as far as reasons. I think it all kind of goes together. Space says your boy Levis is getting the start Sunday. I don't have a lot of hope for him to be performing too well either. That might have been one of my misses out there in the quarterback landscapes in recent years as far as outlooks on prospects go. Gar says, I can't stand Pearl Jam, and I know I'm in a very small minority. It's not as I'll say this, Garth. I can go back and listen to the first couple albums. They lost me after Vitology, which was the third album, and they lost me completely. So when they'd have an occasional song come on the radio that would be like, yeah, that's catchy, but those were the three that I liked, and it was one that was my band growing up, that I was really on. But I definitely expanded the tastes out there. I'm not still going back listening to Pearl Jams 24/7 now as it is, but back when I was a teenager, I definitely loved them a lot. That was mine. They were my pick of the Seattle band, them and Alice in Chains. But as I've grown older, I would take Alice in Chains over Pearl Jam at this point. I still love Pearl Jam, but that'd be my pick. Daniel, hot take, but Uchenna was super average this year. 0 pressures. His 1 sack and forced fumble was off of 1 play versus the Giants, and so was his other sack. Besides the Giants, he got stonewalled this year. I don't know how the 0 pressures thing, Daniel. I can remember a pressure from this game. I can remember another pressure in that Giants game. Remember the play, Daniel, where Mario Edwards Jr. gets the sack coming on the backside in that Giants game, and it's Uchenna that creates the instantaneous pressure that flushes Daniel a little bit. I don't think he was setting the world on fire, but I don't think he was playing bad this year. You say super average, though, so you weren't saying bad. I think he was better than average. But I think it's fair to say maybe he wasn't quite playing as well as he was last year. But like, he was the top-rated guy in the first week of the game against the Rams. He was your top-rated PFF guy. I think it's a loss. I think it is a loss losing him for what he brings. I think he was doing a lot of dirty work in there, and he certainly was taking a lot of the double teams to the other side that Boye Mafe wasn't getting on his side. Gabby says we need to establish the run the red zone. Beast mode has had Tukawafu, put a 300-pounder in there and let K9 and Sharp cook. A lot of people have mentioned maybe bringing a defensive tackle out there, letting them roll from the fullback position. Certainly like that better than Gabby, them having them in short shotgun and then trying to give them the read out of shotgun from the 2-yard line. That one was not working. King Bomber says DK, JSN, and Bobo is a great top 3. Agreed. Yeah. Gabby says, if we run traps and powers more efficiently, we won't have to worry about Garrett. Slow him down a bit, Gabby. Yeah, that's one of the ways you can employ to be able to slow those pass rushers down and make them start to think rather than just pinning their ears back. I will say it's been a little bit of a commonality for so far this year is that we allow sometimes defenses, especially that Bengals game, for instance, to really feel like they didn't have to play the run and really didn't feel like they had to cover a lot of space on that field and that they could pin their ears back and then just bring the pass rush and let those guys play that constantly. So you've got to force the balance here. We can't get one-dimensional. And the second we get one-dimensional, Garrett's going to hunt. He's going to eat. But yeah, traps, good way. Counters, Or another thing on top of the traps and the powers, how about the counters? Start the run game going one way, come back the other way. Take advantage of some of that over-aggressive approach. This is a big place that we missed out in the Bengals game, taking advantage of that Bengals defense and some of their aggressiveness. We didn't do that very well. King says, I'm pretty shocked they chose to keep Quandre and not replace him with a younger guy like Neal or even the rookie, Jarek Reed. Jarek, I think, might be the long-term answer there, King. I don't know if he's ready this year to do that. Ryan Neal was only a strong safety. You weren't going to play Ryan Neal at the free safety. He doesn't have the speed back there to make that work. King says Walker was out with the calf. Could be a rest with a slight calf sprain. Makes sense. Hopefully it's not too major. In Big Country, yeah, Lou Piniella better have an M's cap on when he goes to the Hall of Fame. He did his best work for us. I know he managed for the Yankees and other teams, but he did our best work for us. Modus says, Brandon, your beast logged off hours ago for dinner and you're still going strong. I love what I do, man. I love my peeps. I love what I do. It makes it so easy. So very easy. Appreciate you, man. Brody13, I'm your long-lost little brother, Brandon, says Brody13. Well, thank you, man. It's good to see you, but it's good. Thank you. You returned to me. I felt like a part of me has been lost. Like an arm that's been missing, but I'm still scratching at its presence. But glad we could be reunited finally, Brody. I hope you're having a good night out there, man. Garth with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for that donation. Says, I remember being faked out by the trade rumor of Charles Jefferson to the Hawks a couple years back. My hope defied logic. Yeah, that was a hilarious story at the time, Garth. Garth referencing the trade rumors of Myles Garrett coming to Seattle, where it was a Packer fan who had broken a story beforehand about a player, giving him some legitimacy, who then faked the rumor and with the legitimacy of the prior rumor he broke, was breaking this rumor that the Seahawks were going to get Myles Garrett, and he set this whole thing up just specifically to get back in Seattle because he was angry about the Fail Mary. Those Packer fans are oddly very, very bitter towards us. Like, you'll hear Tom Grossi talk about it, like they're very, very angry at us. Like they're not letting that one go, Garth. And none of those go. The Fail Mary, the championship game that they lost with the onside kick. You think those Packers would be very forgiving fans and nice salt of the earth Midwestern people, but they got some bitterness in their heart on that one. They're not letting that one go, Garth. But I remember that trade as well, getting excited for about 5 minutes on that one. He's broken his story before. He's broken it before. He's legit. It's a legit story. Sean Penn stayed in character throughout the entire filming of that movie. Oh, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And yeah, Phoebe Cates. There was a woman in that movie that made a lot of men reach adolescence very quickly. Quite a cutie. Holy Young Grenade, if you shut down Amari Cooper, he'll eventually just throw a tantrum and take himself out of the game like he did back in Dallas. There we go. He's going to maybe have a hard time getting the ball fed to him with PJ Walker back there. Gar says, I wonder what the Germans give their cats for treats. I'll have to ask Raymond on that one. Safety keys haven't gone too in depth with the D-line in this class yet. Going to have to watch more tape later on this year for the upcoming class. You weren't off on Mason being originally ranked there prior to the year, but it's just been he's been a no-show so far with LSU. Dante Corleone, go take a look at him out there at Cincinnati. He's a fun one. Chris Jenkins with Michigan. Awesome. Tyleek Williams out there with Ohio State. Real fun guy. It's a very deep defensive line class. I think, Garth, the Germans are more into the drink than the reefer. Brody says, one thing I like about girls, man, I get older, they say the same age. Dazed and confused. One of the all-time greats. Nah, man. It's what I like about high school. I can't say that. Somebody's going to clip that. I'm going to get in trouble for saying that. So I can't do that quote, Brody. I'll get in trouble on that one. Somebody will clip it and be like, see? Sam, that video would be so troll, IMO. Too many weird things need to happen for that to be a thought. It was a notion I was playing with, Sam. I didn't take it too far. I was like, this could go wrong if I do this video. So I'm not going to do that one. It would be, I'd get some views on it though. It'd be one of those ones where you got to make that clickbait, choice sometimes on videos. Like, don't go over that line. Don't go over that line. But I was thinking about it. I was like, this could in a roundabout way. This goes to that goes to this. I'm not saying I'd bet on it happening, but Dabtronot, Russell is cooked at this point. Quality backup, if that, but as a Hawks fan, I don't want him returning back to Seattle. Just my input, though. I think that's a fair point of input, Dabtronot, and I think that there would be a lot that would feel the way you feel about it. I think the thing the team would do in bringing Russ in is it wouldn't be that they would be committing to Russ if they've brought him back. It would be you would be drafting a quarterback in addition to this, and then you would be having a competition between the two, a true competition between the two. But this is very unlikely to happen. I land where you land on it. I'm not really looking to want to see that happen or occur. But as a possibility, it may be out there, even if it's a very limited, small, itty-bitty, almost imperceptible chance of happening. Megan says, Pete may forgive Russ, but I would never will for the way he treated JS and Pete Carroll. I don't know if even Pete will do it too, Megan. I think he's a very forgiving guy, but I think that there are certain lines you can't cross, and trying to get me fired might just be one of those lines. And I get nauseous thinking about Russ as a Seahawk again. Well, as you can hear on a couple of these comments, you're not alone on that, in utero. In utero, I tried with yield, man. I tried with yield. I just felt like they took a real hard, weird turn after Vitology. And they were starting into Vitology to start to take that turn, but there were still enough real songs on there that still real resonated. And I liked the fact that they were growing musically and not just trying to tap into the same sound. But they got kind of far off of Main Street on that one for me. A lot of just, these like not songs, but these in-between things of just Vetter out there just moaning and some strumming guitar track with some slight drums on the back. Even flow come together like butterflies, yeah. He don't know, so he chases them away. Joe, I know that as I was just saying, Snare B was talking about. Brian says, you can't convince me we are committed to the run game when we don't have a bona fide fullback on the roster. Bona fide. Like, that's what I do. Bona fide. Get one of those and scrap the 3 tight end sets by half. It's a dying spot in the sport. There's just not a lot of them banging around, Brian. You got Juszczyk and the Ham guy out there in Minnesota. Jesse says, what if the Cardinals end up with pick 1, draft Caleb Williams? Would they be releasing Kyler Murray? Can they even with that contract? Would there be a little of interest if he's released? I think somebody would probably be interested in Kyler. I don't think that there's going to be teams lining up for him, Jesse. Yes, the Cardinals, I am anticipating if the Cardinals get the number 1 overall pick, they will take Caleb Williams. I think they're going to take Drake May. If Caleb's gone, they'll go Drake May. They're going to move off. I feel very strong that at this point, the Cardinals and the Broncos are going to both move off of their quarterbacks this offseason. And yeah, they can make it happen. Much like with the Broncos, there's going to be pain to suffer. You're going to have dead money that you're going to have to take at that point, Jesse. But what the Cardinals have done this year is they've not used up all of their cap space. So they're going to be able to roll a lot of this cap space into next year's cap, sustain the dead money hit on Kyler Murray and releasing him at that time and not have it completely deep sink them on their roster creation. So I'm anticipating it to be occurring. I don't know who looks at Kyler Murray, though. I don't know who says, let's go make him our starting quarterback moving forward. Megan says, you don't like Pearl Jam? You're already dead to me due to your love of Dave Craig. No, I like Pearl Jam, Megan. No, I was just saying I'm not as into it. I still to this day will occasionally when I'm just, looking, I'll play 10. I'll go back and do some of their old albums and listen through. But no, I was definitely, they were like my favorite band growing up as a teen. I'm just not quite in that same realm, and I view them now for sure. I definitely loved him growing up, though. I still like him, though. Beaver started yelling at the other beaver. Joe Orabai get confused as why they were trotting Taylor out there against the run when Hall is riding the pine. Don't know that either, Chewable Orb. They were rotating him through. Hall did get his share of run at times in this game, but it certainly looked like they wanted to get Taylor more snaps. You've got, your explanation on that won't be anything as good as what I can come up with, because the team's got plenty of data at this point to know if it's a 1st and 10, you probably don't want Darrell Taylor out on the football field. That's probably not a smart choice of downs and distance to have him out there, because it's likely to be a run. And there were some times out there that you were putting him out there in those situations. I do like Pearl Jam, for the record, by the way. Seen some confusion on this. No, I love Pearl Jam. They got a solid place in my heart. Well, hand grenade, so I guess the Witherspoon holdout is water in the bridge. Completely forgiven. Like it never happened. Gabby, Nirvana for me. Nirvana's another good one. I liked all of the Seattle bands. There was not one that I hated that we had come through, and Nirvana's included on that. I was more of the Pearl Jam guy, but I definitely appreciated Nirvana. And I liked all of Nirvana stuff, even the stuff prior to the one, their big breakout one where you go back to Bleach and that. Like, those got some really great songs on it as well. Nirvana's good. Spaces Kurt didn't like Pearl Jam either. They were all right. Kurt had a thing of like, there was the competition thing with some of the Seattle bands, and like Soundgarden, Pearl Jam didn't have it, but Nirvana had a little bit with Pearl Jam. But there's a cool documentary they did with Pearl Jam a couple of years ago where they got a great shot of below the stage, and Kurt and Eddie are like dancing. It's just a cool little moment that they captured. But I don't think there was a dislike or a hate on that. Daniel says, okay, you're right. He did fine. I forgot about the flush out, the Mario Edwards sack. He just surprised us so much last season that I expected a step forward, but hadn't seen it yet. I think that's fair. I think some of it's too, Daniel, is that you look at the Boye Mafe situation. Remember a couple of weeks ago, we're looking at Mafe over 30% on his pass rush win rate. And remember what stood out to that is that list that was there. He was the only guy on that list of those guys that were up in those high water marks, 20%, 22%, Micah Parsons at 34%. He was the only guy out there not being doubled at that rate. And that's because those double teams were drifting back over to Uchenna early on this year because of the damage Uchenna did last year. Now, should Uchenna still maybe had a little bit more success this season despite some of those double teams? That might be fair. But I think he was getting a little bit of that. And when you do get a guy who does get double teamed like that, it's going to remove down some of their productivity. But watching the All-22 this year, I can attest to the fact, Daniel, that there's plenty of snaps in there where he may not be giving credit from a statistical perspective, but he is in there doing damage on the play. Gabby loved Cobain's voice. One of the more unique voices of all time. Google X-ray cat Tom Green. I will look that up. Grandizer Brandon Kane. I was stationed overseas when grunge started to rise in the USA. Where I was at, it was all about 90s EDM, Euro dance music. I never got into Nirvana or into other grunge bands or see the fascination with that genre. Super minority and unpopular opinion. Yeah, I mean, it's all really about where you come up from an age standpoint. I remember one of the real cool college classes I took in my little sample size of time in college was sort of a music appreciation class. And, something that guy talked about, and he went through a lot of different music and history of music and stuff. And big part that stood out to me in his description and I think that does set is that, where you're at about 15 and a half and the music you're listening to is what's going to take and have an effect on you in that way. So, you being a little bit older at that point, stationed at that point, beyond that age at that point, it just doesn't quite resonate at that time. But I came right along at that age and at that point as grunge was coming into play. And I was also coming in at a time where I liked rock before grunge, but it was all of that empty bubblegum, hairband, there was no substance to any of the rock music that was coming out at that time. You know, it was all those Poison, Motley Crue, girls, just empty-headed stuff. And then you had with at least this grunge stuff that they were actually singing about tangible things and stuff that was real and wasn't just about party, celebrate, which was also a part that you appreciate about it, is that there was something actually to it. And it was musicianship again, and which it was not about that in the 80s hair metal bands. But I think you are a little bit of we're all a person of our age, of what music we listen to. It's like, I can't listen to new stuff now hardly at all. It just sounds like crap to me, It's like, it's not meant for me. I'm a little bit past that. I'm way past that age. Yeah, this is Lockett Smartest receiver. I love DK also. I do too. Megan says, never seen Fast Times B. Don't think I missed much. It's okay. It's not, it's got some iconic moments that really, I think, elevate it a little bit. But I admit, it's not my favorite Cameron Crowe movie. It would actually probably be down the list a little bit for me. Whereas a lot of people hold that up as the highest of his best. Addis says, are the Saints fans still pissed about Beastquake? Not that I've heard. Cashback says, hi, I just subbed you. Been watching Brendan's Nelsons and saw your collabs and just recently realized that you have your own channel. Sorry, I forgot how YouTube works all of a sudden. Oh, it's all good, man. That stuff will happen. Hey, better late than never, man. Better to have caught it now than not to catch it at all. So that's why we like to do what we do, man, is that eventually you'll find it if you don't initially off the front. But I appreciate you subbing up, man. Welcome aboard here. And I love doing the work I do with Brendan. We'll be doing a show tomorrow on previewing up this upcoming Browns matchup. Continue to do it on through this year. And I love working with him. I have a great time doing it. So thank you, man. Appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. The story behind Black Hole's son is fascinating. Flag Sabbath, Corey Leone is a tank. He's a tank. I every time I turn on the tape watching Corey Leone, I have a lot of fun watching him. He stands out. He's powerful, but he also moves really well. He's a tank that can move, which is weird. I do like him. Audio Slave was a good band, Manspace. I like that too. Mario Yoshi, people pray right now, mine suspect killing people and injured people and on the run. Now mine subject, killing people? Huh? Yeah, because the You Mad Bro lives rent-free in the mind of Go fans. Yes, they do. They're not happy about that. Guns N' Roses is a great band too. They didn't do enough work, in my opinion. Didn't do enough albums. But see, that's where he's not a grunge guy. I can still like Guns. I just like rock. Give me good rock. And the thing I like about Guns N' Roses, at least they weren't the full, yeah, they had the hair band stuff going with them, but they actually had the goods that they brought. So much of those hair bands, it's just like all surface level stuff, and weren't very good players of the instruments. There's a biography that was written a couple of years ago about Cornell called Total Effin' Godhead. It's really good. I'll check it out. We need definitely a documentary on the grunge, like a really good documentary done. Crow did one on Pearl Jam, but you got to get them all in. Gabby says, do you have a joint, man? It would be cooler if you did, man. Hey, you got a joint, man? No, man. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Classic movie. I could turn that movie on. If that movie's on TV, I'm dropping the remote. I'm watching it. One of the greatest movies of capturing the 70s spirit that you will find out there. Absolutely phenomenal film. Well acted, well directed. Linkletter killing that movie. Just everybody acting their butts off in that film. I love it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says Pearl Jam is Taylor Swift for dudes. Hey, I was a little softer in my youth, Garth. What can I say, man? I grew up in the suburbs. Some of us grew up fast, some of us grew up a little slower, We got to build up to that harder edge music, man. Stoyan, good morning from Europe. Brandon, I have 5 hours of show to make up and see what your picks are. We've got a couple here I can give you right off the top, brother. So let me pick this one up here. Okay, so we got our picks right off the bump here for my main picks here for the underdog bets here so far. So we got Thielen, Gardner Minshew, Breece Hall, Nico Collins, George Pickens. Do a screenshot if you can on this one, Stoyan, so I can bring up the next one because I got two. I know you wanted me to get a couple of options for you on this. So I got two separate, you can kind of pick from these 10 picks I give you, and I'll even give you a Thursday night one on this. So this is the first one. Screenshot this one with Thielen, Minshew, Breece Hall, Nico Collins, and George Pickens. And then, where's my other one? There we go. This is the other one. So the other one we got Stafford over 257, Dak over 256, CD over 71, Sam Howell over 229, and Cortland Sutton over 46. So those are my 10 open picks. Stoyan, from just, you kind of find the 5 best that you kind of gravitate towards on those. And then if you really want to, I've got a 4-pick stack here for Thursday night. Yeah. And then this is my 4 stack for Thursday night. I won't go 5 because these are ones I feel okay about, but I don't love. But this could be a good Thursday night run one. I'm going to try to get these in myself for tomorrow. But those will be my picks, Stoyan. It's good to see you, brother. Lots of show to make up, man. We covered a lot of great topics tonight. 360 Hawks Nest, a legend doing these streams late. I love doing it, man. I love doing it. It's the nice part of doing this full time is I don't got a job to get up for tomorrow morning. I can go as late as I want. Temple of the Dog, great collab between Pearl Jam and Soundgarden. Absolutely awesome record. Tribute record. Can't beat that as well. 360, I missed it, but overall, how good do you think Clark will be? I think he'll be a good rotational guy. I think he's better. I don't think he's good against the run, but I think he's far better against the run than Darrell Taylor. And you had to avoid here the situation of having Taylor out there playing the run at any point in time. Last week showed that very clearly, 360 bets. So it's a good move. It's a low cost, high reward move. There's no risk here involved, right? If he doesn't play well, you can always cut him if he's just completely a shell of himself. He actually had a pretty good year last year for the Chiefs in about 670 snaps. If you look at right here, for instance, these are his PFF grades, 360 bets if you go through his career. And if you go through it, ignore the Denver one this year. It's 36 total snaps. So it's, I mean, look at, he's, previous years, 2019, 725, 2759, 2021, 657 snaps, 2022, 716 snaps. You can't go after 36 as a sample size. But if you look at his grades, relatively pretty good out there in that. Relatively good. 67 is above league average as a player. So, he was providing value to that Chiefs team last year. I think he'll provide value to us. Rotational guy. You're not going to run him on starter snaps. You'll give him 20, 25 snaps a game. Let him do with that what he can. Hopefully he's running 100 miles an hour on those snaps because I think some of his lack of play, you look at those snap counts and you go, ooh, he's having to play 725 snaps a season. There's probably times where he's locking in that cruise control and kind of chilling a little bit, right? Preserving himself. And I don't think that's going to have to be the case here where he's going to be able to go a little bit harder 360. And maybe that allows him to be a little more efficient and effective at the same time. Save the Geese. We're so fortunate Seattle media isn't nasty like the Browns one. They hated Baker and leaked stories constantly and are now protecting Watson with his injury. Want to beat them Sunday so badly. Yeah, they are a little bit of a strange media out there. That's true. Not sure what to make of the Browns. I've seen some strange stories on that one. And the Baker ones were, the Odell thing out there, Save the Geese was weird, wasn't it? Benelli says, I've worked for the last 6 hours. Brando's still going strong. Hell yeah, brother. Oh yeah. Don, Hawks Nest, well, it's been fun, but I must run. Thank you, Brandon, and all. Go Hawks. You have a great night, man. Go Hawks, brother. Well, Younger, I do wish Seattle media would push the envelope when it came to Pete and his defense. There are times I wish they would. We don't need to go full Brown style, but find maybe a happy medium where there are times that they maybe dig in a little bit. Not everything has to be a softball, underhanded question thrown from the back of the room. It's true. Wouldn't mind seeing the same kind of thing at times. Megan Queen is empty-headed B? No, I wouldn't say a Queen's empty-headed. Not at all. The empty-headed stuff, Megan, is the late 80s, just the glam bands, right? So, Motley Crue, Poison, who else do we got? I've tried to forget them, quite frankly. The band that sang Cherry Pie, those kind of bands, right? It's just like, they don't got anything to say. They have nothing to say at all. But no, Queen had something to say. Jesus, the Bohemian Rhapsody alone, it's just about selling your soul. That's deeper than anything Poison ever touched upon. Michael Slicker, love you for still streaming live. Hawks Nest, just got off work. Party's still going. Hell yeah, Michael. I love what I do, brother. It's easy. Megan American Graffiti is mine, B. It's another very good movie. Very much in the spirit. I don't think that Dazed and Confused gets made, Megan, if there's not American Graffiti to inspire Linkletter in that kind of same way. I kind of feel like Linkletter was saying, I'm going to make my American Graffiti with this film. So I love the comp there. Arthur Pearl Jam's Taylor Swift for dudes. That was going to make me laugh all night, Garth. Holy hand grenade. You're getting old when you like going to the grocery store. Oh, it's true, man. I'm the same way. Though with these prices and costs, it's getting less exciting. Costco's always exciting for me, but I never come out of there with what I want because I don't have a big family of things. So I'm always going in there for like a good snack, and I only end up coming out of there with like the muffins. Michael says, how much do you think Frank Clark's playoff experience will help these new guys out, considering if we make them, of course? Well, there's no denying, and you can see it right here, Michael. I was showing it a little bit earlier on this, 13 and a half sacks and 17 playoff games played. There's no doubt about it that Frank is a big play guy. And part of the value add here that I was trying to incorporate into this and being a good rotational player is also the real potential of when I've got 17 games, I'm far beyond just a sample size at that point in the number of playoff games he's played. He's not a terribly old guy. He's only 30 years old. So it's not like you've lost his whole skill set's been diminished to nothing. So there is that potential in this guy that we get, that on top of the rotational guy that we give that provides value throughout the course of the year, you also then get a guy that once playoff time happens, he's able to turn it up. And certainly he's won multiple Super Bowl championships. He's going to be able to guide these guys on, how to get in the right mental state and be prepared for these games, much like Bobby will be able to as well. And holy camera grenade, yeah, you can't beat the hot dogs or the pizza at Costco either, especially $1.99. It's like, get out of here. Megan says Guns N' Roses, November Rain, and Live and Die. Live and Let Die, or Epic. Oh, they are. Yeah. Live and Let Die is great cover of that old McCartney tune. Live and Let Die. I like their cover on that album of Knocking on Heaven's Door. That was a pretty good job on that album. Foo Fighters good too, Megan. Yeah. Grandizer Brandon Kane, yeah, that mid to late 80s rock really left a lot to be desired for. Like you said, it was a lot of bubblegum rock, pop, watered down rock. It was so cringe to me. Yeah, I mean, they'd even have the same mid-song riffs, right? It was always... That was the middle of the song, was that they would go up they'd go up the Fender arm, back down, and then they're just running their fingers as fast as they can. So it sounds really busy, but not a lot there. Not a lot really happening. Not the best of musicianship either. Cashback, Costco slices, perfect slice too. Yeah. They don't come in with those weak. You think $1.50, it's going to be this little, something you get like half a slice, but they come out with some nice monster size to it. Difference between Pearl Jam and Taylor. Pearl Jam is talented. Pearl Jam is talented. Yeah, I'm not a big Taylor Swift guy. That's for sure. She's all right. She's all right. Gabby says, my dad loves all the cars and Dazed and Confused. Those cars were special, man. Back when I was in high school, I had a buddy that had a Chevelle. And it's one of the cars in that thing. That just, there's something unique about those muscle cars back then, and heavy engines, and they loud, and we got electric vehicles. It was a killer soundtrack to Dazed and Confused too. Perfect soundtrack. Perfect. Rampansy, hey, I'm very late to the party. Just curious, even with the Frank Clark signing, do we still think John might be looking to beef up the defensive tackle situation with, say, a third or fourth round pick, say Leonard Williams? It's not out of the balance of contention. My gut instinct, and I don't feel strongly about this, Rampansy, is that you've kind of made the moves that they're there to make at this point. I don't think they're going to look to make a trade. You have Brian Monet coming back, Cameron Young rounding into shape on the defensive line. They may feel good enough where it stands as it is. But if they were to make a move, it wouldn't completely make my chin hit the floor. The Frank Clark deal doesn't cost you a lot. You're not giving up anything in trade capital to get him. It doesn't preclude you from doing something else. But if I'm guessing, I would say probably not. Like Hand Grenade says, for a band called The Cars, I'm surprised they didn't make a song called Cars. Grandizer, Brandon Kane, did you ever listen to The Grunge Garage with Bob Stye? He is out of New Jersey. It's not 100% grunge, but I enjoy it. Has 90s alternative rock in it. I haven't. I'll write it down. I'll go see if I can go find it. Bob Stye, grunge. It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've actually checked it out. But I'll check it out. I still do enjoy all that music at that time, too. And there's a lot of good stuff out of that era. Even the one-hit wonders that came out during that era could be pretty cool. I'll check it out, though, Grandizer. Thanks for the suggestion. I'm always looking for a good kind of music kind of area. So I end up sometimes just listening to some of the same tracks that I'll just like listening to YouTube in the background and have the same kind of playlist rolling. I need some new playlists. Gabby says, back in the day, my choir mates and I started a George Michael's gang. We wore single cross earrings, we wore single cross earrings, tights, and baggy shirts, much like the young men of the modern era. Hey, that was a tight look back in the day. Michael had many a young girl hearts beating fast there with the drawn in the 80s drawn in beard. The single crucifix earring. Cashback, I don't know if you guys already talked about Eskridge. If not, what do you think his role will be? And what role would you like to see him play? I think that they're going to try to work him in mainly within the offense to try to maybe find him a role as kind of a bubble screen fly sweep guy. It's going to be hard for him to get on the field. He is only a slot guy, in my opinion, Cash. I don't think he can play on the outside, and JSN's going to have that role pretty well locked up. And if you're not going to JSN, I mean, if you got to make the pick between Bobo and JSN in the slot, you'll probably take Bobo. I mean, he could be kind of three guys back to finding his way on the football field for the play position he can play. He's not an outside guy. He wasn't even an outside guy going back to college being at Eskridge. But you do have a role opened up in this offense where you're not utilizing the fly sweep at all. You're not utilizing the bubble screen at all. You're not utilizing much of the get the ball into a receiver's hand in space and let him utilize Yak. And where this offense comes from with Waldron going back to McVay is it does come from a position of utilizing Yak and its receivers. Think back to Cooper Kupp. Get the ball in his hands, let him work. Or Robert Woods, get the ball in his hands, let him work up the football field. There's less of that a little bit when we got Tyler Lockett, who will tend to kind of just go down after the catch, or DK, who's all right at Yak, but it's not necessarily the best part of his game. Same thing with JSN. You don't have exactly a Yacky kind of guy. Bobo's not a Yacky kind of guy. So Eskridge does give you that one kind of skill set there where he is kind of the guy, if you say, who is mostly aligned to a Debo Samuel type on this roster. He's kind of like a miniature Debo in his game and his skill set. Now, he's got to stay healthy, but that's the role that I would put him in. I don't know if that's the role they're going to put him in. I think they're going to try a little bit of cash, some of that fly sweep bubble screen stuff. I think you'll see him on a little bit of maybe punt returns or kick returns too, especially kick returns because he's got some of a background with that. But Dallas has been pretty good on that on the other side of it. So it's like the same problem he has with the slot wide receiver role, being that he's the third stack behind everybody else. Kind of the same thing on the kick return, punt return, where Dallas is, absent that fumble last week, is doing just fine. So I think they're going to work him in a little bit. I think as much as he's there at this point, Cash, is for insurance if you have injuries beset the wide receiver position. But I don't have a whole lot of expectation that we're going to get a lot out of him as we go through the rest of this year, in my opinion. Joe Orb says the Browns ownership is dysfunctional. Indeed it is. They've got some good parts they've done at times, the embracing of analytics with their front office, but their ownership gets a little bit too, I want this guy, I want that guy kind of way. Like the Manziel pick was done wholly by the owner. Wasn't it too like the owner was like from Texas A&M or something? There's some weird insider thing with that, but that's problematic. He's not full on Jerry Jones, but he'll sometimes toe that line. Joe Borb, Alice in Chains, Candlebox. Candlebox, good one. Yeah. Even Queensryche. Silent lucidity. No, I think Better's pretty cool. He seems pretty laid back. Kelsey will be in a dress soon. He's already in back commercials. Yeah, I like Modern Rock, like Rise Against. I know there's some good albums groups out there. There's actually some that I like. I like Tame Impala, and there's a few different ones I've listened to here lately. I'm totally spacing on a couple of the other names, but there's a couple of them out there that are good, that do good work. I don't do as good a job of keeping my ear to there's a lot of great albums out there, great bands out there. I don't do as much expanding the horizons and trying to check out as much as I used to when I was younger. Probably should, Gabby. There's a lot of good stuff out there to be had. Melvins, there's another good ballad. Yep, there we go, In Utero. Another good one. Candlebox self-titled album's great. That's a good one, yeah. I listened to that one back in the day a good amount. Warrant, that's the one. Thank you, Space, yeah. Sweet cherry pie. Yeah, Lord. They weren't even trying to use metaphors, just directly reference, Wasp, rat. That's another one, Gabby. Yep. All those. What was the one with the? There's a couple in there. Boy, they all started to blend together, didn't they? Cinderella, Skid Row. Oh. Megan says, Live and Let Die is my favorite Bond movie, with my favorite Bond of all time, Sir Roger Moore. Good one. Roger had a couple of good ones. He's kind of got an underrated run, doesn't he? For Bond. Behind Closed Doors. I'll have to look that one up, Gabby. I don't know as well on Rise. I don't know as much on the Rise stuff. Like I said too, though, I've been bad about expanding the horizons in my elder age. Green River is basically Mudhoney PJ. Green River, another good band. Screaming Trees. You guys are getting all the good ones here. Nearly Lost You is so good. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Brando, servicemen and women went home from the Gulf War with Motley Crue's Home Sweet Home blasting from the speakers. Empty-headed? Yeah, they were making it work. They were making it work on that one, but I guarantee you those guys this day, those that are alive and kicking, are not listening to Motley Crue now. And that's what tends the test of time. You listen to it in the moment of your youth, but if once you get older, you don't go back to it, it's like, it was probably pretty empty-headed. And yeah, that's the one song where they actually got some feels involved on it. They're in between Kickstart My Heart and Girls, Girls, Girls. They got a Home Sweet Home in there. I like Home Sweet Home though. I don't hate Motley Crue. They are what they are with it, but There's not a lot of depth there. It's very, very, very surface level on that one. Thank you, Garth, for your donation, brother. I'm not hating on Crew. It just got old because it all started to sound, nobody was differentiating from each other. Like even the grunge bands alone, just take that, you know. Alice in Chains had a whole different sound from more of the heavy metalish sound that Soundgarden was trying to tap into, which was a wholly different sound than from what Nirvana was kind of trapping into with more of the pop melodic stuff that they were doing. And then you had Pearl Jam with more of its kind of intricacies on its styles. They were all different. But back in the late 80s, it was like one band was the same as the other band, which is the same as the other band. All the music was the same. It's like that country music role they had at one point where everything was trucks and parties and every song was about that. And like, really, you guys have nothing else to sing about? This is it? This is the depths of what you're experiencing in your life? Yep, that's all we got. But it's not bad. It's just like sugar or like having something, you know. It's got a place though, you know, Garth. It's the middle of summer and, you know, you're out there on the lake, somebody pops on Dr. Feelgood. That ain't bad. I can rock to that. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you for everything you've done tonight on the donos, Garth. You're amazing, brother. And Utero, thank you for the $2 donation. How will we use Clark since he's a 3 technique? 3 tech? I don't know where you're getting the 3 tech. He's been occasionally at times in his career kicked inside, but he's spent 95 to 98% of his time in the NFL on the outside as an edge. That's where he's done by far the majority of his damage. I think we would use him very, very infrequently in the 3 tech role in utero. He'll be standing up off the edge in a wide 9. That'll be his main use when he's rotated in. I'm not saying they won't maybe flex a little bit of him in there, but very small amount of usage in there, I would say. Thank you, Nuno. Gabby, muscle cars are sexy. I'll get one at some point if they don't outlaw them here. Plus, they're kind of safe. Those things are tanks. Absolute tanks. Well, yeah, hand grenade, John Connor's my OG too. That's my favorite Megan. He owned that role. Well, actually, the only GNR song I can listen to is Estranged. Not even Welcome to the Jungle? Granddad's your Brandon Kane. You're welcome. Anytime, sir. Appreciate it, man. I love any suggestions are always good. And I'm looking for more of a branching out musically because I've just, some of my, you know how it goes, you know, you get a playlist on YouTube, you just got to get used to it. And you're looking for background music, so you're not super picky, but I need to get it changed up. Some of the songs are getting a little old. Chewable, I want to see what McIntosh does in this offense. The man has amazing hands. He's got a unique skill set, Chewable. No back on the roster quite like him. And I'm very interested to see, much like with Eskridge, of what is going to be the plan on how to use this guy and find him touches on the football field. I think we're probably still a week out from really feeling him, seeing him, get him fully rolling, right? But very excited for what he could bring. And you know, I jump at any chance to talk music. I never really get the chance anymore. I love talking music too, man. I do. You're right. It doesn't come up much, you know. Music sort of seems like it's fallen away in importance at times in how it's viewed. Can't blame the younger generation because the younger music, their music right now is not the greatest. So, Ann, thanks for the picks, Brandon. There will not be much sleep tonight for me, so I can watch the Thursday night game with my picks. It's going to be fun. It adds an extra layer, doesn't it, Stoyan? And it's already fun to watch the games as it is just to take it in, but when you got that little extra bit riding on it, you know, it gives you a little more care as to what's happening, what's going down. I love it. I like Queensrÿche too. They were good. Gabby says, laughing out loud, your Seattle grunge voice needs a new impression voice. Laughing out loud. I know. I have always remind myself, Gabby, not to do the impressions when I'm 4 hours into the stream because the voice is toasted. If I start trying to do the impressions, it's just like, it comes out like, I used to do an on point Eddie Vedder. I used to be able to nail it, but it's definitely gotten bad with time. Garth Knight is the best Bond song, Goldfinger. I'd go Live and Let Die. Live and Let Die is the best Bond song. That's a perfect Bond song. The words, the whole tone of it, the up and down structure to the song where it goes from slow to fast, which is a Bond film, right? Where you can go from like having a lazy scene in a bar where they're discussing and having a conversation. He's doing spy things to now you got an action scene. I thought McCarthy did a good job with that song of capturing that. Whitesnake. Man, didn't they had the most, I think they had the most effed out song in the 80s. What was it? Here I go again on my own. Oh my God, did they overplay that song? That was the one in the 80s that was like Hotel California of the 70s. Just every other time just kept coming up. I like the video though. The video wasn't bad. I'd watch that video over and over again as a young man. Don't know why. There was just something about that video. Megan says, Dr. Field Goal. You've been watching too much football, B. It's Dr. Field Goal. That's how I have been watching too much. Dr. Field Goal. Did I say Field Goal? You know it's getting late, Megan. It starts to all run into that. That's right. Dr. Feelgood. Gabby says Bruce Springsteen should always be on our troop flight list. Born in the USA all day. Well, that's that whole irony about the Born in the USA is it's an anti-war song. It's not actually what it sounds like on the surface of it. I'm not a big Springsteen guy. He kind of wears me out. Cashback, can't wait to see McIntosh play. Kind of scary seeing K9 take all those hits, regardless of how easily he makes it look. I just hated watching Chris Carson run, so we'll only end up to not playing. Wearing him out by the end of the year, Cash. I think it's a big worry as we stand right now. And once Zach Charbonnet gets back into being more into what would I consider a fully healthy state, you've got to lean on Charbonnet to take some of these carries off the back of Walker. There's going to have to be some games this year where Charbonnet's at 15, 20 carries and you've got Walker dialed down to 9 or 10. You can't keep running every game at 15 plus carries on Walker throughout the course of the year. He will wear down, he will become less effective, and he is very likely to become injured. So I think that that's very apropos to bring that up, and I would like to see the same, very, very much the same kind of thing go down. Addis, 12, right, 12s. I'm going to go head off to bed. Good night, everyone. Go Hawks. Have yourself a great night. I appreciate you, Addis, for everything you've done on the channel, all the support and all that. Megan says, I have every Bond movie. I might get there, Bond, but boy, Amazon just always has all the Bond movies there to be played. I don't know if they've like bought the rights forever, but you can just always go on there for free and watch every one. Pretty cool. Ricky Beavers, Frank's definitely going to improve to pass rush. Uchenna Nowsu. He'll help. Definitely will help. In utero, Randy Rhoads played guitar for Whitesnake for a bit. Oh, I didn't know that. He definitely classed up the joint when he was there. I'll tell you that if he did. Randy Rhoads was Quiet Riot. Oh, Randy got to a few different places. I didn't know he's a Quiet Riot either. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. And folks, we're over 6 hours in, so we'll probably start to get this, put a bit of a button on this. We're over 12 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and kind of finish this up here pretty soon. If you got any last questions, do please get those on in. Big Country, you have a great night. And Randall, or Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Brando, I know I brought this up before, but supposedly Welcome to the Jungle was an ode to the Kingdom via Duff. Probably a rumor, though. I tried to look a little bit deeper into this, Garth, and there's some back and forth on this, and there doesn't seem to be a fully confirmed yay or nay on this one. It's one that's like, there's some debate online when I looked it up. So I've heard the same rumor. When I looked it up, there wasn't something that debunked it completely, as that it didn't happen and that it was just a completely made up kind of thing. But maybe we're just going to have to go to the source with Duff on this one at some point, Garth, and reach out to him by Twitter. Have us all reach out by Twitter and like, was this on this? You know, was it the Kingdom that made this? You guys come up with this deal? You know, I'd like to know. We've got to get an answer at some point on this one because it's too cool if it's true not to be out there in more public. You know, one of the all-time rock songs in rock history, one of the all-time, top 5 all time probably, and it's based on the Kingdom. That's kind of an important fact. Yeah. Like Randy Rhoads was at Quiet Riot prior to Ozzy. Boy, him and Ozzy were peanut butter and jelly, weren't they, Flag? Those two guys were just a perfect marrying of talents. Cashback says the more the merrier is all I'm saying. Spread the wealth around. Plus, the more running backs you can use in a game, The defense is going to have a different plan for each one, unique running style. Well said, Cashback, and I agree. I think the part that's held you back with Walker in doing this is that the drop from Walker to DJ Dallas is pretty significant from an ability level. I don't know if they feel like there's that much of a drop-off going to Charbonnet or going to Kenny McIntosh when they're in the game. And that's going to then, you would think, open it up more for them then to be willing to then run the ball more with those other guys. But you're right. Don't wear down Walker. We need this kid at the end of the year. We need him for the playoffs. We need his game-breaking style that he brings. And hopefully the coaching staff is being wary of that. Barry Satoro has been a member of the Hawks Nest for well over 2 years, 26 long months. Thank you for that long, splendid time as a Hawks Nest member here. Barry, he says, let's go. I say, let's go to you, Barry, one of my OGs on the channel, one of the original subscribers to the channel, being Barry out there. I think you jumped the board when I was like 22 subscribers in here on the channel. It's good to see you in the chat, my man. And thank you for that long time support on the channel. The Universe says, I was wrong. Randy Rhoads never played Whitesnake. I was saying, man, he got along to a few different groups. Quite right, Whitesnake, then eventually to Ozzy. Brutal way that guy went too, man, with the plane crash and all that. Flag, I guess the one band from the area I dig is Extreme, only because Nuno Betancourt. It's a good band. It's funny too, is it kind of a band that could rock hard, but they're known most for their, their soft ballad song is the one that they're most known for, Flag, It's got to be tough. There's a couple of groups that have had that happen to them where they got caught with doing a ballad and they were a rock band, and it ended up kind of throwing them off the path where you think it would actually help them out. Gaby says John Fogerty will always be the voice of the American troops forever. It's true. You go to a shot of Vietnam, you're getting Fortunate Son every time. There's a reason for that. With the Doors coming in second place, Gabby, with the Doors right behind him. There's something about the Doors music in Vietnam that was also kind of worked. Basically, someone said, welcome to the jungle, you're going to die. They wrote the song. Is it based on? We don't know. We heard it's potentially based on the kingdom. I don't know. Cash is glad to found your channel. Had a blast. Very entertaining and appreciated your take and outlook on the Seahawks. Going to watch a lot more. Good night. I love to hear that, Cash. We'll be doing this. I stream, aside from what I do with Brendan, a couple times a week. So you'll find me here often, man. I'm glad you located me, and was always where the chat goes. Sometimes we'll talk football. Sometimes we'll talk some music. Sometimes we'll get into a little bit of movie talk, especially when I get real late on the stream like now. So it's kind of the way we go. We take it wherever it takes us. Football, sports, music, movies, the essentials of life. Flag says, damn, Randy was so good. I really wish he was still around. Cliff too. Yeah. We've lost some really great players through the years that we didn't get maybe to see or hear their best stuff, Flag, to the point on that. And Randy was next level. His speed up and down the guitar, insane what he could make the guitar produce from a sound standpoint. Gabby says, I've seen a doc and Axel said it himself. WTJ was made for Seattle. Ooh. I love hearing that, Gabby. Thank you for that note. Well, it's confirmed now, Garth. It's been confirmed. Garth says, I was going to meet people on a camping trip in Kalach, and 2/3 through the drive, I saw Whitesnake was playing in a small town along the way that evening. I regret not stopping for the show. It would have been cool to see him in a nice, intimate environment. Boy, you do feel bad with some of these rock bands, though. It's like, I'm in Spokane. You see the posted that it's rock bands still with these guys at 65s out there trying to get to some small little casino and play it. And it's like, oof. Is everything okay? Is everything okay, Whitesnake? Gabby says, welcome to Jungle was made about Seattle. Let's go. I wasn't able to confirm it, Gabby. I tried to find some information, but couldn't nail it down. Megan says, what do you think of Brian May of Queen Bee? Be careful on your answer. He's my hero, and I've signed a replica of his guitar in the corner of my living room. One of the great guitarists that's ever lived. He's come up with riffs, multiple iconic riffs, where there's a lot of guitar players that might have one or two. Multiple. Everything from Another One Bites the Dust to the end of Bohemian Rhapsody. A great guitar player. Absolutely top notch. I love Queen, Megan. I'm a big fan of Queen. So, no, they're definitely a great group. Very unique. Nobody liked the lead singer. Nobody that could sing like him or go about the business like he did. But no, they were a great band. And Brian May was a very important member to getting done what they got done. Got me Foo Fighters. Love them. Barry Satoro is finishing us off real nice here with a big fat $10 donation on top of his membership. Well, I appreciate you for that, Barry. Very kind of you, brother. Says, I think I found a game for you. Check out Wolverine Studios. Okay. Let me write this down. Wolverine Studios. Draft Day Sports Pro Football 124. I will look it up, my man. You got me intrigued, you know? And I'm looking for new games. So there's nothing out right now to play anything else. We got the Call of Duty coming out here soon, but I'm mildly hopeful for that one. That's only just because of the zombie mode. But thanks for the suggestion and the donation, Barry. And I'll take a look at it. It sounds cool. There's certainly an opening here for a good football game to come along with the way the Madness completely just screwed the pooch in their approach to that Madden game now. So I'm with it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you on that donation as well. And I'm stoked. I'll check it out. Get that up on Steam and see what's up. Flag Sabbath, Nuno Betancourt played guitar for Extreme. I know the name. I don't know. And I know a little bit with Extreme, but it's been a year since I've heard some of their other stuff. It's the only word song that just always, when I hear Extreme, only words. That song there, the black and white video. I ran the cut. Thanks for the nice long stream tonight. Only 3.5 more hours to go at work now. Made my night fly by. I love to hear that. I live for doing that for you guys. If I can make your work night a little easier, that I've done my job well as far as I'm concerned on that. And as you know, Rand, I love the thought of, as I've listened to podcasts in the past, being at work, just kind of here in the background, going through, doing what you're doing. There's something that just I romanticize and enjoying that people listen in that way. It does tickle the heart that you guys do that like that. So I love it. And glad to get you through the workday. Very glad to. Grandizer says, when viewers leave, you have to say it. Go Hawks. You have to say it if you're going to leave. You got to say it. Can't let them know. You got to let them know. Gar says, The Doors is music for when you want to deep dive into conspiracy theories and you have some crystal meth on hand. A little crystal meth and some shrooms. You're good to go, Garth. Spaces is NYC. Says, okay, gotcha. I'm wrong. Yeah, I thought it was NYC back in the day too, Space. But as Gabby Spain, I've heard a lot of people that have been passionately saying that the song is about Seattle, about the Kingdom. I don't know. Wholehearted is my favorite Extreme song be. I'll have to look it up. Wholehearted. Got to take a look at that one. Brian says, saw Brian live, was a couple feet away from him. Hey, he's great. And him and the combination of Freddie was a great band. This is a great band overall. They knew what they were doing, but both of those guys were definitely kind of the guys that made that happen in that band. Only words. I pretend it doesn't exist as flag. It's hard. I was listening to a documentary the other night, and you know that you had the same thing happen to that song, to that album, that band, Sister Christian Job, dun, 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 dun. That whole, and then everything the record company wanted them to do forward, like there was this hardcore rock band that did this ballad, and then the studio was forcing them to redo the same kind of ballad then after that. It's treacherous land. If you go into ballad as an opening on a band, like you're going to get stuck over there. And you're not going to get out. That happened to Extreme, I think, a little bit too. Central Valley Kings is Hotel California based on Norco. A prison is Hotel California based on Norco, a prison in San Diego. Rumors of other prisons, I don't know. What happened with all the anti-Vietnam War generation in this country? Seems like that generation is missing. Yeah, I would suppose so. I don't know. I'd never heard of it being based on the prison. It was really, I think, more based on sort of the LA and coming as based. This is what they've said. I take them at their word at it, but that it's more about the, coming to LA and getting trapped in LA and all that as much as anything else. But it's a song with so many heavy metaphors and stuff. It could be just about, anything, I've heard it's about maybe Satanism, That's why they have a Anton LaVey on the cover standing up on the top of the second deck. And the shot of and the imagery from the front of the Hotel California album cover. Hard to say. A lot of those bands back then were always trying to put hippy dippy stuff in there, which they may not have even really meant it. Just added to the ambiance, to the legend, to the intrigue. But I'll have to look that up, Century Valley Kings. I didn't know that based on a prison, because none of those guys had been to prison, obviously. So it'd be weird that they would know them on that. The anti-Vietnam War in this country. What happened with all the anti-Vietnam? All the anti-Vietnam War generation folks grew up and bought into the system. They sold out. It's pretty much the short answer on that one. Gabby, we knew my dad had a good duck hunting trip when he was blasting Queens. Another one bites the dust coming up the driveway. It's definitely a good sign. There was a good hunt. That's right. So the Valley Kings was in Oklahoma, and C would listen to rock stations, and they would say Hotel California was the best rock song of all time. It was in Oklahoma. Definitely one of the best. I mean, it's definitely been effed out and played out too much. There is a point for me, I don't know about you, Central Valley, where you get to a point if you've heard a song 300 times and you go, okay, I've heard it enough. I've gotten every syllable and every hook and beat of the drum, but it's a great song, and it is one of the all-time best ones, no doubt about it. Still plays heavily on the rotation to this day on FM radio. Probably will for the next 30 years. Flag says, thank God for Beavis and Butthead destroying hair metal bands like Winger. I thought it was about the decadence of LA. Oh, yeah. So that's why I think it's more of I think decadence. You put it better than I did, Flag. I think Hotel California is more decadence of LA and that environment and getting caught into it, a little bit. That's how I took it as well. Adi Fortunate Son. It's a great song. That's their go-to Vietnam. It's their go-to. It's true, Central Valley Kings. They sold out. They got to the 80s and they started worrying about stocks. War Pigs, another great song. War Pigs, Brady Boots, Dancing with the Gloves. Good stuff in there. Doodle Bob, dang dog, you've been alive for a while now. I tend to go late sometimes, man. It's in my nature. Many Men, do you live in Washington at the Hawks Nest? I do, Many Men. I'm out here on the east side, so I'm out in Spokane, but I do reside within the hallowed halls of Washington State. Might be going back out over to the western side here soon. I got to make a decision in about 6 months where I'm going. I'm uncertain. I'm unsure. Have a good night out in utero. Appreciate you hanging in there, brother, and go Hawks. Flag Sabbath, I can't stand the Eagles. I like them okay. I don't do the end-to-end. I can't do every one of their songs, but the songs of theirs that they do, they're the ones I really like. The ones I really like. But they can get a little bit old after a while, yeah. Repetitive. My theory by YouTube, Armored is the history is a lie theory by YouTuber The Armored Skeptic. Pretty good. Here, write that down. Thank you for the suggestion, man. I know you're talking to Garth, but I'm taking that suggestion from you, Jo. I'm stealing that. I need some stuff to check out. Lag says, thanks for talking music, man. Anytime. Music, movies, nothing's off bone here. We'll talk about anything. And I love talking music. I'm passionate about music too, as you guys are, it sounds like, as well. Diego, Reed and Clark had much chemistry in the past, like Wagner and Wright. Looking forward to it. Go Hawks. It was that one final item, Diego, I was leading with, where there was some front side items here that you like about Frank coming in, being an improvement over Darrell Taylor against the run, liking him over the top of a Tyreek Smith or a Levi Belt that you would have promoted instead of bringing in Frank if you went that as an alternative path. I like this instead. And the point you bring up is one of the final points that I think is a small one, but another important one here, the chemistry down the defensive line, the chemistry within the locker room, knowing you'll get a guy in Frank Clark that will buy in because Jaron will make him buy in. And that those two as well can work some games together, you would think, up on the defensive line, be it stunts or twists or just kind of, work off of each other a little bit in the way that you would hope they develop having many years that they have played together, to your point on that, Diego. I'm looking forward to it as well. Go Hawks, man. Black Sabbath, Joe Walsh is, I think, maybe my favorite of the Eagles members in that band. Maybe the best. And he's got, his ability on the guitar, his ability to put the songs together. I like Joe. Joe's awesome. He's what took that band and made it more rock and roll too. It took them out of that country flair and brought them more into the rock area. And that's where they were at their best. Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry's a good one. I like even some of the softer ones too. Take It to the Limit. Easy going, peaceful, easy going feeling. In the City. There's a Joe Walsh one. Flag says, good conspiracy doc is Esoteric Agenda by Talismanic Idols. I think the guy's name is Ben Stewart. You guys remember, I wrote a basically conspiracy book, so I'm totally into this stuff. Esoteric Agenda. I probably know a lot about what's going on with it, but I want to check it out. Talismanic Idols. Ben Stewart. I'll take a look at it, man. Thanks for the suggestion. Always like that stuff. Bile Nolan, any Tupac or Biggie listeners? I like them both. Yeah, I like them both. I didn't get super into those two, but there's definitely some stuff still. I'll go back to when I'm playing basketball, bring up a couple of old songs of either of those two. Hypnotized, or there's a couple in there. There's one I've been listening with that Notorious did with Bone Thugs. That's one I always go to when I'm on the ball court. In a series of videos, he has a playlist, History is a Lie. I'll check it out, Joe. Thank you, man. Audie, life's been good to me so. Life's been good to me so far. So the Vikings, Donald's thrown a pick and a fumble, but is recovered. And then Kyle is going to treat him like Jimmy G and just run the ball. Donald is who we all know he is. Yes. He is what he is, Central Valley. You're going to be in for a ride with him. He'll have some bright moments. He'll have some low light moments. And he'll have just some moments. But he's going to give you the full spectrum of play on a given game. That's for sure. Audie Bell, Joe Walsh at Bumbershoot. Jeez. I guess that gig pays really well. That's what we got to say. It's less about them needing money. It's probably just the gigs just pay so well. Megan says, no Eagles. You're adding to the dead list, B. Greg says, Brandon, are you into cryptology, zoology stuff? A little bit, yeah. I mean, I think conspiracy laden I'm into pretty much. It always tickles the fancy a bit for me. I like getting that. Grandizer, Brandon Kane takes request. It's another tequila sunrise. So move. I like that one. City girls just seem to learn out early. Bone and Biggie Bile. You know that song I'm talking about. There's a bar section of Notorious in that where I think it's his best lyrical work that he did in that song there with it. Cut it, click, cut it. I can't even do he's got like a whole phonetic rhyme sequence he does where he just puts it together. It's just, when I'm on the court and I'm shooting hoops, man, that thing gets me in, it gets me hyped. Yeah. I'm in my flow state at that point. Val is feeling a little bit better. Than Central Valley Kings or other requested Niner fan. He's like, no, Donald will play good. He'll play a good game. Facts. I think you'll get some ups and downs from him. And what Shanahan's got to do in that game, Val, from his perspective is, how do I get him not to have the brain fart moment, interception, bad throw, where he just drops a dime down the field 45 yards, laces in another 25-yarder on a post route, perfectly placed into Ayuk, and then he throws a 3-yard out route right to a defensive end. Yeah, how do you get to that avoidant part in his game? That's going to be the key for Shanahan in putting Darnold out there on the field. He doesn't have that same safety valve ability to play with that I think Purdy does. Even though I know Purdy had a couple interceptions last week, I think it's just Darnold's not quite built the same way as Purdy in that with the decision making and the processing. Audie says Bumbershoot was free back then. Jeez, he must have got paid somehow with that. No way he's doing that for free. Flags is along with him in 3 hours. He also has another good one called Kamadica. I'll check it out. I always will dig through those. Many men, do you think we'll beat the Browns on Sunday? I do think we beat the Browns, many men. I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I think it's going to be a dogfight down to the end. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. But I think we end up winning by like 3 points. I think the home field advantage ends up being just enough to get us up over the top, especially with the Browns down Deshaun Watson, down Nick Chubb, down their second running back in Jerome Ford. I think that that's going to help us out quite a bit at that point. Diego, the Niners are looking human and beatable. We might have a chance once Abe Lucas is back and we start involving JSN and Charbonnet more. Agreed. They're looking like we can take this. They look like we can get this. They were looking undefeatable a couple weeks ago, but they have looked a little bit more maybe overtakeable this year. We'll have to see how it goes. Greg says, love Biggie. Always preferred more Pac. His voice plus the lyricism and flow of his songs are perfect. He was really good. He was an exceptional talent. And yeah, I think, Pac was a little more of the show of Pac than the bass lyricism and just the songs themselves. Pac certainly benefiting from Dre. But yeah, I think Biggie was the better lyricist. Juicy. Greg, Juicy is probably my favorite song of his. Very feel good. I love Juicy too. Juicy's another one with just some awesome bars in it. Val, yes, as long as Donald doesn't throw INTs. That's all you got to do, man. The tough part from a coaching staff is that he can throw so often where he puts tight window throws here and puts a 9 route right on the button over the top. You saw it in preseason with him, Val. But then you just have those weird, like, harebrained moments where it's like unforced air will come out of nowhere. He'll see a ghost in the pocket and suddenly just rifle it right to a defender. And you're like, what the hell just happened? And he'll look at you and go, I don't know. That'll drive Kyle crazy. Doodle Bob, Browns defense looks deadly. This will be the toughest test for the offense. Toughest test we've faced on a defense so far. No doubt about it, Doodle Bob. Bengals have got a pretty good defense, but this one is even better. Blag says Nas Elmatic, so good. Another top-notch lyricist out there in Nas. Yeah, another really good one. Really good one. Yeah, I'm armed and dangerous. Motherfucker can't hang with this. Love Biggie. Biggie's great. Greg, I don't know how to feel about Woolen right now, losing hope with the kid, even though I'm probably his biggest fan. He's coming back off an injury, just getting back to full speed. He's 10 points off of his PFF score from last year. He scored a 70 last year. He's at a 60 rate. I don't think that he's that bad at this point, Greg. He's averaging giving up 29 yards a game. Is he starring out, balling out like he did last year? No, but is he not? He's not playing bad. So I think he'll be fine when it's all said and done. He's coming back off that injury, like Carol referenced this week. He's getting back to full steam still. You know what I mean? Val says every quarterback throws INTs. No, he's perfect. Yeah, it's the thing with him on Val. It's just that he'll throw the INT that doesn't make sense. Most of the time, a quarterback throws an INT, you go, okay, I see what you're trying to do there. There'll be times with Darnold where he'll throw a pick. And I did a lot of studying on him, Val, when I was looking at him for us as a possibility here and diving into his tape. Not to mention he played us last year. And that's just kind of the way it rolls with him. That's who he is a little bit. We'll see if I'm wrong. We'll see if I'm wrong this week. Maybe he's able to play a super clean game and Shanahan can lock him in and find that secret sauce to get him right. How do you like the internet? You're welcome to Gen X. There we go. Adi says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Seattle's free agents never quite perform as well once they leave. Jaron Reed, this year Frank Clark, career revive coming up. Let's go, Adi. You're right. We tend to get the best out of our guys. If they leave, they don't tend to do better after they go. Coaching staff has shown that over a multitude of times. Well said. Bumpy, what happened to Purdy? He's got a concussion that he suffered on the brotherly shove play. Diego says, hopefully Tariq Woolen starts rolling soon. He's been a bit off so far. If he starts clicking, this defense automatically becomes a top 3 defense, hands down. Indeed, I think he will get right. I think he'll get back to where he was last year. I think there's a lot of reason to believe so. But I agree with you as well. He's a bit off is a better way of putting it, I think. Just a bit off. He'll get it right, though. Greg says, honestly, as far as old school rap goes, East Coast clears West Coast. West Coast rap was a bop for sure, but East Coast was on another world. Biggie, Nas, Mobb Deep, DMX. I think that's probably well said. West Coast rap is a little bit of the funner, lighthearted, free and easy California style to it. East Coast is a little more serious, a little more maybe depth to it. Central Valley King, Sam is all who we all know he is. The national media loves and makes excuses for him. Sam is like Jimmy making head-scratching plays with Purdy. I trust him when he throws the rock. I trust Purdy a lot more in throwing the rock in his decision-making than I trust Darnold. To your point on that, Central Valley Kings, by a wide margin. Val says, that's true. Darnold has a bad reputation. Let's see what happens. And he's not without talent, Val. I'm not trying to crap on Darnold or say that you guys aren't going to have a chance in this game for him to excel. I mean, Shanahan might be able to get him locked in the way that other coaches haven't. And the one thing that you got to say about Darnold is he's not necessarily had a really good offensive coach. Adam Gase, he's got last year, the coach is fired there, which I think he was a defensive-minded coach that was there before, Steve Wilkes or whatever at one point. He's not had the offensive mind that he's got in Shanahan. But that's the key on him. He can make the big throws. He can make the wild throws. But the unforced, what are you doing with the ball decision-making, if he can remove that from him, he can find his footing there with your Niners, and he can play really well. Flag says, Woolen is still relatively new to the position. Didn't he have a year and a half at corner in college before going to the pros? Yeah, that's correct. Very new to the position. Greg says, honestly, we've been so spoiled with Spoon and with what Woolen gave us that him falling anything short of what we expected of him has some of us doubting him. I think that's a fair way to put it. He set up quite a high level of play last year, did Woolen, and how he did what he did. And Witherspoon doing what he's doing, I think that's very well pointed out. It does sort of skew the expectation levels when everybody's lighting it up like that the past 2 years. Even with Trey Brown, Grug, who he himself is like a 90 rating so far this year and a couple of interceptions. And, it does go like everybody's got to be at their standard now. It is kind of natural to kind of feel that a bit, I think. Makes it the only rapper I love is Pete's friend Snoop. He's a good one too. He's had a lot of hits. Could he be going through confidence issues? Maybe, Grug. Maybe. Again, too, though, he's given up 29 yards a game. He's 10 points off of his PFF score. He's at a 60 grade versus the 70 grade he had last year. I think at the end of the day, he's a lot closer than we might think to where he was at last year than he is further away, even as it's been so far this year right now. Who let the dogs out? Woof, woof. Those pesky Cleveland Browns. Those pesky Browns. Darn it. Put them back in the cage. Val, thank you. As a Niner fan, I'm going to give him a chance. And I think it's a smart move of you guys to pick him up this offseason. I don't like the fact that in picking him up, it does put Lance out the door, Val. But I was more of a pro Lance guy than some of the other people out there would have been. But he can be solid for you. He has talent. There was a reason this kid was a former first-round pick. And Shanahan is a guy that is an offensive-minded coach who theoretically could get this kid to clean up some of those mistakes. And if he can clean up the dumb errors, he's got the mobility, he's got arm strength that Purdy doesn't have. You guys could kind of silently end up getting in a position with a better quarterback at that point if he can clean that stuff up, because the talent is far beyond Purdy and what you get in Darnold, and arm strength and ability to make all the NFL throws. Flag says maybe he shouldn't have changed his name to Reek. Lots of superstition in this sport. Yeah, that'd be a place I might say go back to Tariq. Let's just try that out, Reek. It can't hurt, right? Say what you will about Cousins. I really hope he doesn't end up in San Fran. Me too. I don't think they're going to have the money to make that happen at the end of the day. That's the thing that I think ends up etching that move off. There'll be some other team that'll pay the price for Cousins, and he wants to make every red cent that he can, and I don't think he's taking a discount to come to the Niners. Greg says, I still disagree with the 60 PFF rating. It's not like Woolen is constantly losing reps or whatever. Agreed. Yeah, that's where you can hear in my voice, I'm not concerned by him in the least right now, Grug. So it's not a big deal to me. I don't get worried about it. I'm fine with it. I think he's playing okay. And as you were said on above, it's that you're seeing great corner play in other places. And so it's like, why aren't you at that standard right now? Why aren't you taking the next step this year from where you were last year? Just got to be patient with it. I think he'll be fine. Garth going to finish this up with a nice $5 donation. Garth, you dropped like 20 dono drops tonight, man. Thank you so much for all your dono drops. I really do appreciate that, brother, over this long stream, man. Thank you so very much. Brando, if Darnold came out of Pete Carroll's community college like he did years back, where would he get drafted in this class? If he was coming out of Pacific in this class? Well, the problem right now, Garth, is Pacific, of course, doesn't have a football program anymore. That's the troubling part. But let's say he came out of a smaller school in California, Fresno, let's say. Where would Darnold be drafted? Probably would have been a second or third round guy, because he's going to go out there he would have gone out the combine and shown a big arm and run a 4.5 40, and that would have been enough to probably elevate him. But I don't think he would have been a top 10 first round pick coming out like he did from USC, where he had a lot of that sort of big time college pedigree going behind him to help make that work, a little bit. But I'd say that. I'd say second round, Garth. Thank you, man, for the donation. Diego, I want to beat the Eagles too, man. I'm glad we're playing that game at home and not on the road. I'll say that. Dirty Deeds, holy guys, you guys are still talking Seahawks. You are obsessed. We're wrapping it up here right about now, man. You got me right at the end. The Central Valley King says, hell no, I would rather have Trey than Darnold, but Trey would be a distraction. Yeah, it wasn't going to work. We did hear too, it sounded like Central Valley, that the agent, who was the agent, I think, for both Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, said, you got to make a decision here. You can't hold on to both. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too, which is unfortunate, because I think they would have been better with just sit with Darnold then as your back, or sit with Lance as your backup, and but they made their choice. I'm sure that they didn't do it stupidly. They had their reasons for going that route with it, but I was more of a Trey Lance guy on their Central Valley. Central says Sam's throwing an INT and a fumble, but recovered Kyle is not going to play like Purdy. But recovered, Kyle's not going to play him like Purdy. No, he'll protect him, Central Valley. You're right. King Bomber, I'm concerned about week 2, but I think the issues are overblown because of the fact he's not matching his stats from last year, and the expectations are that much higher. He'll eventually turn around, and we'll have a monster corner duo. Agreed and agreed, King Bomber. I think it's just a matter of time. Val Ramos, love my Fresno State Bulldogs. Hey, they've had a quarterback or two come down the pike, right, Val? Wasn't Derek Carr out of Fresno State? Out there with, wasn't him and he was out there throwing it to Devontae or something, right? If I remember correctly. All right. Well, we will go ahead and wrap that up here. I'm getting hungry and getting a little bit of food, and I'm definitely I got about 3 streams tomorrow that we got to cook out, so I got to save the voice a little bit here. I will be back tomorrow at 2:30 Pacific Standard Time. We're going to go behind enemy lines. I'm going to put on my hard hat. I'm going to grab my rifle. I'm going to go out into Cleveland. Yeah, I'm going to do it. And we're gonna have some folks out there from a YouTube channel over there called the Dogs Podcast out there with Cleveland coming over here onto this side of it, chopping it up, talking a little bit behind enemy lines about this Browns team and what it's going to take for either team to take down the other team. Get a little bit of a background view on this, and hopefully be able to do these kind of behind enemy line shows as we go forward throughout the rest of this season. I do want to thank, if I could, just here at the end of this, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy throughout the course of the season is going to be continually sponsoring this show, this channel, as we have been throughout this year. And you can right now get $100 on your first deposit matched right now with Underdog Fantasy when you click the link at the top of my description section. When you do that, you will get $100 matched on your first deposit up to $100. There is a lot of great contests that they have going. In fact, I want to show you guys this. They just had the NBA deal kicked up now with the NBA season. There is a lot of great ongoing contests with this. You can get in the 0.5 higher tip-off special here. LeBron and company out there making it happen now, going as they are. You can get on there and parlay. They start out with that. That's an instant win on your parlay, basically, as you're putting together some other picks on in there. But thank you to Underdog for sponsoring me throughout the year. Thank you to you guys for utilizing this code as you have, my NES code. You're showing the love. We're getting some results from that. I want to thank you guys for using that code. And if you're in the state of Washington, there are limitations, but if you do go into a casino, you can use the app in on their network. So there are methods and means to be able to use it even within the state in that way. But thank you to Underdog for sponsoring this throughout the course of this year. I really appreciate their support. I appreciate all of your support in the channel as well. Barry Satoro, Garth Knight, Megan Gock, Roger Save the Geese, Corsos de Gutierrez, Larry Bird, Empower Code, going just all the way down the line, Randall McDaniel. Appreciate all of you guys for so many of the donations on the stream. Unbelievable support. I had a great time with you guys. I always have a great time with you. We take it any which way we're going to go on the channel. Music, movies, sports, football, baseball, basketball, don't matter. We'll cover it all here whenever we want, whenever we will. I appreciate you guys. I will be back in under 24 hours. And until that time, I hope I don't have to remind you. I shouldn't have to remind you. Shouldn't have to make you remember about this, but I'm going to do it anyway. The Seahawks team's going to go into this week here. We're going to get this win this week. We're going to 5-2. We're setting the stage. Setting the stage. Got a great, big, beautiful meal ahead of us, and we put the plates out. The forks are out. We got the napkin here. Now we just got to serve the dishes up. That's the only part left to go. So hang on here with me, my fellow Hawk fans. Keep the faith, my fellow Seahawk brethren. We got Frank Clark coming back in the house. Reinforcements in the ranks. Some cavalry coming back for the injuries to Uchenna Nowsu. Still a very bright future for this season up ahead. So hopefully you guys keep the faith, have high aspirations for this season, have high hopes for this year. Who knows where this thing's going to go, but I will be covering it every step of the way. So please do not ever forget, until I can get back here in a couple hours to remind you once again, do not ever forget. Go Hawks.